the toss and the bowling. Aaron's going to talk, and then over to Bay Brent.
The only time Aaron stops talking is to go to a team graphic, which will come up on your screen.
Yeah.
And then the next time he stops then, it's over to you.
Right.
Okay. So the only bit we've got in between is the team graphic. Alright?
Lovely.
Good morning everybody and welcome to Trent Bridge Live. Yes, we are back for season 2021 and you will not miss a thing. We'll have ball by ball coverage of every non-televised home game throughout the season, covering all three competitions. But first off, it's all about that Duke red ball as the county championship gets underway with the visit of Durham. Now, the start of the match will look a little bit different today as all players and staff will make their way onto the pitch to stand against equality. Now, Dave Bracegirdle will tell you a little bit more about that later on. But first, the toss was taken at 10:30 this morning. Stephen Mullaney has won that toss and he has chosen to bowl. Now, let's take a look at the 11 men who will be taking to the field for Notts. First, Hasib Hamid. He will be making his debut in the county championship for Notts today, as last season was the Bob Willis campaign. Ben Slater, Ben Duckett in at number 3. Joe Clark. Lyndon James, he'll be making his second championship appearance for Notts. Stephen Mullaney, in which he captains Notts for the 29th time in the championship. Tom Moores with the gloves. Liam Patterson-White. Brett Hutton, obviously returning to Notts after his spell at Nottinghamshire. Luke Fletcher, and today will be his 51st first class match at Trent Bridge. And finally, Jake Ball. Now, your umpires for this match are Ben Debenham and Ian Gold. Now, the weather is a little bit chilly, it's a little bit cold, but we are set for it to be dry. There are 96 overs due today, and it's now time for me to hand over to your match commentators, Martin Emerson. But first of all, it's a very good morning to Dave Bracegirdle.
And a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trent Bridge. I know some of you will have been following the live stream and listening to Aaron there, who will already have told you the news from the toss. A very good morning to those of you joining us for the first time via the BBC Sport website and app. A huge privilege once again to be able to bring you cricket from Trent Bridge, and isn't it fabulous that cricket is going to start this early in 2021. We didn't have it in 2020 until the closing couple of months of the season. Hopefully we will get a full near on 6 months of cricket this time. For those of you not aware, just joining us or listening on the BBC Sport website and app, should tell you the news from the toss is that Stephen Mullaney, the Notts captain, has won the toss and has elected to field first, or elected to have a bowl. So Durham will be batting. Obviously we'll run through the two teams and give you all the rest of the information you need before we get going, but just at the moment, we've got all the players out on the field from both sides, and of course the ECB, along with all other sporting bodies, has made a strong stand against discrimination, and they've released a statement. All the players from all the 18 counties, right the way across the board, fully in support. That statement released from the ECB: cricket is a game for everyone. There's no place for discrimination in our sport, and we'll take action to stamp it out, whatever it costs. This is part of our commitment to breaking down barriers and making cricket more reflective of our communities across England and Wales. It's the responsibility of everyone, players, coaches, officials, supporters, volunteers and administrators, to create and foster inclusive, welcoming environments across all recreational and professional cricket. Standing up against any form of discrimination is a critical step towards making cricket more diverse and inclusive. We ask all those who play, follow or watch cricket to play their part in building a future in which everyone can truly say, cricket is a game for me. And the Nottinghamshire and the Durham team out there just sharing in a moment of unity in front of the pavilion here at Trent Bridge. Lovely words from the ECB, and I'd like to fully endorse them. So the players just getting together in their two lines. Those of you watching on the live stream will be able to see them. Just while they're getting together, no doubt there'll be a photograph or two, and then they will have the umpires alongside them as well. And we'll quickly run through the Nottinghamshire team. Hasiba Mead, Ben Slater, Ben Duckett and Joe Clark, the top four. I think most people did expect Notts to go with that top four. Then in comes Lyndon, I say in comes, but Notts have chosen to go with Lyndon James at 5. The youngster getting an opportunity right at the start of the season here. 22 years of age, got a century and a 70-odd in the warm-up games. And also picked up 1 or 2 useful wickets. So Lyndon James getting an opportunity for Notts. Stephen Mullane is listed to come in at 6 for the home side. Tom Moore's the keeper. Liam Patterson-White. It's obvious that Notts were going to play a spinner, and Liam's played in all the warm-up games, and he is listed at number 8 on the card. Then Brett Hutton, Luke Fletcher and Jake Ball. More on that in a second, but now on the screen here at Trent Bridge, the message is up clear for everyone to see inside the ground. And I've just read out, no place for discrimination in our sport whatsoever. The message that I just read for you being read out on the tannoy, as you can probably hear, it's very, very blustery here at Trent Bridge. Difficult to pick up the tannoy reading of it, but hopefully you will have heard it just a minute or two ago, and we'll be up and running. This, of course, once again a joint commentary with our friends up and down the country, all the various regions, once again providing ball-by-ball commentary for the BBC right across the 3 competitions. And in just a moment we'll have good chum Martin Emerson from BBC Newcastle to give you the Durham team news. 2 umpires for this one, just standing at the head of those 2 lines of players are Ian Gould, Gunnar Gould, one of the senior players, and one of the less experienced. Don't think he played. Well, he didn't play first-class cricket. Ben Debenham standing alongside him. So there is the bell. The players have made their stand against discrimination in our sport. The Durham players, all bar those, I'm sure, immediately involved, making their way back into the pavilion. The Nottinghamshire players getting together in a little huddle. We've got a moment or two before they start, so we can now give a very warm welcome for the first time this year to a man who's wrapped up like Nanook of the North, and it is a bit chilly. Good to see you, Martin Emerson.
Nice to see you as well, Dave. Got my gloves on indoors. It is perishing. We have to have the windows open for coronavirus protocols, so we've probably got the heater on somewhere as well. This coat warms you up eventually. Anyway, Durham looked like this. They'll open with Alex Lees and Michael Jones. Michael Jones had a decent knock on this ground last year. I think he got a 20-ball duck in the first innings and was out there for a long, long time. And then in the second innings, managed to fight back with 82, which was the final match of the season, so his highest score in first-class competition. So he's opening the batting with Alex Lees. Scott Borthwick, the skipper, playing in his first Durham match in the Championship since a win on the last day at 2016 in Hampshire, which Durham, of course, thought had relegated Hampshire at the time. Little did they know back in the day that ECB had other plans, though. So he's back after 4 years at Surrey and captains the side for the first time today. Then it's David Bedingham, who used to play down the road at Plumtree. Ned Eckersley, Stu Pointer, Bryden Carse, Ben Rain, Chris Rushworth and Matt Salisbury. I think Scott needs 1 more wicket for 300 in all formats in county championship in cricket, and 3 more he needs. He's got 297 in all formats, and Chris Rushworth got his eyes on that 528 and breaking Graham Onions' first-class record for Durham. He's got 510 at the moment, 505 of those in first-class matches for Durham, 505 of those. The other 5 were for the MCC. And of those, I think 16 have been in university games and 1 against Sri Lanka. So we're ready to get underway on a grey, blustery day here, but it's not raining. And hopefully we'll get a full 4 days in without the weather doing too much to prevent that. They were preparing for this one in snow a couple of days ago, and I saw pictures yesterday at North Hants covered in snow as well, so that's all gone. It's going to be a chilly hand warmers type of match though.
Very much so, yes. We're knocking on the door of 11 o'clock, so we're going to start on time. There will be an interruption in a moment or two. We'll be joined by our friends from BBC Radio Nottingham for a quick update. Martin, a day or two back we spoke, and just offering a little bit of conjecture about what the Notts side might be. One name, I wasn't throwing you a curveball. I didn't think Jake Ball would be involved, purely that he'd been away with England, hadn't played in any of the warm-up games, but Jake Ball it is to get the match underway and up and running, and so are Durham. The 2021 season has officially started here at Trent Bridge. An absolute privilege for Martin and myself to bring you this first game here from Trent Bridge, and a couple of runs to Alex Lees, the former Yorkshire one-day skipper. He's up and running with a couple.
Hassim Hamid's hair's long, isn't it? It's flowing locks there.
That's one thing to look out for, and the other one is Tom Moores. If he takes his cap off, we did have his mum the other day expressing her laughter at how much I'd sort of reeled in shock when I saw it for the first time. So if he takes his cap off, look out for that. Here is Jake Ball. As I say, didn't play in any of the warm-up matches, but he's hit a good line and length there as this goes through to the keeper. So Zach Chappell, certainly one of those names that I wondered if Notts would include. The other one, of course, is the South African Dane Patterson, who's here. He's not had a lot of cricket. In fact, 12 months out of the game with an injury, and didn't really play a fullish part in the first two warm-up games. But he got better as the Leicestershire game went along, as Ball bowls the third ball of the morning, and it goes through to Tom Moores. Two without loss then, Durham, who were asked about first. Their side: Lees, Jones, Borthwick, Beddingham, Burnham, Eckersley, Pointer, Carse, Rain, Rushworth and Salisbury. So no Paul Coghlan, who had a couple of injury hit years, as pretty much everybody knows, with Notts. Not involved. Here's Ball bowling again, and Alex Lees leaves this one to go through to wicket-keeper Tom Moores. Notts have got a heavily packed slip cordon. Brett Hutton there, playing his first game for Notts since 2017, 3 years away with Durham. He's at first slip. Ben Duckett is at second. Hasib Hamid at third, and Lyndon James in at fourth slip. So Notts clearly hoping in these very early season conditions Jake Ball can exploit an edge or two here. This next delivery sees Lees push it into the offside. Joe Clark doing the fielding. Two without loss, Durham. Couple of runs from the first ball. Here is the final delivery of this first over. Jake Ball bowling into the body, into the thigh pad. Going to be doing that update for the local radio station in just a moment. Martin's away updating BBC Radio Newcastle, and then we'll be right back with you. Live stream, of course, available for those of you not aware. Go to the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website. I think it's also available via the Match Centre and the Durham County Cricket Club website, or via the ECB website if you're out and about.
Now the new cricket season's getting underway. Nottinghamshire face Durham in the Championship at Trent Bridge. Dave Breeskirtle is there.
We're underway on time. Cold and chilly here at Trent Bridge, but thankfully dry for the start of the new season. Really nice to get going early in 2021, something we weren't able to do until August last year. The news from the middle is that Stephen Mullaney, the Notts captain, has won the toss and has inserted Durham. So the visitors are batting. They are two without loss after one over. Quickly the team news. A couple of youngsters included for for Notts. Lyndon James and Liam Patterson-White. Jake Ball back from England duties included, and Brett Hutton, after 3 years away with Northants, is also in the 11. Durham batting 2 without loss.
Well, there'll be updates from Trent Bridge every half an hour here on.
And it is going to be Brett Hutton from the pavilion end. Two without loss. It's Michael Jones on strike, as Martin was saying. He had a very contrasting game here last year. Duck in the first innings, a lengthy duck at that, and then terrific knock second time round. This is down the leg side. He's got away from Tom Moores. He had to throw himself a long way to his left. It was just sort of angled in by Brett Hutton. We'll have a look at Ben Debenham, the umpire. This one's brushed off the pads, and it's 2 leg byes. Nothing really that Tom Moores can do. So Notts have gone with Jake Ball and Brett Hutton to open. So Luke Fletcher having to wait his turn. Here comes Brett Hutton again. 4 without loss. Jones bat held aloft, and this one goes through to the wicket keeper. 4 without loss. Martin's back. I was just running through the Durham team once again. Martin, well, really just emphasising the absence of somebody that we do love to see in these parts, and that's Paul Coghlan. He was in the squad in the travelling party, but omitted today as Hutton bowls, and Michael Jones again happy to defend.
Yeah, they've gone with Matt Salisbury, haven't they? I'd say this team's more or less as I would have imagined. I think it's roughly what I sent you in an email, wasn't it, the other day? So, I mean, it was a shortened season last year, and Paul Coghlan did play in the games, didn't he, and got through it without injury. And as you've seen, the injury problems he's had, is obviously something that they need to think about.
Brett Hutton in once more again, down the leg side. I'll just finish this over, and then Martin can have a bit of a blather about the Durham side. It's yet another leg by signalled a little belatedly by Ben Debenham. So that's 3 onto the extras board, 5 without loss, and the field will swap over for the left-handed Alex Lees for Brett Hutton's final ball of the over.
There's one Debenham that Mike Ashley hasn't tried to buy. Been in negotiations with the high street chain for a long time.
Oh, right.
Did you know that?
No,
That's Newcastle United owner Mike Ashley. I was back in news mode there for a moment.
Hutton, final ball of the over. It was full of wickets in the warm-up games. Brett Hutton bowls here to Alex Lees, who defends, raises his bat to his partner to stay there, and that's the end of the over. It will go down as a maiden to Brett Hutton. It was a little leg-sided to Michael Jones. But he's got that one in the M column straight away, and we did see against Oxford University, he started off there with 4 for 3, and he had something like 4 for 7 against Leicestershire back at the weekend. So he's hit the straps running on his return to Trent Bridge. Here's Jake Ball, and to get us going properly in terms of what we might expect from Durham in this game. Here's Martin Emerson.
I'm just trying to remember who got the wickets for Notts in the Durham first innings last year. They were 68 for 4 or something, weren't they, at lunch?
Spread about. Fletcher didn't play. He's back in the red ball side. He had a season out, of course, with injury last year. No Samet, so a number of changes.
Ball. The ball in his hand, is waiting for Jones to get ready. Jones now facing him as he comes in from the Radcliffe Road end. Right arm over, past the umpire and balls. That's played off towards short mid-wicket. Quite a green tinge in this strip, as you'd imagine, early season. And Alex Lees has gone for short sleeves. He's a brave lad. They were all wearing bobble hats during the warm-up. Welcome back, Marty, says Derek. Have lots of fun this season. Welcome back, everybody. I know a lot of people have been very excited online about the build-up to the season. varying text messages and tweets last night as ball comes in, pitches that one just outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. We've got 4 slips in the cordon. At number 3 with those flowing black locks, Hasib Hamid, former Lancashire player.
Full roundup of games up and down the country, all 18 counties involved. We'll give you the scores as the day goes on. 2 wickets have gone down already, both in the same game. Derbyshire are 0 for 2 against Warwickshire. They've lost Godalming for 0 and Anuj Dal for 0.
Where's
both
that
to
at?
Liam Norwell. That's at Edgbaston. Right. Derbyshire 0 for 2 against the Bears, and that of course is in this little. I'm calling them groups. Yeah,
that's outside the off stump and left alone. Well, on the first day of the season 2 years ago at Derby, Derbyshire were 0 for 2 after 3 balls, and Chris Rushworth got both wickets, first ball and third ball.
That's right.
So the first 2 wickets to fall in the season that year. So a bit of deja vu happening all over again, as somebody once said, with Derby this time at Edgbaston. Yeah. So Notts haven't won in 27 first-class matches. Durham didn't win it all last year, neither did Notts. But it's nice to see them elevated to Division 1 this year. So ball comes in again and bowls, defended on a length right on middle stump by Jones. Ball just trickles away.
There will be people that aren't yet au fait with what's happened. Similar to the Bob Willis Trophy last year, the 18 counties have been split into 3 groups of 6. I think that's pretty much all we need to go at the moment, and of those 6 you play everybody home and away in the first 10 games, and then it gets a little bit different later on in the back end of the season. But Notts, Durham, Derbyshire, Warwickshire, Worcestershire and Essex comprise one group, so they'll each be playing the other 5 home and away.
Ball in again. And that's wide of off stump and left alone. And first slip there, I think, might be Hutton. Had his hands clamped on his chin in disbelief that didn't clip the stump from our position on the 3rd floor, slightly along to the right. It didn't look that close, but he's obviously a lot closer than we are. Yeah, what they did was they looked at the tables from 2019, so they chose a couple of the really good Division 1 sides, some middling, and then some Division 2 teams to try and balance it all out across the 3 groups. In comes ball again, right on the money, and defended by Jones. Feet firmly planted there, end of the over, so 5 without loss here on BBC Radio Nottingham and BBC Radio Newcastle.
Are you in favour or
indifferent
or strongly against?
It will make any difference to how teams play, and I don't buy into this everybody stands an equal chance of winning as the season begins, because the cream will rise to the top. And if you look at last season, Derbyshire had a couple of wins early on, but then didn't get out their group. And when you see the 3 group winners last year, it was Somerset and it was Essex and it was Yorkshire, who were the 3 top teams from the year before.
Well, isn't that how sport should be? The better sides win.
So therefore that eradicates the idea of everybody stands a chance of winning.
There's Brett Hutton from the pavilion end, bowling to Alex Lees. Runs have dried up a little bit, but that's no real concern to the Durham top order. They'll be obviously looking to get through these initial early stages and blunt the new ball, the new Duke's shiny red ball. And obviously, as we always say, in the first session of a match, they'll be desperate to hang on to their wickets and hopefully from their perspective reach lunch with maybe no more than 1 or 2 down. Notts will be looking for breakthroughs, and Brett Hutton on a wicket that's tinged with green. Certainly we've become used to Steve Burke's opening day wickets over the years, and it does look like that, and it certainly does have that greenish hue. We weren't out at the toss, unfortunately, in these times.
Anywhere near these days.
We can't get anywhere near, so we don't know if there's any great deliberation from Stephen Mullaney when he won the toss, but clearly the decision was made to have a bowl first. Here's Hutton in once more, past the outside edge, and it goes through to the keeper.
The polisher of the ball is Liam Patterson-White, who I haven't seen play before. I'm wondering if his Auntie Joanne's listening, because she's a friend of ours. Liam was born in Sunderland, and then his family moved down here. So he's played all of his club cricket and everything down here, but his cousin is in my daughter's class at school.
Dan is with us this morning, watching and following every ball. 5 without loss.
So I was having a chat to Joanne on the seafront a couple of weeks ago, and interestingly, just seeing something flashing up in front of my eyes something which normally takes place on the seafront every year. Second year in a row, the Sunderland Air Show has been cancelled.
Oh, wow.
So, in response to the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, I think a lot of us are actually quite pleasantly surprised that we're here bringing you commentary of this match, to be honest with you. The way things have been in recent weeks.
Hutton in again to Alex Lees, and he's dropped on a nice line and length here from the off. Brett Hutton, like I say, he's one of these bowlers that can be very miserly, can bowl lengthy spells and not give too many away. He's always capable of just getting it to nip away to the left-hander, and no real surprise that his name has been inked in for one of the starting berths, but Notts have just got so many to choose from now in the pace bowling ranks as Lees leaves this one. It's a good leave, and it's the end of the over 5 without loss. When you consider in this game we've seen Nottinghamshire decide not to include the new South African who's not quite ready. That's Dane Patterson, Zach Chappell, Tom Barber, Peter Trigo, the youngster from the former Oxford University skipper who's joined Toby Petman, Joey Everson, who's featured in pre-season as well. But they have still gone in with a side that contains 4 seamers, including Lyndon James and Stephen Mullaney, and the spinner Liam Patterson-White. So it's a bowling unit that should be able to do the job.
Ball in, right arm over, edged, all pops, and Hamid takes it at the second attempt, and that appears to be the end of Michael Jones, who has gone for an 11-ball duck. It was a 20-ball duck in the first innings here last year. He didn't really get forward to that one, and popped up a little bit on him, and Hamid spilled it initially, and then at the second attempt, diving across in front of first slip, managed to take the catch.
Yes, it would have been a case of back to normal for Jake Ball, who I presume there are stats on these things. To my money, it seems to be the one that has the most chances go down off his bowling, and it just looked as if the batsman might get away with that one for a moment, but it obligingly bobbled up, and Hamid was quick enough with the reflexes to throw himself forward like he often does when he's fielding at short leg, just to get underneath it. Early wicket, Michael Jones has gone, and that brings Scott Borthwick, the new Durham skipper, back out there early on a ground where he's had considerable success in the past. I think in his Durham days he had a 5 for here and 170 odd in the same game, wasn't it? A terrific performance a number of years ago. It's always featured well against Notts, and of course we saw him in the 2017 Lord's final. It was another ex-Durham star, Mark Stoneman, on that day with plenty of runs. But Scott Borthwick playing against Notts got a ton at the back end of 2019 down at the Oval for Surrey against Nottinghamshire, and he'll be looking to make his mark here. 5 for 1, a wicket for Jake Ball.
It was a bit of a hot potato, wasn't it? So Scott Borthwick has a look around, got 100 in a warm-up game against Warwickshire. They managed to get 2 of the 3 days in at Edgbaston before rain wiped out the third and final day. Ball comes in and bowls, and that's gone straight through the batsman and through to the keeper. That's a snorter of a ball. Welcome to the match, Scott Borthwick. So Durham 5 for 1 after 4.1 overs. Ball turns. Coming in from about 25-30 yards, bowls. Borthwick forward to that one firmly and pushes it out towards point. There is no run there, and it's fielded by Liam Patterson-White. I was just wondering which top brace would have been wearing. First day up this season, he's gone for the black number.
Very much so.
I had him down for green, I have to say.
We haven't got a current green one.
Yeah.
Back a few years before Notts wore any sort of green polo.
Ball in. That's left wide of off stump by Borthwick and through to the keeper.
Dan White is with us. Say hello to Marty for me, Dave. I love a bit of Roker and Whitburn. Lived in Sunderland for 8 years. That's Liam's old man with us on the stream, and he'll be bowling every ball with him throughout the match. No doubt with us for all 4 days. Good to have you along. Played 5 matches in 2019 but didn't feature last year.
Ball with a snorter, and that's a duck, and that is LBW. Borthwick's gone. 4th ball, I think, and that rocketed in towards his shoe area and just above the laces, really. And well, what an over from Ball. He's still got a delivery left, I think. Durham are 5 for 2, and Borthwick has gone 4th ball.
Pitched right up, wasn't it? Very full indeed from Jake Ball. And umpire Gunnar Gould raised the finger. So not a happy return to Durham colours for Scott Borthwick, or a happy return to one of his favourite feeding grounds, Trent Bridge. Scott Borthwick out for naught, 3 minutes at the crease, 4 balls it says, and Durham 5 for 2. Fabulous start this from Jake Ball. If anybody had reasons to be a little rusty out there in match situations, it's Jake. He well, we've seen him on our screens over the last 2 or 3 months, just trotting on with drinks as England have been here, there and everywhere. Sri Lanka and India, and the Test series, and the ODIs and the T20s, and you'd often see the likes of him and Reece Topley and Matt Parkinson from Lancashire, the sort of the spare parts. I know Reece Topley got a couple of games late on, but Jake didn't, and he flew back, had to go through all the obligatory quarantine regulations, so really missed out on all the warm-up games, but he's obviously been netting well over the last 4 or 5 days, and he's put himself into that position where Peter Moores and the coaching staff just couldn't leave him out, and it's looking if it is a gamble, it's looking a good gamble right now as he comes into bowl down the leg side.
Beddingham's the new batsman who played, I think, for 8 seasons for Plumtree, which is down the road from here.
I had a bit of a look, Martin, actually. He played in 13 and 14 and then again in 19, so he sort of disappeared. I think he sort of went, spent his English summers back in South Africa by the looks of it. I
was under the impression that he'd lodged with a colleague's sister in Nottingham for about 6 years.
May well. I'm sure there's lots of folks who know him well from lots of Plumtree connections on the ground. We haven't said good morning to our scorers. Ian Smith, who's big with the Plumtree club, and of course Roger Marshall. Here's Brett Hutton in, bowling to the left-handed Alex Lees. 5 for 2, Nottinghamshire. Jake Ball's figures 3 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 2. Brett Hutton's figures before that ball, 2 overs, 2 maidens. So 4 maidens out of the first 5 overs, and that represents a very, very good start indeed. Glamorgan are 12 for 2 down in Cardiff against Yorkshire. Alex Lees with the only runs from the bat defends this one. So again, we know there's people joining us all the time. Notts, Hamid, Slater, Duckett, Clark. I think everybody sort of assumed that would be the top 4. Lyndon James listed at 5. So good to see, former second 11 skipper, bats, bowls, and a wealth of leadership experience. Just 22 years of age. He's going to be in at 5. Stephen Mullaney 6. Tom Moores, Liam Patterson-White, another 22-year-old. Brett Hutton, Luke Fletcher, and Jake Ball. This is pushed back to the bowler, and Durham 11 has just mysteriously blown away off the deck. Oh, it's there. Look, it's there. I've written bits.
Oh, look at that! Nottinghamshire in a lovely piece of A4. Durham is scribbled on the back of a stamp.
Do you know what? They took me by surprise
with
with the start. Durham, Alex Lees, Michael Jones, Scott Borthwick, David Beddingham, Jack Burnham. He's played here before, hasn't he? Ned Eckersley, Stuart Pointer. Next ball from Hutton. Past the outside of the off stump through to Tom Moores. Ned Eckersley, Stuart Pointer. Pointer will have the gloves, won't he? Although Eckersley kept.
I think he might have kept in this match last year as well.
Bryden Carse, Ben Rain, the evergreen Chris Rushworth, and I'm not sure Matt Salisbury's played against Notts before. He's not one I can recall having seen in person, but may have done. When he gets a 7 for here, we'll not forget him, will we? Chris Rushworth, of course, got a 7 for last year. Hutton bowls, nice looking shot from Lees. Shot, says Martin Emerson, and he's absolutely right. It's punched away through that sort of gap between the vacant mid-on area and wideish extra cover, and he's got 4 runs there. Very, very nice indeed.
Is that the Hound Road stand?
It is the Hound Road stand, yeah.
The associations with the Derek Randall suite?
Yeah, the Randall suite in the middle, the function room, which sadly is, like a lot of function rooms up and down the country, not seen an awful lot of business over the last 18 months or so. 9 for 2 Durham. Alex Lees 6 not out. Brett Hutton, first runs he's conceded since. Well, his first runs he's conceded, so he's 0 for 4 at the end of that over. 2 for 2. A word of praise again for Steve Burks and the ground staff. We had a little word with Richard Marshall on the way into the ground. We saw him. I tweeted a picture of the warm-up game last week, and you said the markings on the outfield was a little bit like Southampton's old football shirt.
Yeah, the Mick Shannon Alan Ball strip. You remember?
Yeah, the red and white tops. Yeah.
And then you made some comment about the umpire at square leg, which I couldn't understand the relevance of.
Did you not see where he was standing?
He was off the pitch.
He was off the pitch at square leg.
Well, there's some nets, weren't there?
Yeah.
So it was a very short-looking field last week, the boundary-wise. Anyway, here is Ball. Start of his 4th over. Spears that one in towards middle and leg there. Dealt with by Beddingham. Played up towards mid-on, no run there. Joe Clark fielding there, the former Worcestershire player who got a century here last year after being dropped twice early in his innings, and put on, I think it was 195 in the end for the 3rd wicket, which was a Notts 3rd wicket stand record, wasn't it, against Durham, with Ben Duckett at the other end.
Yeah, he got a ton in the T20 up at the Riverside as well, so he enjoyed Durham's bowlers last year.
Forward comes Beddingham tentatively, and that's a bit of a leading edge out towards the covers where Stephen Mullaney, the Notts skipper, is prowling.
Now, what did you say? It was the 200th day since you were here?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Yeah, because the T20 match finished 200 days ago. The
200 days.
Championship match finished 211 days ago. And then I got the message from you saying, no, it's not, it's 100 not. And I think, no, I've got my maths wrong again. But then there was a reason.
Yeah, we played on a little longer than we, as in Notts. Notts played on a little longer than Durham.
Ball in again. And just defended off the toe of the bat by Beddingham, off towards Clark at mid-on. Yeah, nobody likes a bragger, Dave. That's the only thing I'm saying.
You know, obviously all Nottinghamshire supporters and certainly the players very much enjoyed winning the Blast, but I know you've been there, and it's a day really for winners, and it's a day for the fans, but a cold Edgbaston in October, wet all through the Saturday. It was held over until the Sunday. No fans there.
Rained,
it was.
Forgot about that. Yeah.
You know, it was a pretty soulless experience, apart from the fact that Notts won it.
Ball bowls played back to him along the floor, just from off stump. Yeah, well, did you drive back on the Saturday night really late or something, and then back there the next morning? Yeah. Well, you've got a little monitor in the corner over there.
Yeah, it's just to make sure that we're connected to the live stream, really.
That looks like the viewfinder from a camera, doesn't it, with the little black cover on the top.
Yes, it's all part of the equipment that Stoneheart Media have brought in, the camera crew all around the ground doing a great job.
In comes Ball, defended on middle stump this time by Beddingham, who looked quite tidy last year. Alex Lees was one of the top batsmen in the country. I think Alistair Cook was the top run maker. and I think Leeds was 3rd. Durham have been slow starters in recent seasons, as have Notts, given the fact they haven't won in 27. But Durham, I think, took 5 games 2 years ago, and then they actually went on a run of 10 matches unbeaten and nearly got promoted. Just fell short at the final. This ball comes in again. It's pushed away off towards the cover area to Mulaney. No run there. When they came down, and they're in Division 2 for the first time in 2017, having been relegated over financial issues. It was 7 matches before they got a win on the board. And I mean, you remember, Durham missed the first week of the season. Notts won. Came up to Durham and won in about 2 days. And because of Durham's points penalty, which I think was 48 points, they were already 100 points behind Notts after 1 match. So, an insurmountable task at the time.
Yeah, it's just, worth people remembering and reflecting. Durham actually didn't finish in the bottom 2 the year they went down, did they? Was it Hampshire?
4th.
Hampshire were with Notts. Yeah. There's Brett Hutton from the pavilion end, in and bowls, and Alex Lee's squadron number 19 pushes it back to Brett Hutton, who's number 16 nowadays. He was number 26 when he played for Notts before, but now he's returned to Trent Bridge. That number's gone. Ben Slater's got it. Be an update for Radio Nottingham in just a second.
BBC Radio Nottingham, 11:30, as you've been hearing. The new cricket season is underway at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire versus Durham in the Championship. Today, Bracegirdle's there.
I'm not sure how much of a gamble it is to include an England international bowler, but Jake Ball certainly has had very little in the way of competitive cricket over the last few months. He was away with India, didn't feature, came back to Trent Bridge last week, did his quarantine, so wasn't really expecting him to feature in this game, but he's here, he's in the starting 11, he's opened the bowling, and he's just taken 2 wickets in 2 overs. Notts won the toss, opted to bowl, and Jake Ball has ripped through the Durham top order. He's had Michael Jones caught at 4th slip by Asib Hamid. It was a catch that initially spilled out, but Hamid reacted quickly to get the ball before it dropped to the ground. That was 5 for 1 in the 5th over, and 3 balls later, Scott Borthwick, the Durham skipper, he was trapped LBW. So 2 wickets to Ball, Durham are 9 for 2.
Thank you, Dave. Jake Ball once bowled at me, and he almost took the air.
You won't have heard that. The presenter just saying that Jake Ball once bowled at him and nearly took his head off. I think I did say Hamid was at 4th slip. I think he was at 3rd, wasn't he, when he took the catch. It's Hutton in to bowl, and Lee's always looks so stylish, but I often say that. And there's no foundation to it whatsoever that left-handers are more stylish than right-handers, but it just looks that way sometimes, doesn't it?
Andy Waterson has looked at the dismissal of Scott Borthwick, and he said it didn't half keep low, that one. It was effectively a Yorker, wasn't it? And it swung right in, sort of hit around about the top of his laces.
We're not in line, but it looked out.
Yeah.
Birthdays, my chum. He won't be awake yet unless he's got an early tea time, but my chum is celebrating his 62nd birthday today as Brett Hutton comes in and bowls and pushed back to him by Alex Lee. He's looking to play predominantly in the V. Franklin Stevenson in Barbados, of course, former Notts all-rounder, the last man to do the first-class double of 100 wickets and 1,000 runs in a season. And
where's he, Antigua, did you say?
No, Barbados. I think he'll be the last man to do the double for perpetuity. I think he played about 26 first-class games. You're not going to do it in 14, are you? Even 15 if you get to the Bob Willis Trophy. Nobody's going to do that anymore. A couple of other cricketing birthdays. This one is worked away on the leg side by Alex Lees, and this might be a 3, the first 3 of the season. Might even be an all-run 4, you know. Look at him ambling. Look at him ambling. We could have had an all-run 4 there. Oh, we do love an all-run 4, but Alex Lees, I think, fancied keeping the strike. He's just eased that one out towards the deep mid-wicket fence, and they've taken 3, 12 for 2. It's that great stat. Alex Stewart's birthday today.
Yeah.
Born in 1963. Can you remember how many Test match runs he scored?
You're not going to say 1963?
No, it's you've either heard it or you haven't. But he got He was born on the 8th of April 1963, 8-4-63, and his Test career finished 8-4-6-3 Test runs. I know it's only playing with numbers and it's a bit of nonsense.
I thought he got more than 1900.
8-4-6-3 Test runs. It's anyway, it's his birthday. The Surrey director of cricket, Alex Stewart, the gaffer as they call him.
Yeah. Ball in and defended by Lees. I think he married a woman from Chesley Street, actually.
The other, any other cricket birthday, I've got another West Indian, Kenny Benjamin, former West Indian bowler, and we only mention him because he had one really outstanding day in West Indies colours. Obviously all those great fast bowlers through the 70s, 80s and 90s. Well, 1995, Kenny Benjamin's day was here. He ripped through England twice, a 5 for in each innings, wallop, and was man of the match. Kenny Benjamin's big day. He was born 1967, 8th of April.
Ball's taken 2 for 2 and is driven up towards mid-off there. Clark with a diving stop right in the edge of the square. Bit of glare in the sky. The sun's trying to poke through. We've got westerly winds today, cool breeze, but they said it would feel a bit warmer today than yesterday. And certainly the day before was miserable and windy and wet and sleety and snowy. Durham players in the nets the other day, they looked like they were bowling on snow. You had the similar here, didn't you?
Yeah, it didn't settle, a few flakes.
Slower ball this time from ball, played by Lees to Clark, who comes across towards the covers to snuff that one out. BBC Radio Nottingham with you, BBC Radio Newcastle.
Gordon Todd's been in touch. Good morning, gents. Enjoying the commentary. I know Roker and Whitburn intimately, though I've been a Notts member for 40 years. I watched Whitburn play once when their spinner was a certain Lance Gibbs. Ashington's number 3 at the time was Rowan Canai. That's Gordon. Lovely to hear from you, Gordon. Thank you very much.
There's a pub in Ashington called the Rowan Canai.
Is the by Joe? Yeah. He was Guyon, wasn't he? He was great.
Lance
great
Gibbs, I met him a few years
ago. In fact, they were
came
both
back
Guyon.
for a reunion. Ball in. That pops up and is fended off the hip towards mid-wicket this time, and is collected by Ben Slater. No run there.
They're both Warwickshire players.
Lance Gibbs played for Whitburn, and he came back early 90s. We had a big gala dinner at the Roker Hotel. It was a fabulous night. Really nice man.
Dave Palmer, great to hear you again, Mr. B, and welcome to Mr. E. Here's to many hours of cricket listening over the coming months. Strange not seeing Samit in the team. It is indeed.
Here comes the bowler again, and that is driven off towards wide mid-off. No run there. Collected by Clark. I think there was a story about Lance Gibbs, and it was back in the days with party lines and all that sort of stuff, you know, your phone lines. And he called home to his relatives, who I think must have been somewhere else in Britain at the time. And halfway through the call, they ended up connected to somebody else entirely and were convinced they'd heard him say that he was seriously ill in hospital, so they all made a beeline for the northeast. And he was rather surprised to see them all arrive. What are you doing here, sort of thing. Transpired it had been across the line. Ball in. Oh, that bounces and lifts up quite sharply, doesn't it? That's gone through to the keeper and left well alone by Lees.
I know you're a bit younger than me. Would you have remembered Lance Gibbs bowling?
No, he played for Whitburn in the 60s. I think it was about 69 he was there. No, I wasn't born till 71.
I mean, it's a word that is not often used in the game now, finger spinner. Well, he genuinely was. He seemed to have long fingers, almost like Edward Scissorhands, long fingers. And really, it would be great to have seen him in slow motion. He was... You know,
was it quite a long reach as well?
He was a big, tall, wiry man, but he really did give it just a little bit of a flick with his finger as he bowled it. Fabulous. We've got a bowling change here, and it's going to be that wily old warhorse Luke Fletcher to replace Brett Hutton from the pavilion end. Brett did absolutely nothing wrong, didn't give any runs away, so you'd imagine he will probably come to this end to replace Jake Ball. They'll use Jake, you would imagine, as the sort of shock and awe bowler, just to have spells of 4, 5, 6 overs. So here's Fletcher, his first bowl in red ball cricket since the end of 2019, and his first ball is just squirted away on the leg side by Beddingham for a couple of runs.
Normally doesn't bowl from the pavilion end, does he?
Generally from this end, generally from this end. But he's another one. He has a similar philosophy to what I used to have. It's 22 yards each way, isn't it? Really.
You have your favourite ends though. Favourite tree. Favourite bit of the car park.
There's Fletcher again past umpire Ben Debenham, and there's no run. So we've got Ben Debenham, the umpire, and we've got David Beddingham. I know there's absolutely no similarity between the two names, but very easy for an idiot to muddle up.
Have you got on Popmaster yet, Dave? Have you fulfilled your lifelong dream?
I will never, ever, ever go on that, I promise you.
Why not?
Because for all the days where I do pretty well and get 20, 25 and occasionally the odd 30, there are days where I just get 3, 6 or 9, and if the questions just pushed on the onside, it's the same with any quiz or anything in any walk of life. If you know the answers, they're easy, but it would be sod's law for me to get a day where
you could just imagine the
totally
day you
embarrass
were on there
myself.
would be the day when there weren't any waddy questions.
No,
you'd be left marooned.
The choice for your bonus round is country music or grunge.
Drill.
14 for 2, Durham. They've had a little bit of a struggle in the early stages as Fletcher comes into Beddingham. Just quickly flying around the country because we've not done it yet in this group. Essex 23 without loss, batting against Worcestershire. And Derbyshire are the away team at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. They're 7 for 2. Surrey are 29 for 2 down at Bristol against Gloucestershire. Hampshire, a lot of people's favourites, 32 without loss, batting at Leicester. Middlesex 38 for 1 against Somerset. Sussex 8 for 2 against Lancashire. That's a sticky start. Fletcher bowls to Beddingham and he defends. That game should have been at Hove, and they had some sort of bug infestation or something, didn't they, in the ground at Hove, and they've had to move it to Old Trafford. Sussex 8 for 2. Kent 23 for 1 at Northampton. And Glamorgan 27 for 2. I said earlier that was at Cardiff. It's at Headingley.
Who's tipping Hampshire for great things?
I think the fact they've signed Mohammed Abbas and they're going to be opening with Mohammed Abbas and Sean Abbott, 14 for 2, and it's pushed up to mid-on. Makes a lot of people feel. And then you look at the likes of James Vince, who I think they've probably given up on his hopes of getting back in the Test team. James Vince having a big year, Sam North East and whatever. They look to have got most bases covered. I can see why. Liam Dawson's back to full fitness. Mason Crane gets a lot of wickets with his leg spin. I mean, there's a number of worthy contenders, and you might want to run through one or two of your own favourites, but certainly Hampshire with Mohammed Abbas at one end and Sean Abbott at the other. I've got no, it's not Sean. It's Kyle Abbott, of course, isn't it? The South African, not the Aussie Sean Abbott. Kyle Abbott, who got a bunch of wickets in 2018 and 2019. They're going to be leading the attack.
Ball continuing from the Radcliffe Road end, right arm over, flicked nicely through mid-wicket off the legs by Lees, and that trundles away for 4 to the Fox Road stand. Mohammed Abbas bowled Durham out. Effectively it was him in the same afternoon at Leicester for 61 and 66 coming down the hill, but it was a hurricane force wind that day.
Of course, he should have been here last year. He was signed. He had that great year with Leicestershire, as you say, the year before, and was going to play for Notts last year, and then obviously the season got truncated and condensed into 2 months, and it didn't happen.
Ball again to Lees. Lees just takes a little step back into the crease and plays that short to Slater at mid-wicket. It's all well and good coming down the hill at Leicester in a hurricane, but could he do it on a Tuesday night at Crewe? That's what I want to know.
Rob Collins, here's one for you, Marty. Rob Collins says, I was a student at Sunderland Poly in the 80s before the Metro was extended. The Stadium of Light was still Monk Wearmouth Colliery, and when the supermarket on Newcastle Road was still a bowling alley.
It was, yeah.
Memories.
Ball to Lees, pitches that one up. Lees drives it straight back past him for 4 more, and I think Ball might be taking a rest at the end of this over. Just over pitched that one. He flicks himself in anger there. They used to have the Meccano or the Locarno, wasn't it? Not the Meccano, that's the kids' toy system. They had a nightclub upstairs in the bowling alley, and they had the dance floor used to spin around, or the stage used to spin around. Had these fake palm trees and everything. It was called Genevieve's. Remember going there to the under-13s disco in my stay press and my tank top and my slip-on grey shoes in about 1983.
It was under-13s disco. You were 19.
Yes, I shouldn't have been allowed in.
MJ Garland listening to Dave and Marty from a cocoon of duvets with a cup of tea.
Oh.
If I can't be there on the most bracing of days, this is a solid second best. Sounds good, doesn't it? A cocoon of duvets. Is that the collective? Is that the collective noun of?
It's a
of
school
duvets?
of duvets, actually. Yeah. I'm still waiting for the ball to come back. It might have got a bit damp as well. Clark's trying to give it a dry here. Durham put in, and we're 5 for 2 after 4.5 overs as ball struck twice in that over. Comes in and bowls, defended by Lees on a length, round about middle and leg, leaning into that one. One ball left of this over. They're currently 22 for 2. Lees has 17, Beddingham 2. Michael Jones got a 20-ball duck in the first innings here last year. He went for a 12-ball duck today. Caught by Hasib Hamid, diving across from third slip, and the ball bounced out of his hands, and he ended up taking it in front of first slip at the second attempt, and then Scott Borthwick with a perler. Fourth ball, Yorker LBW, nigh unplayable, kept really low, and he departed as well. So the returning prodigal son ended up with a fourth ball duck. And this is the end of the over. Dot ball played up to Mulaney at mid-on. And is that? No, it's ball left. I thought, oh, it's quick. It's quicker than I thought, the scoreboard. Then after the last delivery, and I looked up straight away and saw it was 10.4, and I thought, well, they'll be adding one on now. So we've got one more ball to go.
This is Jake's first game as a 30-year-old. He was 30 last month.
Can you remember being 30, Dave?
I can remember his 21st, so that only seems like a year or two back.
That's defended on off stump. Tidy 3 balls to finish the over there from Jake Ball. I got married on my 30th. It's our 20th wedding anniversary this year.
Congratulations on that.
She would have been out by now, wouldn't she?
Jake, leading wicket taker in the Blast last year, and that got him a big bash contract, and he was a winner with the Sydney Sixers. Great experience for Jake Ball through the winter. They had a bit of a weird thing. I didn't watch any of it, listened to a few of the games, but they had a weird thing. They were almost allowed to play 12 aside, weren't they? They were allowed to bring somebody in, and they very often rotated him and Jackson Bird. And
Cameron Bancroft and Mitchell Claydon were in the winning team in the end, I think. So, yeah, there were all kinds of super this and super that, weren't there? Paul Wilson's email. Hi Marty and Dave, greetings from a chilly Costa del Hartlepool.
On Friday, Hartlepool play Notts County up in the northeast. Two sides that are trying to get back in the Football League. Here's Luke Fletcher in and bowls, and that's runs for Beddingham. My word, he timed that sweetly, didn't he? It was just a casual flick off his hip, and it absolutely raced away on the leg side there. Nice shot for Beddingham, who's on to 6, and it's 26 for 2.
Doug Rain emails. Good morning, gents. Great to have our great game back, plus the dulcet tones of your good selves. Hopefully weather stays fair, but chilly, I guess. I'm currently listening. I'm working in Tunbridge Wells in Kent, or Tunbridge in Kent. It's the one with the O, not the U.
Is that the Royal one or not the Royal one? Next ball, it's blocked.
They're only about 7 or 8 miles apart. So Royal Tunbridge Wells is where Kent sometimes play, and Tunbridge with an O's just down the road. We've got friends living both, actually. 2
years ago, that's where Notts played. That's where I managed to blag a front row ticket to watch Ramesh Ranganathan. And said I was here for the BBC for the cricket. You haven't got any. It's a sellout. It's a sellout. Oh, surely you can find one. Oh, we can get you one from the production company. So I went and had a bit of a watch at that. In the next one, steered to point, fielded by Liam Patterson-White, and there's no run. So that was one of the evenings of that game. Was also one of the real cricketing highlights of my time as a commentator, where the Kent club kindly, very, very kindly, asked me to ring the bell one morning. I'm sure you've been to Tunbridge, have you?
Tunbridge Wells?
Yeah. The cricket ground. So you're commentating almost right next to where they ring the bell. And one morning, would you like to do it? Which was great. Next one is dropped on the leg side. But then it's one of those things. Do you give it a bit of a ring-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling or a ding, 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 or whatever? It's a little bit like your own ringtone, isn't it? You've got to find your own style.
What's the ground called again? The Neville. No,
Neville, yeah.
Neville ground, yeah. Yeah, Durham were there in 2000, and so they play the games in the round about the May bank holiday, don't they? They have a festival, and everybody talks about the rhododendron bushes being in full bloom.
Luke Fletcher. Bowls again clipped through the leg side, and again Marty's absolutely spot on. Lovely looking shot. The outfield, well, it's like a bowling green, isn't it? If you beat the fielder, you're going to get full value for your shots, and that was crisply clipped away for 4. 30 for 2 Durham. Lees has 17. Beddingham has 10. We're in the 12th over.
Yeah, I went down there in 2000, back in the days when we didn't actually commentate the matches, so we were just doing hourly updates, and we were sitting in the press box, which was in the roof of the pavilion next to the clock, which ticked away all afternoon.
Next ball, again on the pads. Got away with that one, really. It was just hit straight to Lyndon James at mid-wicket. So Luke Fletcher, 2 overs, none for 10. That's not Fletcher-like. He's normally very miserly when he first comes on. It may well be that, as Marty said, he might just find his groove when he switches to this end, but one man who is switching to this end is Brett Hutton.
Yeah, anyway, I had this nice marquee where we were given vouchers to go and get lunch each day, and of course some of the written press didn't have to rush back to the press box because they could take a leisurely afternoon and it was a free bar, so they were all enjoying tucking into whatever the local real ale was, and every afternoon without fail they all fell asleep in the press box, and the only person still awake was me, and I'm convinced you could hear snoring on a number of my reports live from the ground. And then they would all wake up and wonder what had gone on. It was a great week's cricket. That was a lovely town, the Pantiles, people playing boule in the Pantiles and the sand pits there. Hutton then has switched ends and replaces ball right arm over from the Radcliffe Road, and that's low and wide of off stump and goes through to the keeper Tom Moores.
Don't know if you remember Brett Hutton from his previous time with Notts. I didn't see him with Northants because we haven't played against him, but he used to let out, I always used to say, the Sharapova roar. He had a real old grunt when he released the ball, and I don't know, I think he's left it at Northampton. It's certainly not noticeable anymore. He's grown out of his grunt.
Who was it him who turned the game on his head?
Yeah.
Here. Yeah. When Durham were on top and then they collapsed. And here he comes again, right arm over. That's played down into the ground by Lees. Was that about 2016 or something?
Well, it was, and it was if you remember, it was the game where Chris Reed got his 1000th catch, and it was Brett Hutton, the bowler, where Paul Collingwood nicked it behind, and it was possibly Brett's finest match in Notts colours, a 5 for in each innings. And as you say,
Durham had quite a significant first innings lead, didn't they? And they just absolutely collapsed in the second innings. That might have been the game where I watched the team bus driving off up the road and the Durham flag was still flying on the roof of the pavilion. In comes the bowl, and that wasn't bad. That wasn't far off stump, but it was left by Lees, who had a good look at it.
BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Newcastle, and a reminder, we are on the club's live stream. I think you can get it via trentbridge.co.uk, via the Durham County Cricket Club website, via the ECB website, and if you are watching the pictures and wondering, don't they ever shut up? Well, there is a mute button now underneath, I understand, but also remember there are people following on the radio.
Hutton bowls once again, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Mark Morrison's emailed, good morning chaps, great to hear the commentary back. I hope you've both wintered well. Is that the first use of wintered well today?
You don't usually, well, it's more usual to say it end of the season, isn't it? Winter well, see you next April.
And are we ready for the medieval word of the day?
Oh,
I do remember it was one of the themes that ran through last season with you, Marty. I can't remember that. Such a long time ago, the medieval
his jokes
age.
are fairly medieval.
Yeah. Hutton in, bowls. That's turned off the legs and stopped at short mid-wicket by Slater. A medieval word of the day? I can't remember that one. I suppose the latest in the year use of the phrase wintered well was Ben Rain at Leeds last year in late July when Durham were playing in a warm-up game against Yorkshire, and he said, did you winter well, Marty? And it was nearly August. It was about a day to go to August. Well, it did seem like a long winter, didn't it? But certainly not as long as this winter's been.
I've said Happy New Year to one or two people this week that I've not seen.
Hutton Bowles, playing a miss late there by Lees, and that one stayed low outside the off stump. That's gone through to the keeper. 30 for 2 then, Durham. Lees on 17, Beddingham on 10. Commentary with the BBC. We're cricket at yahoo.co.uk if you want to drop us a line on email.
That's what then, Weir, as in the river, WEAR, cricket at yahoo.co.uk, not We Are Cricket with an E in there, as I always put when I send something important to Marty, and he says, well, I don't get it, I didn't get it. Alex Lee is just looking, he has 2 first-class hundreds at Trent Bridge from his time as a Yorkshire player. We've got 31 and 27 in the Bob Willis Trophy game last year. Here's Fletcher. Getting close to the old witching hour, are we? Yeah, well, 5 to 12. This is the 14th over. I will be happy to have a wager with absolutely anybody that wants to take it that no days are we going to get a 6 o'clock finish, because you just
never do.
But even more so now with the hand sanitising after every 6 overs and the players having to fetch the ball back themselves. Nobody to throw them back. Next one is pushed up to mid-on, and there's
couple of other things to remember, Dave. It's now 8 points for a draw this season, and the new ball's taken after 80 overs and not 90. That's to help sort of preserve the fast bowlers, isn't it? Spread their day out and try and stop injuries.
Karen Moores is with us. Good morning, Karen. Just little fact for you. Been thinking about it. I think this is Peter's 40th season, so that would be as player and coach. Next one just jags back into the ribs of Beddingham, who's made a decent enough start here. He's on 10, couple of boundaries. Good to have you along, Karen.
Noticing yesterday that Tom was actually born in Brighton.
Yeah, so well, obviously Peter was a former Sussex player, and then obviously head coach, county champion winner down there, and then with the Red Rose as well when he moved to Lancashire. 30 for 2. Luke Fletcher, who's now 32, in and bowls to David Beddingham, South African born, who clips it up to mid-on. Beddingham is actually playing as an overseas now, isn't he?
Yeah, I think there's some plan in place to get a UK passport.
Got mine yesterday.
Did you?
It's black. Everybody says it's dark blue, but I've looked and looked and looked. I don't know if you've seen them. Looks as if the postman's arrived, Marty, at the back of the box here.
Wow,
30 for 2. Thank you so much.
Didn't see any of these last year.
First class post as Mr. Fletcher comes in and bowls, and Beddingham clips it away on the leg side. Decent stop from Lyndon James. It was Tom from the media department here with scorecards. Say cards. It's stretching the definition of card. It's a score A4, but we're glad to have it nonetheless.
I've got a pal who works in the paper industry, and there's the different standards of paper and thicknesses and stiffnesses. It's could entertain you for a whole minute.
30 for 2. Fletcher in again. Beddingham plays a glorious shot down the ground. Joe Clark's after it, and it will go for 4, despite Clark putting the afterburners on. But the ball was always going to win that race. Nice shot, and Durham, remember, were 5 for 1, 5 for 2. Small steps. I know it's only a partnership so far of 29, but Alex Lees and David Beddingham have certainly stopped the bleeding and just starting to accumulate nicely. There's been 3 boundaries now to Beddingham in recent times, a couple off Fletcher and that one off, or a couple through the leg side off Fletcher and that one down the ground off Luke Fletcher. Now Brett Hutton, 5 overs, none for 7. Both wickets to Jake Ball. Not playing Dane Patterson, who's very much here and committed to Notts for the foreseeable future across all formats. They just need to get him on the park, match fit. There's Brett Hutton. Here's Marty.
Up to the stumps, bowls, and Lees goes for a little push and run. Short on the offside.
Sussex 14. It's a slow old hour, isn't it? Sussex 14 for 3 at Old Trafford against Lancashire. Crikey. Get on with it. 14 for 3. That is a meeting, of course, of the two sides we were just talking about there, the two sides that Peter Moore's led to county championship titles. Be nice, a nice hat-trick for Peter then in his 40th season in the game to do it again with Notts.
Hutton Balls turned off the legs nicely there by Beddingham, and that's gone for 4 towards that long leg. Really nice shot that, timed it perfectly. It's come to rest underneath what some people have termed the funny looking stand in the past.
No, it's fabulous.
I think it's more of a windbreak than a protective roof, isn't it, really, the angle? Only covers maybe the back 5 rows.
39 for 2. Over the last 3 or 4 overs, runs have been fairly easy to come by for these two batsmen. They're just pushing it along nicely. Stephen Mullaney's whirling his arms around. I wonder if the captain's going to be the next option ahead of Lyndon James. Would seem that way.
Hutton has 4 balls left of this over, and he rolls his fingers around. That one takes a bit of the pace off it, and Beddingham forward to it, plays it a little bit late. Bit of a roar from the, or an awe from the slip cordon, who are all arms folded, looking cold. Tom Moores with his gloves on. Looks like he's chewing the end of his wicket-keeper's big finger on his right glove there. Saw him make his debut, first-class debut. It was for Lancashire at Southport. What a brilliant week of cricket that was. Red hot it was as well in 2016. Hutton bowls. That's left alone by Beddingham as it shapes away from him. And cracking game of cricket that was. It went to'd and fro'd over the 4 days. Durham just won it on the final session in a very nervy encounter with Ben Stokes out in the middle. Liam Travaskis, I think was Travaskis' debut. It was the week of the flying ants. Thousands of them appeared out the path next to our commentary position and then filled the air for a few hours.
His maiden first-class victim in that game was Mark Stoneman, caught behind off Luke Proctor.
Hutton in, and this is pushed off towards Mullaney in the covers. No run there. Action being played here, taking place really across the square towards the left-hand side of the ground. I'm going to have to go next door and update listeners from BBC Radio Newcastle.
Thanks, Martin. More from Martin Emerson before too long. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in, I guess, a couple of minutes' time. They'll just be starting the midday news. So 1 ball left in the 15th over. So all things considered, not a bad over rate for Notts so far. End of the over. Beddingham pushing it back to Brett Hutton. Both batsmen are on 18, Beddingham and Lees. 2 men out. Michael Jones for the second year in a row. First innings duck for Michael Jones. Caught Hasiba Mead off the bowling of Jake Ball from the 11th ball of the morning. That was in the 5th over. I beg your pardon. It was in the 5th over. His 11th ball faced, and it was a nick from Ball, a genuine nick to a sharply rising delivery that was initially spilled by Hasiba Mead, but very fortunate in that the ricochet from the hands just propelled the ball forward, just lobbed up in front of him, and he dived forward to catch it. And then 3 balls later, Scott Borthwick, returning to Durham after was it 4 years with Surrey, was trapped LBW for a naught. There's Lees now facing Luke Fletcher. Both number 19s, Alex Lees and Luke Fletcher. And the fielder on the offside, Lyndon James.
Across the roofs and damaged wing mirrors in North Road. Uniformed patrols there. Now, Nottinghamshire's new county championship cricket season is underway. They're playing Durham at Trent Bridge, and with the visitors batting, Notts have taken early wickets. Dave's Bracegirdle is watching.
Yes, we're in the 16th over of the morning. Stephen Mullaney winning the toss at 10:30 and electing to have a bowl, and his England international returning to duty. Jake Ball did the early damage. Couple of wickets in the 5th over as Jake Ball removed Michael Jones. It was a catch at the second time of asking from Asiba Mead in the slip cordon, and then Scott Borthwick, the Durham skipper, pinned LBW. Since then, Lees and Beddingham, who used to play club cricket in the local area for Plumtree, have taken the score on to 39 for 2.
Dave Bracegirdle at Trent Bridge. There'll be updates from there every half hour on BBC Radio Nottingham, as well as 4x4.
So that remains the score. Luke Fletcher's going to go round the wicket to Alex Lees, the left-hander. Just 2 dot balls in this over so far. 3 slips now, and Lees knows where his off stump is. Let's this go through to the keeper. Hutton, Duckett and Hamid are the 3 slips. 3 more on the offside. Point, extra cover and mid off, and then on the leg side got Jake Ball down at long leg. Got a mid wicket and a mid on. 39 for 2. Jones out for naught, Borthwick out for naught. Luke Fletcher bowling wide of the off peg once more. Just waiting for Martin to come back, so we'll bring you up to speed with elsewhere. Essex 33 for 1 against Worcestershire. Derbyshire 12 for 3 at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. Surrey 42 for 2 against Gloucestershire. Hampshire 58 for 1 against Leicestershire. Middlesex 62 for 2 against Somerset at Lords. Sussex 14 for 3 at Old Trafford. Kent 34 for 1 at Northampton as Fletcher bowls again left alone, and Glamorgan 37 for 3 at Headingley against Yorkshire. So bowlers enjoying the early season conditions. So we'll look at Edgbaston. Yeah, they played 15 overs, 18 for 3 now. Derbyshire, Godalman, Dal and Duploy all out without scoring. A couple of wickets in that one to Liam Norwell, and one for Oliver Hannon. Dolby, they are they being Warwickshire, the bowling side there. They're up here next week as Fletcher bowls to the left-handed Lees, drops it on the leg side, no run. Maiden for Fletcher, just tidying things up a little bit there. The big fella, 39 for 2. Luke Fletcher 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 14. Brett Hutton 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 12. And still going to be Brett Hutton. Stephen Mullaney having a chat to Asiba Mead, who's now the club vice-captain. So it'll be Brett Hutton to bowl, 28 years of age. This is his 34th first-class match for Notts. He played 25 whilst he was away for Northants. And he has 193 first-class wickets. This ball left alone. Mentioned Brett getting a couple of fifers. It was in 2015 that he did that, including that memorable moment where Paul Collingwood nicked behind to Chris Reed, and it was Chris Reed's 1000th first-class dismissal. Great celebrations at the time, and the end of that match for Chris Reed. Here's Hutton into the right-handed Beddingham, and again he leaves it alone. Breeze continues to blow across the ground as Hutton again bowls just wide of the off stump. Good carry, decent bit of bounce there from Brett Hutton. Centuries in last season's match here in the Bob Willis Trophy for both Ben Duckett and Joe Clark. Last Nottinghamshire batsman to get 3 figures here against Durham was Brendan Taylor, and he did it in both innings back in 2016, ton each innings. Scott Borthwick, as we said earlier, the last Durham batsman to get a century here, is a run for Beddingham. He's going to go ahead of his batting partner now with a couple of runs just squirted away onto the leg side. Clark Fields and Beddingham on to 20, 41 for 2. Yes, in 2016, Scott Borthwick 188 not out that match, where he also got a 5 for. Martin's back from his travels, updating the listeners in the northeast. Just a couple of balls left in this over, and I'll make my way through it, and then Martin can pick up with Luke Fletcher from the far end. It's a chilly old day, it has to be said, as we enter the afternoon stage of this opening day of the season. Next ball punched to Mulaney at mid-off, and there's no run. You'll be gloved.
Yeah, I bought these little gloves for £1 at Northampton Market a few years ago, thinking it was going to be rather chilly for the opening game of the season, and we never saw a ball bowled. It was rained off. Was it 2 years ago now? 3 years ago? 3 years, wasn't it? The beast from the east had just been in, and they'd relayed the pitch in the winter, and it hadn't had time to settle because of the horrible weather. But then I think they probably would have only got on for 1 day anyway at the end of it. Oof.
Next one's cut away, and it's somehow with the toe end of the bat got it over the slip cordon for 4 here. Beddingham. He's played nicely this morning, some lovely shots both sides of the wicket, but that one was a little streak. He's got 4 runs down, the third man over the slip cordon to move on to 24, 45 for 2 after 17. Brett Hutton 7 overs, none for 18. Just a couple of quick messages that have come in. Patrick, apologies if I've missed this, Dave. No Dane Patterson today. No, he actually went a whole 12 months without any cricket at all with a chest injury, the South African, and I think the feeling is he's not quite ready. He did look a little rusty, admittedly, against Leicestershire at the weekend, and obviously with Jake Ball back and fit and firing, they've given Patterson another week just to acclimatise and get ready. Sam Locke, very much appreciating the return of county cricket commentary chats. I suffer from anxiety. That's not been fun in lockdown. Thoughts with you, Sam. I'm also in the office today, but listening in is proving a welcome source of serenity. All the best. Come on, Notts. Helen Adams, no sudden shouts in commentary, please, Dave. It's Baby Willow's first experience of county cricket. Okay, Helen, and let's hope you have a nice day with Baby Willow. End of the over, end of the messages for the moment, and here's Martin.
Is there a cricket bat connection there to the name, do you think?
Willow? Yeah, might be.
Yeah. Fletcher's going to come around the wicket here from the pavilion end to Lees, who drives it straight back past him and up towards the pavilion steps for 4. Nicely done. It daisy cutters all the way up there, and then it flicks off the ropes and over the advertising hoardings for Liverpool Victoria Insurance now, isn't it? The new county championship sponsors. Taking over from Specsavers.
Looks, you know, I'm not trying to jinx him here, but it looks it could nick, doesn't he? Lees.
Yeah, he looked tidy last year and the year before. Just plays his own game, doesn't he? What did he start this match with? 6,450 runs.
There was a time or two I got sick of the sight of him. Lees and Lythe racking up century partnerships here.
Fletcher around the wicket again, bowls, and this one is played off towards point, no run there. Joseph Barrows emailed, he says, "Hi gents, listening from a sunny but chilly Hove in Sussex. I've managed to sync your commentary with the Notts YouTube stream to the millisecond, so I've got quite the setup, but you don't need to do that, do you? Because it is our commentary on there."
Yeah.
So I'm not sure why you need to do that. Great to see a few Durham boundaries after a strong Notts start. Looking forward to a summer of county cricket. Away the D's, says Joe.
The Dynamos.
In comes the bowler again and played up towards mid-off this time by Lees. Dot ball. I know isn't that your favourite away trip, Hove? You got a nice little B&B you go to, don't you?
Yeah. You know, some people are sort of a little coy and admitted, but I don't see what's wrong with that. I always enjoy going down to Sussex, have a stroll on the seafront, and I think there's a lot of lovely people across all 18 first-class grounds, but just especially down there, always get a cheery welcome. It'll be different though next time I go.
Yeah. In comes Lee Fletcher. That's played away by Lees. An attempted stop at mid-on, but it was racing, and he did his best there. Clark got a hand on it, but it still went past him and away for 4 more up to the pavilion steps.
The pub's been knocked down, hasn't it? The
in
cricketers,
the ground, has it? Oh. Had a good night in there last time with Jason Gillespie and his mate, and we went for a really nice Thai meal.
So would that feature in your top 3 or 4, or not?
The meal?
No, the away trip. You made it sound as if I was, enjoying something that I shouldn't.
Well, when I live on the coast, so being on the coast is not the big thing for me, because it's a nice place. The staff are always friendly. It's lovely always to see Sam on the gate when you arrive.
That's
first
right.
morning. He remembers everybody. Pleasant environment, isn't it?
Yeah.
In comes Fletcher again. Leads forward to this one. Plays it off towards point no run there. I stayed. It was about a mile walk from the ground the last time, but I stayed along towards the western end of Hove, if you like, rather than towards Brighton. And
you've stayed. What's the place up the coast?
I've stayed in Worthing. That
Worthing,
was quite
that's
nice.
it.
Yeah,
That's it. Yeah,
nice in Worthing. I've got a mate who lives there, so I've stayed in Lewis, which was quite nice.
I like to be in staggering distance of the ground. Like I say, that might have to change.
Yeah. Lees is on 26 as Fletcher bowls. It's left alone. It's gone through to the keeper. Doug says, the dismissal highlights the Sheffield game. Victoria batsman was given out. Harper opening batsman given out. Obstruction 7. Doug the full Mackham. I thought he was going to describe that catch that wasn't the other day. Where did you see that one? End of the innings. The fielder ran off to take the catch. Caught it, but he was at full stretch.
Yes, I saw that.
And then dropped the ball. And he seemed to give the impression that it was not out because he was never in control of it. Everybody else walked off.
Yep.
That was never out.
Said as it was number 11, and
that number 11 could have gone on to get a massive score that day.
But did you see the Quinton de Kock run out?
When he pretended the ball was somewhere else. Yeah, that wasn't on either, was it?
Yes. I was all prepared when I saw that obviously Durham were coming to have a bit of a chat about Sean Dixon as well, as Hutton starts a new over. This is dropped on the leg side because of course he was the last man to be dismissed. Handled the ball.
Yeah.
But that's not a thing anymore.
No.
Is it that? Is it that and obstructing the field? No, it's just handled the ball.
No,
that's gone.
obstructing the field still there, isn't it?
Still there, yeah. And of course the bowler, when Sean Dixon was out, handled the ball.
I don't know, but you went on about this last year.
It's Ben Rain.
Was it?
It's Ben Rain, yeah. It's at Leicester. 53 for 2. Beddingham has 24. Leeds 26. Partnership of 48. Hutton bowls. Partnership now of 52 as this is majestically stroked down the ground for one of the shots of the morning. That really will have felt nice as it came off the bat of the former Plumtree top order stroke man. Partnership goes to at 50, as I say, 52 they've put on from 81 balls, and pretty much an even split. Beddingham 28 and Leeds 24. Nicely done by the pair of them. 57 for 2. A couple of ducks on the card already. Michael Jones and Scott Borthwick, both wickets falling to Jake Ball, but since then Notts have really struggled to create any opportunities. It's not just that the runs have started to flow nicely, it's not really created too much as Hutton bowls, and again nicely off the middle of the bat up to mid-on where Jake Ball does the fielding. Didn't think today was going to get off to well, today didn't get off to a good start, but they talk about things in threes, don't they? Before I left home this morning, I put on the coffee machine, which spat milk absolutely everywhere.
Coffee machine?
Yep.
What's wrong with a bit of Bird's Instant or whatever?
Well, I like a cup of tea, but the missus likes a nice cup of coffee. 57 for 2. As this one is past the outside edge. Beddingham withdrew the bat. There's an old saying, isn't there? There's no point crying over spilt milk. Well, I don't think Karen's heard of that one, so we had a.
So you had to clean it up as well.
Then, still wearing my slippers, I put one foot outside to go. We've got sort of a little back place where the outside fridge is, where we keep all the spare milk. Stepped out of the back door in my slippers, and I think is the BBC word. Is it okay to use the word poop? There'd been some bird poop. Proceeded to stand in that, so I had to clean my slippers. Thought this isn't going well. This comes over nicely from Hutton, and it's hit straight back to him by Beddingham. And then picking up my bags, I proceeded to knock a photo off the sideboard onto the ground. It didn't smash, fortunately. And I thought, well, that's your 3 things, and you've not even got in the car yet.
I thought you were going to say you had one welly on because you'd been told there was going to be a foot of snow.
No.
That was a Bobby. Do you remember Bobby Thompson?
No.
The Little Waster, famous North East comedian?
No.
No?
No. Never heard of him. 57 for 2. He's probably never heard of me. This has eased into the offside. Another Thompson. I've got some notes for Alex Thompson, who you've got on loan from Warwickshire. Didn't make the.
I don't think he was a comedian though.
The starting 11. It's the end of the over. 57 for 2 after 19, and even I can just about do the Rachel Rileys with that one. Durham ticking along at 3 and over.
Aidan says, I need 2 earpieces, one for the cricket and one for the cycling via the GCN app. Oh, and it had to be a duck for both, Ricky said. Well, yeah.
The what?
He might get 100 and then the second innings. Bernard says, good afternoon, gentlemen. It is great to have you back. And have I missed anything since the end of the 2019 cricket season? So Stephen Mullaney's going to come on and bowl a few of his little skiddy cutters.
Dibbly dobblers, as he describes them. Of course, it's the start of the Masters, a little later on, and also, of course, the old Premier League darts is going along nicely. Are you enjoying that?
Talking about sport.
Are you enjoying that?
We're talking about pub games. This week in cycling, it was the Shell de Prix yesterday in Holland, and it's the tour of the Basque Country this week as well. Some beautiful scenery the other day. I've never been to Barcelona. Have you been to Barcelona?
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
It's one of the places I've not been to. Right, Mullaney looking to break this partnership, coming in round the wicket to bowl to Lees, right arm over. It's a full toss to start with, and that's just played off towards Fletcher, wide of mid-on. He does a big turn as he collects it. I'm reminded of the Ever Giffen stuck in the Suez Canal there.
Stuart Dick says someone's doing well with an outside fridge, especially for milk.
In the window.
Not really, Stuart. It's just a back place, and we've got a spare fridge in there.
What is it in your? It was like the former coal bunker thing. What do you call those? Coal shed type thing. Well, I've been to your house.
Yeah.
Your house was a similar design to the house I grew up in. We had a coal.
Place,
we had a coal shed out the back, which a lot of people then,
got another
when you
fridge
didn't use coal anymore, turned it into a sort of pantry and put a fridge in there.
We just tend to have one carton of milk in the.
Beddingham to another full toss, and that's away for 4, straight back past Mullaney, who wipes his hand in the dust on the ground. Maybe it's a first day nerves, got a bit of greasy palm going on there, Dave.
Won the toss this morning, Stephen Mullaney, and would have been delighted when Durham were 5 for 2, but 1 or 2 questions just be passing through his mind, and he's not made the most positive starts to his bowling spell here.
62 for 2, and he comes again, and this is defended, played out towards the covers and collected by the Sunderland-born Liam Patterson-White.
Keith Swithers, lovely to hear you, or lovely to have you back. It'd be all right if I could read. Lovely to have you back. Great to know that you're well. Not seem a lot better balanced this year. Let's hope we can go on to produce some great performances and some wins.
Mullaney running in from the pavilion end, past the umpire. Beddingham plays at that one late. Looks as if he was going to try and turn that through the leg side, and it just came back at him a little bit.
Helen Adams says you do realise that Baby Willow is a Highland cow. I didn't. I know you. I didn't click on the link, and then I have done. There's a photo underneath. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. The Adams are farmers, of course.
I really can't see the pint in why they've named it Willow now. Then.
It's one of the Ewoks in Star Wars, wasn't it? Warwick Davis wasn't he Willow?
I don't know. It's a dot ball played back to the bowler by the batsman. 1 ball to go in this over. 62 for 2. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Newcastle. Chris Sharp says, hi Marty, happy new season. Your sound feed on YouTube is only on the left speaker. This is making it much easier to listen to you two,
Sort it,
along
Mike.
with the Yorkshire stream,
Sort it.
which
Mike.
is bizarrely only on the right. You're on both speakers on the BBC feed. Well, there you go. Last ball of the over, and it's a wide-ish half volley from Mulaney, but it's left alone by Beddingham, and it pops out the keeper's gloves. But that's the end of the over, 62 for 2. Nice to know you're listening, Chris, over in the York area. Is that coffee shop back open now, or?
I found my notes on Sean Dixon that I was going to bore you with. He was the most recent and last to be out-handled the ball.
Stokes did it once, didn't he?
The first was Charles Wright, Nottinghamshire captain, in 1893, Notts against Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
Ball lodged in his pad. Picked it out of the pad and threw it to W.G. Grace, who appealed, and he was given out.
That's not fair.
He doesn't sound a great man, W.G. Grace, doesn't he? Does he? I mean,
That's from your match notes at the time. You were at that game.
Charles Wright, other claim to fame is he was the first captain in county cricket to declare an innings closed. 62 for 2, as this is pushed into the offside. Yeah, don't get many Notts captains these days declaring innings closed, but he did it. He lost an eye. He shot himself in the eye, actually, Charles Wright.
Accidentally, I presume.
62 for 2, Lees 27, Beddingham 32, a partnership of 57. Papa Sis says, Dave, you're an idiot. He doesn't, but that's what he means. Papa Sis says, Warwick Davis played Wicket, the Ewok in Star Wars. He played Willow in Willow. Thank you very much. Not very good, really.
Phil Burrow's been on Twitter. He says, what I'd give to be sat there in the cold watching this with a woolly hat, snood, gloves and a coffee.
Yeah.
Or a nice hot chocolate.
It's quiz night tonight. I hope I get that. I hope that I get a question on Willow or Wicket. Quiz night. There's Brett Hutton running away from us onto the pads of Alex Lees, who just works it into the offside. His 28th run. 63 for 2.
Is this an online malarkey?
Yeah.
Would you normally be at a quiz night in a pub or something on a Wednesday? Or
Thursday.
No, it's Thursday.
No, it started up.
Thursday all day.
They've just done. Obviously the year anniversary of online pub quizzes, and this guy Jay Flynn used to run a pub and used to run pub quizzes, and then last year when it went into lockdown, he decided to put one out on the internet. For family and friends. Next one is pulled away on the leg side for 4. That was nothing short of a help yourself long hop from Brett Hutton, just trying to try something different out, and it sat up, and Beddingham absolutely tucked into it, pulling it away vigorously for 4. And
I don't know if
Beddingham's looking good. He's on 36, 67 for 2.
I think he's trying to go for a shortish bouncer there, but it just didn't really ping in, did it? It just sat up nicely.
Yeah, just sat up. But yeah, he started off the pub quiz really for family and friends, and we sort of heard about it, and we got involved from week 2, everybody telling us how good it was. And during the course of the year, he actually got in the Guinness Book of Records. There was one Saturday night where he had 180,000 people taking part. Next one's clipped away. 50 questions, and there's picture rounds and whatever.
How does he do that then?
Music. Lyrics. Is
it on Facebook or something? Or?
It's on the well-known streaming site from 8:15. Jay's virtual pub quiz tonight.
So it's like on YouTube then?
Yeah.
Right. So you all sit at home and just take part. He can't possibly mark 100.
Oh no! You mark your own. It's only a bit of fun.
You're marking your own homework, Dave, are you?
Essentially.
I bet you win every week, do you?
Yeah, I think 44, 45 out of 50 is the best we've done, but it's always words, music lyrics written down that we can't get. If I get the chance to hear an intro, I've got a fighting chance.
Yeah.
End of the over, 68 for 2. Couple more messages. Sarah Gosling, good day to you, Sarah. Amused by Dave's coffee disaster, I feel compelled to reshare mine, which accompanied a morning of England cricket listening earlier in the year. It led to trying out coffee and egg recipes, which was fun. And then there's some photos of stuff going absolutely everywhere. That's pretty much like my house this morning.
I remember
Sarah.
My mother-in-law a few years ago dishing out Sunday lunch, and one of the girls complaining that the gravy tasted funny, and she said, "Just eat it, you're always complaining." And when we looked, it was coffee. She'd mixed coffee in the jar, thinking it was Bisto or whatever.
That was like Fools and Horses, wasn't it? Where was it? Uncle Albert?
Maybe. In comes Mulaney to start a new over to Beddingham. A little yelp from the bowler. It looked quite comfortable from this point of view as Beddingham played it up towards mid-on.
I'm sure Uncle Albert made the coffee out of, or made the gravy out of coffee. Yeah. Brandon Cricket Club, is that up your neck of the
Durham.
woods? Absolutely wonderful to have Martin and Dave back on the wireless. Looking forward to another fantastic cricket summer. Go well, lads. Away, the lads. Brandon Cricket Club.
In comes Mulaney. That's driven back to him firmly, but he snatches it with both hands via the floor.
Away.
Brandon's west of Durham.
Right.
Up as you're heading out towards Weardale way.
Away the lads.
Durham play quite a few second team matches there.
Thankfully, we've not heard that rendition of
the Bladen Races
for a while in Notts Durham games lately.
Mulaney from the pavilion end. Beddingham forward to that one.
Sun's trying, isn't it?
Yeah.
It looks a lot brighter on the live stream than it actually is here at Trent Bridge. And you were right on the ball at the toss, although we weren't out there. We were sort of wondering, get on with it. And you felt the umpires had their light meters, and there was a little bit of a delay to the start of the toss, but we got underway on time.
Got there in the end. Halfway through the 22nd over, 68 for 2 Durham. Mulaney balls to Beddingham, and just seems to be cutting this ball a little bit here, and Beddingham not quite middling these at the moment. He's just asking one or two questions, the bowler, at the moment.
He's settled down a little bit, Mulaney, hasn't he? As you said, he started with 2 maidens. A couple of other people getting in touch we'll mention in a moment, but Tom Moore standing up to the stumps, and Mulaney only going back off his short run. He shuttles his way through the overs fairly quickly.
And he comes. Beddingham guides that one down behind backward point for 1 run.
That's Ben Compton doing the fielding there, on as a sub-fielder. He was in the 14, scored a century against Oxford University in the first of the Nottinghamshire warm-up games, but it was dismissed twice in a day by the Leicester bowlers last weekend, and you did wonder if Notts might go in a different direction than had seemed after the Oxford game, and that's where they've gone. Lyndon James really is the one that's come in at number 5.
Lee's on strike, the left-hander facing the right-armed Mulaney, who came round the wicket on him earlier but came over that time. That's the end of the over. 69 for 2, Lee's 28, Beddingham 38. Bernard says Bobby Thompson was a great local comedian who always wore his outfit with a small hand-rolled cigarette as part of his act. Long gone and sadly missed. But I'm sure Dave can find him on YouTube. Yeah, he's very... Back in the days when you had these acts on LP. Nan and Grandy used to listen to the LP all the time.
Luke Fletcher's coming back into the attack. I think we are going to get connected to BBC Radio Nottingham any second for a quick update for them. So we must be about 12:30, I think we are. Just those 2 early morning successes for Nottinghamshire really to enthuse Notts supporters. Jake Ball back in the side. He didn't play much cricket during the winter away with England, but he's got the nod for this one, and Jake Ball struck twice in the 5th over, dismissing Michael Jones and Scott Borthwick, both for naught at that stage. Durham, who'd been put into bat by Stephen Mulaney, were 5 for 2, but since then a fine fight back. Alex Lees, we know how good he is, former Yorkshire player, he's on 28. David Beddingham used to play his club cricket here for Plumtree up until 2019. He's on 38. This pair have added 64, and as the clouds part and the sun puts in an appearance for the first time today, Durham are 69 for 2.
Thank you, Dave. Nice reference of Plumtree there.
Fletcher started a new over. 1 or 2 more people.
Plumtree sounds like it should be in Worcestershire, really, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yes. Next one goes through to the keeper. Notts' first away game in a fortnight is Worcestershire. Play Warwickshire here next week. Cricketing Gal says you can find the live stream on YouTube, Trent Bridge. Didn't know who'd asked that question, but there you are. Colin Beckett was hoping for cricket, but got all our yesterdays again. Good to have the dynamic duo back on the mic. Wish we were there to enjoy it with you, and good to hear from you, Colin. Nice
Never missed a ball, Colin. Never missed a ball.
Next one is pushed down the ground just to the onside of straight, and there's going to be a bit of a chase on here, but it's a forlorn one for Jake Ball. Nice shot again from Beddingham, who moves on to 42. I have to say, it was my first sight of him, the Bob Willis Trophy game last year, and I don't know, he just almost looked overawed by the occasion. 2 low scores and didn't really show what he was capable of, and that wasn't a performance that sort of matched up with his career stats. And today I can see a little bit of what the fuss is about with David Beddingham. He looks a huge talent here. He's played really, really nicely. Some lovely shots. Fletcher to bowl to him again, and he defends this one. Graham Rowley, good afternoon. Braces from a sunny and surprisingly mild. Oh, and then there's an emoji that I can't read. Looking forward to Notts continuing the red ball form they found towards the latter end of last season. I don't know where you are, Graham. Steve Rowe, afternoon gents, sounding good as always. What are you doing about the afternoon teas this season? Have you brought your own pack up? As Fletcher bowls clipped away on the leg side, I have, and I don't know what the man from the northeast is doing. Single taken away on the leg side, 74 for 2. Back in a hotel, Marty. What's that experience like?
Yeah. Well, when I got there last night, there was one other couple heading off to the lift as I arrived. I know the team are there as well, but. You have to order your food and have it brought to your room, and then when you finish with your tray, there's nothing open in the hotel.
There's no communal breakfast or
nothing. No. So everything's delivered to the room, and you basically stay in your room. So
you can't get a cheeky something from the bar.
No. Bar's shut.
Fletcher, just reinforcing just altering the leg side field. He's bowled outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. End of the 23rd over. Sun continues to try its level best to break through. Durham 74 for 2.
I'm just trying to work out when I was last in a pub. We were in a pub beer garden at the end of October in Warwickshire on the canal, and about 2 days, thankfully we never went near anybody. It was lady delivered drinks to the table in the beer garden. Only about 2 days later, had a coronavirus test, and all 5 of us transpired we had it. So we didn't go into lockdown or anything in the northeast or tier 3 for about another week or 2 after that. So I know people in our area would have been in the pub at least in the first week or 2 of November, but I haven't been near a pub since the end of October. And just that factor of it's not everybody's cup of tea, but just a proper pint from a tap.
Exactly.
In a barrel.
Bubbles.
In a nice
You
glass.
don't get it a bottle of beer at home, do you?
No.
From the outside fridge.
No.
I know it makes me sound posh, but no, I'd always like to have a nice draft pint.
Yeah. Mullaney to continue, 74 for 2, and Beddingham defends. Keeper standing up again here, 2 slips in place. Backward point in Hamid.
It's next week, isn't it? Monday that beer gardens can do their thing.
Yeah,
I think
so now my local, the Harbour View, says it's going to open. It's got about 10 chairs around one side of the building.
That'll do.
So there's going to be quite a clamour for those chairs. So Mullaney comes in again and bowls. That's cut hard by Beddingham. Nice shot. That takes him to 47 as he cracks that off the back foot through the covers and away for 4 runs. There's 1 or 2 pubs around our way you just aren't going to bother until they can actually open again properly, which I think is May's the 17th, isn't it? So
something like that.
We're down in Chelmsford next week. I've never covered a game at Chelmsford before. It's the only ground that I haven't done a game at, of the main ground, so there will be outdoor drinking there, I suppose, next week.
Outlaw Chris says, hey Dave, I'm just reaffirming what Rachel said earlier. It just seems right somehow that the first comms of the season are you two, are you pair. You're like an old married couple.
In comes the bowler. This is flicked off the hips by Beddingham for 1 towards the square leg boundary. Like the two right? Mortimer and Wise, wasn't it? They did the scene in bed. Police car
Dear, oh
goes
dear.
past the window. He'll never sell any ice creams going at that speed.
The thing is, Chris, Martin just appreciates good cricket and good cricket chat, and he loves nothing more than talking about that Alex Hales catch up at Durham.
Oh, here we go. 79 for 2. This is defended by Lees on the off stump, short extra cover. And the fielding in there is Lyndon James. Problem is with Dave when he gets to his age, he just gets very repetitive.
Stuart Dick gets the award for worst pun of the morning. Is Beddingham bedding in for the day?
I think Stuart's bored. 79 for 2. In comes Mullaney. Oh, left by Lees. Now that one popped a little bit and it bounces out of Tom Moore's gloves. Somebody was asking about the format this year. It is the county championship. These games are county championship matches. So you're in a group of 6 teams. You play each other twice. So at the end of the 10 games, there's then a split. The top 2 go into Division 1, middle 2, Division 2, bottom 2, Division 3. And you play another 4 matches in that tier. There's Mullaney bowls again. Bat and pad. Big shouts, but certainly not a bat in that first, I think. End of the over. So Lees is on 28. Beddingham is on 48. And Lees has faced 66, Beddingham 62. There's a big plane coming into land at East Midlands. What happens in the next tier, wherever you end up playing, you play 4 matches. So you don't play the team who you were with in your original group, and you take your points with you, and then they divvy it up, and that's how they work out the eventual finishing positions in the county championship. But then the top 2 in Division 1 will then play for a Bob Willis trophy at Lords again, like they did last year.
Yes, and if you can follow all of that, just concentrate on the fact that play the other 5 teams in your group home and away, and then they'll have a bit of a reshuffle. There's Fletcher. Didn't play last year any of the red ball matches. Came back for a T20 game, dot ball to start the over. T20 game against Yorkshire, and got a 5 for including Joe Root, and I know how much he enjoyed that. April the 8th today, the 98th day of the year. And I'm trying to think of a famous cricketing 98, a Nottinghamshire famous 98.
Think of a 92.
The only famous 98 I can think off the top of my head is Harold Larwood, 98 as a night watchman for England. It was his last test innings, of course, in the SCG back in the 32-33 Bodyline series as Beddingham blocks. So do our homework for us. Tomorrow is 99, or the 99th day of 2021, the 9th of April, 99th day of the year. Any famous 99s that you wanted to mention tomorrow? Save us looking up. Can't remember off the top of my head many famous. Alex Tude at 99. Oh, we'll go there tomorrow. We'll have a look at them tomorrow as this goes through
Hales
to the keeper. 79 for 2
in a T20.
It was
International.
indeed, yeah. Save it till tomorrow, but any famous 99s?
That plane is a Kalita Air cargo plane coming in from Leipzig. Leipzig-Halle Airport to East Midlands. There you are. 92. While tripping over your own bat and falling onto the pitch at Chesley Street. The man with the ball in his hand at the moment.
That was a sad moment, Luke Fletcher. 2017 up at Durham as Fletcher bowls and Beddingham drives up to Mullaney at mid-off, no run.
That is the closest I think I've ever seen you to tears, to be honest. Other than when it's your round.
Yeah.
As a night watchman as well, wasn't he?
He's a night watchman, and the thing with that is he'd done all the hard work because Durham had just decided that it was about the 76th over of the innings, and they were just basically trying to get up to take the second new ball. If you remember, Ryan Pringle had come on in previous over, and Fletcher had taken 4 boundaries. This goes through to the keeper, and then Paul Collingwood, who hadn't bowled for weeks if not months, he turned his arm over and there was a bit of a shall we shan't we, and Fletcher slipped over and Keaton Jennings ran him out.
He slipped, and then as he tried to head back towards his end, he tripped over his own cricket bat, and it took him an age to go down. It's one of those videos where somebody in a forklift truck clips one shelf in a warehouse and you know what's going to happen. It takes an age for it to unfold in front of you.
Went down in instalments, as they say, as Fletcher bowls again. Beddingham drives, and if this beats Mullaney, oh, it won't. Great stop from the Notts skipper. That would have been a nice moment for David Beddingham if he'd managed just to get it past Stephen Mullaney, because it was certainly going to bring him the boundary that would have taken him to a half century, but Mullaney putting the full length dive in, really good stop, and it's 79 for 2. Graham Rowley says, sorry Dave, that emoji was an island which was supposed to represent the Isle of Wight. Oh, of course, yeah. I know you enjoyed your visit there a couple of years ago, did very much indeed, yes.
Bedingham has 709 50s. Last year he got 96 against Leicestershire and 77 against Yorkshire. Can also play as a wicket-keeper, born in George in Cape Province, former South African under-19, Western Province. This is his 38th first-class game, but Lees at the moment is on strike and plays that one back from Mullaney, who seems to have a bit of sort of floppy hair going on there. Hugh Grant 1990s styley, perhaps.
Tom Moores has gone back this over. He's been standing up to the stumps for
There's a couple popped out his gloves.
Stephen Mullaney, yeah.
My wife cut my hair the other day and I thought she did a cracking job. She watched a couple of little videos about how to blend it in. And Mullaney in again, bowls. That's left alone through to the keeper. I know your beloved's is a trade. It's a career, isn't it?
Yeah,
got her own hair salon, or did have. Or does the doors, I used to. What time is it now? 1:45. Lunch at 1. Mullaney to Lees on 28. Lees defends. If you missed the early action, Lees opened with Michael Jones. Jones went for a 12th ball duck in the 5th over, edging Jake Ball to Hasib Hamid at third slip. It bounced out of his hands and he chased after it, went a long way and ended up catching it in front of first slip at full stretch. And then Scott Borthwick got a perler. It was a Yorker LBW 4th ball. He went for a duck as well in the same over. Mullaney to Lees. Lees forward to this one and plays it up towards short extra cover, and it's fielded there by Lyndon James. What I've noticed here is, because the keeper's now standing back, it's allowing Lees to bat outside of his crease again, whereas he was pinned in a little bit earlier on. So he's got a little bit more freedom around the crease now. He's batting about, I don't know, 7 or 8 inches out of it maybe. Mullaney in again, and that's turned towards mid-wicket, and it's a firm stop there by Patterson White. He's going hard along the floor. Lees has faced 71 balls, and will surely have a mind now on seeing this through to lunch. I think after getting 2 wickets in 1 over, Durham 5 for 2 after 4.5 overs. Notts would have been hoping for a lot more with the ball than what has transpired, as Lees defends that one. And that is the end of the over. I think you certainly would be thinking at least 3 or 4 by lunch, wouldn't you, after a start like that? But a good fight back from these two. Things have settled down. We do see it regularly every year. There's early wickets fall, nerves and whatever else.
We did have a game, it must be 7-8 years ago now, where the first game of the season round about this time was Notts versus Worcestershire, and both sides were bowled out on the first day. It became pretty much a one innings match after day one. Quite extraordinary, 20 wickets.
He was a South African that Durham had 2 or 3 years ago. He was the first player to get a duck twice on the first day of his county championship career.
Crikey. Here's Fletcher. Not desperate to break this partnership, and if they can do it before lunch, better it will serve them. A bit of a muted LBW appeal there. There's certainly an inside edge from Bedingham. Andy Dixon just wondering about why Notts had signed an overseas bowler this year. Chappell, Trigo, Broad, Barber, Petman, Evison, etc., etc. Seems like an odd one. I think they're going to need the numbers spread across the 3 different competitions, and Patterson, a recent South African test bowler who's decided to switch to England. It was a talent that they felt that they could invest in and would be well worth bringing across, as the next ball is pushed up to Mullaney at mid-off, no run, 79 for 2. It's clear we obviously haven't seen anything of him yet, but his pedigree suggests that he should really go well in English conditions. He's a very experienced player in his, well, he was 32 last week, wasn't he, in his early 30s. obviously the jury will be out until we can see how he goes in a match situation, but he's not had any cricket for 12 months, and that's really why they've not included him in the 11 for this one, as Beddingham remains on 48, clipping to mid-wicket.
Aidan Markram in 2018 became the first player to get 2 ducks on his first day in a county championship career, went 8th ball and 3rd ball against Kent, who had the New Zealand fast bowler, took all the wickets that year.
Milnes? No, yeah, it might have been Adam Milnes, was it?
That's not ringing a bell.
79 for 2 was Fletcher. Bowls again to Beddingham. Feels well off his own bowling and shies at the stumps, making Beddingham scuttle back. Wasn't most accurate of throws, but Ian Gunnar-Gould just having a word with Luke Fletcher about perhaps running on the wicket as he threw the ball, and they acknowledge each other. Ben Potts says, happy new season, lads. Great to have the championship back in full swing, hoping for a better season for Durham this year. Heaps of runs for the skipper, now his duck's out of the way. Famous 99s, Atherton's slip has to be up there.
Matt Henry was the bowler.
That's right, 79 for 2. Fletcher in again. Decent over this from Luke. He went for a couple of boundaries when he was bowling from the other end. He's been much tidier from this end.
Run? 1, 2, 4 overs ago.
79 for 2. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Newcastle, and if you've just stumbled across us via the BBC Sport website or app, you can watch pictures via the live stream on the club's website. 79 for 2 as Luke Fletcher past Ben Debenham, the umpire, who I beg your pardon, Ian Gunnar-Gould at this end, who gets out of the way, and the ball is played up to mid-on, and there's no run as we get a couple of gifts popped in at the back of the box. We'll have a chat about that afterwards. 79 for 2 after 27 overs, and we've got about 10 minutes to go until the luncheon break. 4 bowlers used by Notts so far. They began with Jake Ball and Brett Hutton, and we had a little bit of Luke Fletcher, who's come back for a second spell, and now Stephen Mullaney. So no Lyndon James as yet, and no Liam Patterson-White. Here's Mullaney.
Lee's on strike on 28, and there's the first run for, I think, nearly 5 overs. Single, just off towards the covers.
Notts vice captain Asib Hamid doing the fielding, talking of famous 99s. He's got 99 on the back of his shirt. There, Tom Moores just popped his cap off for a minute to put the helmet on, and we saw the shock of golden blonde hair. It's going up to the stumps. So Beddingham is on 48.
In comes the bowler. He drives, it's gone out to the covers and is stopped. No run again as Liam Patterson-White collects that one.
I think Patterson-White's listed at number 8 in the batting order, so a little bit of depth there. We're told they will go Lyndon James 5, Mullaney 6, Moores 7 and Patterson-White 8. Has had a first-class 50 from his brief number of appearances in 2019.
The bowler again, and played away for 4 through mid-wicket, and there we are. We have a 50 for David Beddingham. If you take away his 7 centuries in first-class cricket, that's the 10th time he's got to 250, and it's come in 76 balls and 11 fours. 91
minutes at the crease. Played very, very nicely indeed. No, nothing obvious from Beddingham in regards to a chance, or even a half chance as far as we're concerned. It's that many a mile away in truth, but looks to have been almost completely flawless innings so far.
This is defended and just trickles up towards mid-on. He got 2 last year in that brief first-class competition where the sides played 5 games. Durham lost the first 2 and then weather-affected draws in the remaining 3. Similar scenario for Notts as well, although I remember going out in the kayak one afternoon when Notts were chasing down a low total to beat Yorkshire. In comes Millennium Bowls. That one's into the keeper's hands as Lees leaves it. And that was a nice hot afternoon. You remember that one, Dave? I went for a paddle up the river, and when I came back it had all gone peak tongue here and Yorkshire had won. And then there was that Derbyshire run chase as well, was it?
Yes, we had 2 very different 4th days in consecutive weeks, start of last summer.
84 for 2, a cut from Lees down for 4. There's no third man, and there's a massive gap between first slip and backward point, and that has probably dinted the ball, given the thud that made as it hit the advertising.
Yeah, it's
warning.
Beddingham, not Lees, and I was just saying he had a virtually flawless innings. There was the one that he flashed that went over the top of the slips, wasn't there? That was a slightly false shot, as was that one. 88 for 2. Katie, one of my favourite 98s, Australian 98 all out before tea, Boxing Day 2010.
Katie brought us a lovely box of cakes to Lord's. When was that? Ahead of the 2014 One Day Cup final. Some of these matches, you know, they feel like they were only yesterday, and now we're in 2021, and you think, actually, that's 7 years ago.
Yeah.
Getting old, Dave, getting old. Lots of emails we haven't had the chance to even read out yet. Apologies for that.
There's Luke Fletcher from our end of the ground, the Radcliffe Road end, and Lees just strokes this through the offside. Joe Clark's in hot pursuit. I think the ball will win. It will indeed. Very, very nice shot indeed. 4 runs to Alex Lees, and the partnership now moves on to 87, 92 for 2. Lees is on 33, Beddingham on 56. The Notts bowlers really just struggling to maintain an element of control here at the moment. Liam Patterson-White's taken his cap and sweater off and left them on the boundary edge, and it would appear as if he might just get the token spinners over before lunch in a moment. There's Fletcher in, bowling wide of the off stump. Anthony says, famous 98s. Has anyone mentioned Ashton Agar's 98 here at Trent Bridge? Caught by Graham Swan, I think.
Yes, that was a good knock.
The number 11 getting 98. Thanks for that, Anthony.
He was only 12 at the time or something, wasn't he?
What, when the partnership started?
He was quite young when he got there.
Oh, Ashton Agar, young player. 92 for 2. Fletcher in to bowl, and Lees defends. Where are we? 5 to 1-ish. So 3 balls left in this over, and then guess they'll spend a moment or two setting the field for the spinner. So probably one more over after this one, but it certainly appears as if Liam Patterson-White's going to have an over. He's turning his arm over quite vigorously. Nice to see the spinner in action. Fletcher to Lees, who's on 33. Decent leave there from Alex Lees as it goes through into the gloves of Tom Moore. So lunch up and coming, and then we'll be, all being well, back on air for the resumption at 20 to 1.
Elizabeth Cruikshank says, good morning, enjoying the much enhanced live streaming. Home working has its advantages from a very cold and windy Hamilton in Scotland. That's just south of Glasgow on the motorway. See the race course there, it's a big fun fair as well.
There's Fletcher bowling. Ooh, that was a decent line.
A Durham member for almost 20 years. Due to work commitments, I'd never managed to attend a members' forum, but despite the restrictions caused by COVID-19, the virtual world we are now living in allowed me to do so. Yeah, held a night with some of the players and directors and coaches a few weeks ago with the members' forum. I think that's about the 3rd or 4th we've done in lockdown.
92 for 2. Final ball of this Fletcher over, and that's a very, very good delivery. Alex Lees emerges unscathed. End of Luke Fletcher's 9th over. None for 31 his figures. Not been a morning that he'll overly look back on, I guess. they'll be looking to go again this afternoon. Stuart Foster, yeah, not 99 but 199. Jason Gallion twice in the 2005 season. Indeed, Stuart wasn't one down at Kent in that championship winning match as well back in 2005. 92 for 2. We're going to have the
obligatory
spinner. So if you want to get in touch during the lunch interval, we'll be happy to give you a shout out as best we can at Brace Cricket, at Marty Cricket, or the email address which Martin will kindly operate.
weircricket@yahoo.co.uk. There's quite a lot of your emails we haven't got to yet, so apologies for that. We'll try and get around them this afternoon.
Weir, W-E-A-R, cricket@yahoo.co.uk.
Yeah.
And we've got to wait whilst a Seabermead just, the old pet hate this is, whilst he pops the pads on and the helmet and all the other gubbins. And as Martin pointed out, there's an awful lot of that dark black hair now to stuff into the helmet. He really has got quite a magnificent mane.
I wonder if there's a particular reason why he's growing it. Right, here we go then. Round the wicket, left arm round Liam Patterson-White. That's played away safely by Beddingham up towards the mid-on area. So he was born in Sunderland but moved down here quite youngish. I don't think he ever played any club cricket junior level in the North East at all. Comes round the wicket again and bowls. That's gone down the leg side.
In a world of uncertainty, there's satisfaction in something as simple as giving an over to the spinner before lunch, says Rob.
Yeah. Third ball of it. He bowls and defended by Beddingham. Played back to him, goes right along the middle of the strip. Yeah, Rob Keogh's bowling an obligatory over of another match. I just read on Twitter. So here he comes again and bowls. That's defended by Beddingham. From our view on the third floor, difficult to see that had too many surprises in it, but see what it looks like on the monitor. A couple of deliveries behind where we are. There's 2 balls left now.
I think it's round about 1 o'clock, isn't it?
Yeah. He bowls again, defended by Beddingham. It's actually difficult to see the ball at all on this. It's too light, isn't it? Last ball. Around the wicket he comes and bowls. Beddingham drives and it will go up towards wide mid-on. He gets a single. And that... Is that or is it not? No, they're going to... What's the time? They're going to squeeze another over in. Are they, Luke Fletcher here?
I wouldn't have thought so, surely.
He's taking his top
Yeah,
off.
no,
And my clock says 1 o'clock.
Yep.
Oh, the umpires are going to allow it, I think.
Oh.
Well, maybe we had that little slight delay, didn't we? But they did start in time, though, didn't they?
I thought so.
Yeah, they did start in time. It was the toss was about 5 minutes late, but well, they're going to squeeze another one in. So that will take them to 31 overs. Durham at the minute 93 for 2.
So one last chance for Nottinghamshire and Luke Fletcher just to try and break this partnership before the interval. 88 they've added. Beddingham and Lees came together around about 11:15. Here's Fletcher in and Beddingham solidly behind this one. 93 for 2. So 31 overs isn't too shabby at all from Nottinghamshire at the start of the day. We do get a number of overs from Liam Patterson-White during the afternoon. Should just about keep them on course. Pretty decent over 8 considering, like I say, every 6 overs the players have a little break to go away and sanitise their hands. It's Fletcher in again, past umpire Gunnar Gould. Not read his autobiography yet, brought one out last year. Many tales of his years in the game. Luke Fletcher just being asked just to make sure he doesn't run on the wicket. Dot ball, the previous delivery. Maybe that unless he offers anything short and wide, David Beddingham might just be content just to guard his wicket until lunch and then start again. 93 for 2. Fletcher is in and bowls, and this is pushed up to Jake Ball at mid-on. 6 overs start of the day for Jake Ball, bringing those 2 wickets. Michael Jones edging to slip and Scott Borthwick trapped LBW, a delivery that was right up there in the block hole.
It was a corker, wasn't it?
Very much so, yeah. 93 for 2. Fletcher halfway through this over, bowls to Beddingham, and he's nicked it, I think, and he's gone! Fletcher gets the wicket. And just before lunch, Notts make the breakthrough, 93 for 3. And the value there of just rushing round and imploring the umpires just to get one extra over in has proved hugely beneficial, because David Beddingham has nicked through to Tom Moores off the bowling of Luke Fletcher, and he's gone for 57, and the interval will be taken with Durham 93 for 3 and Notts getting their first bonus point of the campaign. That was a partnership of 88 broken by Fletcher. Beddingham, 102 minutes he batted, 89 balls faced, and faced 12 fours. Here's a radio update. And the players are just leaving the field, and it's the Nottinghamshire players who are leaving just with a little bit of a swagger, because the final ball of the session, they rush round to get an extra over in. Luke Fletcher bowled it, and he's dismissed David Beddingham for 57. Beddingham and Alex Lees had had 88 together for the third wicket, but Luke Fletcher has got Beddingham out, caught behind for 57. Notts made a fine start. Jake Ball on his return to the side, 2 wickets early on as Durham were 5 for 2, and at lunch the visitors go in on 93 for 3.
Pete, thanks for joining us today. First day of the County Championship season, and well, we're the day before it starts. -1 temperatures we're training in at the moment. Key question, have you got your thermals and hand warmers ready?
Listen, I'm already in. I've already got me. Look, I'm double layered already here. It is, yeah, it's freezing. I mean, I can't remember too many times getting into my car this morning and it was all frosted up. So, but it's exciting because the sun's shining as well, which is good. So it does warm up, and it's not raining. So I think generally everybody's happy.
So let's touch on winter training. Obviously, still in a pandemic, still in the middle of a lockdown. How do you approach that as individuals? And obviously then you need them to pull together as a squad, a team, and make that switch at some point, presumably.
Yeah, the basic way we did it, and every time something came along, we tried to see how we could spin it in some ways to make it feel like a positive for us. So the first one really was we could only train individually, so there was a great chance to work on skills, which we did, and really identify some areas that lads wanted to get better. And then slowly but surely we've been able to have a bowler versus a batter, and then groups of 4, and then it's built up again, and with the 10 outside then in the end of Feb and March. And now we're back into stage 3, I think it's called, where you can actually get into match mode. So it's built over time. I think lads still miss the chance to go and have a coffee together and socialise outside of the ground and do certain things, you know, team meetings, you've probably got masks on and that sort of thing. So it's part of it, but everybody's getting used to it, and everybody's excited about playing. So I think realistically we're all great.
So the County Championship is back. Slightly tweaked format this year. Those group stages, 3 groups. How do you rate the group we're in?
Well, the opposition or us, I think I think all the groups have been pretty evenly split. We've got the county champions in it, in Essex, so they're obviously one of the favourites in that group. We've got quite a nice mix, I think. Some local opposition, which I think the fans will like. You know, we played Derby and whatever. People like Warwickshire, we've always had good scraps with, and Worcester. So it's a nice balance, I think, each of those groups. There'll be some good games. Playing every home and away, it's completely even. And I think it should be a fair reflection when we split again into the final conferences, you know, 2/3 way through the season.
Quietly optimistic?
Yeah, I am actually. I mean, if you weren't excited this time of year, there's no point in being a coach, really. But we've worked really hard. I think, you know, I could take it back a couple of years. The toughest season we had was 19. From then, I think there was a bit of a mood change into how we went about it. And I think last year in Red Bull cricket, we played much more consistently. And we didn't get over the line. That was really hard. And so that's kept a real burn, I think, in everybody's belly to do the work again. We're excited about playing the practice games. We wouldn't have played our best cricket, but in some ways everybody's had enough practice now and they're ready to go, and we're really excited about playing Durham tomorrow.
So yeah, let's move on to the squad and team for this year then. It would be really easy to sort of segment them out into the really predictable groups like the seniors, such as Stuart Broad, Luke Fletcher, Jake Ball. Those that have had a couple of seasons to bed in with us, like Ben Duckett, Joe Clark, and then obviously the new guys coming through, such as Joey Everson, Lyndon James, Liam Patterson-White. They are just one team at the end of the day, and the expectation is equal on all of them, I'm presuming.
Yeah, it is. I mean, in some ways, I don't like to use terms like emerging players, developing teams. We're a team. We come at everybody brings something different. So, you know, the experience and respect someone like a Stuart Broad has from what he's achieved in the game, quite rightly so. He commands a lot of respect in that dressing room, and when he speaks, you do well to listen, I think. But also, we get stuff from our younger players. You know, there's a freshness, you know, about them actually, and how they go about it. You know, the bravery of youth. They want to go out there and they want to go and take on the world, which is something we'd never like to. They would never want to change. So the mix of both is really important. I think now we're starting to get what I would say lads that have come to the club and lads that are coming through a bit more experience into them, so they're settling. And 4-day cricket is about consistency. He's been able to do it, you know, hour after hour, day after day, over the course of a long season, and that's why it holds so much credibility as a cricketer, really, because it is a tough test of your character and of your ability to play.
So we start our campaign against Durham. We ended our red ball campaign against them last year. So what are we expecting from the 4 days?
Well, last year we got a really good game against them, played really well, and we didn't quite get over the line because it rained. And I hope we can get ourselves in the same position this year. There'll be tough opposition. That, like every team you play at the start of the season, everybody's excited. It'll be how skillful you play. Everybody's going to be up for that contest. I think the key for me is that the first couple of days in the game, often they sort of set the tone of it, and then you hope your quality, effort, work will get you to a point at some point when you get an opportunity to win it. One of the challenges we've got, I think, is taking that opportunity. We had 2 or 3 opportunities last year and didn't take them. I think this year hopefully we will.
So you know how I like my 3-word game there, Pete. So give me 3 words that sum up the approach to this season.
Oh, good question. 3 words to describe our approach. There's passion, I think, in that group of players to prove a point. So 3 words. I'm going to go for, committed, honest, and skill.
Okay. I might ask you that mid-season and end-season and see if they change.
Yeah, I mean, the words are the interesting bit. The key really is the actions. And we all talk words, but really it's what comes out on the pitch is the main thing.
Exactly. So yesterday we were in a full squad meeting, pre-season, galvanising everybody together. You happened to drop a little factoid about the fact that it is your 40th year being involved in cricket per se. Quite a milestone. How do you keep coming back every year? What is it within you that makes you want to come back every year?
I love the game. I mean, there's no doubt I absolutely love the game, and I've been lucky enough to be in it for a long time. And you have your ups and downs in the game, of course you do, as a player and as a coach. And the way I look at it always, I think there was somewhere along the line I'd had a tough time with something, and I remember sitting there thinking, well, the game doesn't owe me anything, really. It's been good to me all the way through, so I just count myself lucky to still be in it. And you know, I go back all the way to school, really. When I first started playing at school, I loved the game, and I think I give a lot of credit then to the people you're around. You know, some of the school teachers, some of the coaches you had, or there were different sort of coaches then. But their enthusiasm for the game passed into me. I loved it, and I've been lucky to be in it all the way through.
And hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge for the start of the afternoon session. Our two umpires, Ben Debenham and Ian Gould, just striding on to the outfield, and they'll shortly be followed by the players. In fact, here come the Durham batsmen. Alex Lees and Jack Burnham will be his new partner, because remember, Notts struck in the final over of the morning session, probably a minute or two after 1 o'clock actually, that David Beddingham was dismissed. Real blow for him and for Durham, because he was going along so nicely on 57. Played the innings of the morning. He was out, faced 89 balls and hit 12 fours. And he was involved in a partnership of 88 with Alex Lees, who's 33 not out. Stephen Mullaney's Nottinghamshire side are following on close behind. And we are 4/6 of a way through a Luke Fletcher over, so there'll be a couple of deliveries. The new man is the right-handed Jack Burnham. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, Martin Emerson from BBC Newcastle alongside me, and we're a third of the way through the opening day of the new season. We'll give you a roundup of what's happened elsewhere in a wee while, but let's focus on Luke Fletcher, because he already has ball in hand. Welcome back to those of you following on the live stream through either of the club's websites or the ECB website. Glad to have you with us on what's been a fairly chilly April morning, early season morning of course, but thankfully it's dry and it's expected to remain dry. So we are going to be underway in the next second or two. This is the 31st over. Luke Fletcher bowling to Jack Burnham, the new man. There are 4 slips in place, and Fletcher bowls, and Burnham, well, he might have had an anxious lunch interval, knowing that he was going to be facing the first ball of the session, but a lot of those butterflies will have dissipated after that lovely forward defensive push. Straight back up towards Stephen Mullaney at mid-off, the Notts captain. 93 for 3 is Fletcher to conclude his 10th over, a successful one. It does go through to the wicket keeper, so 93 for 3 it remains, and it will be Alex Lees on strike. Just quickly then, the lunch scores from elsewhere. Essex 74 for 2 against Worcestershire, and Derbyshire 60 for 4 against Warwickshire. They are the other two teams in Group 1, the same group as Notts and Derbyshire. And Surrey had 91 for 3 at Bristol against Gloucestershire. Hampshire 109 for 2 against Leicestershire. Middlesex 99 for 2 against Somerset. Sussex 72 for 4 at Old Trafford against Lancashire. Kent 65 for 3 at Northampton, and Glamorgan 79 for 3 at Headingley against Yorkshire. One of those days where all 18 counties are involved. Indeed, the way the county system has been set up this year, I think all the red ball sides are going to be in action at the same time. There's Brett Hutton starting the second over of the morning, bowling to Alex Lees, who's on 33.
What's that phrase about in sport? Those are the, should that over have started before lunch? It did. You would say that's cycling if something horrible, something unfortunate happens in cycling. That's bike racing, the phrase. Here's the bowler again, right arm round, turned away by Lees for 1 towards square leg. What's the phrase I'm thinking of?
I've no idea. Well, they're the breaks, aren't
they? The breaks,
yeah. I mean, there's a single taken there, 94 for 3. We all know cricketers, and even more importantly, cricket umpires love to get away for their lunch and their tea on time. So whichever clock they're going by, it's normally the one above our head, which we can't see. Clearly hadn't ticked right on till 1 o'clock, and it certainly didn't seem as if anybody at the end of the Liam Patterson White over was planning on dashing off for lunch. They all just moved round into their positions, so clearly everybody on the field was well aware that they were going to have one more over, but David Beddingham unable to stay there and see himself through it.
Hutton right arm over to Burnham. Burnham forward and defends that one. Yeah, well, it's one of the issues being raised on correspondence.
Well, yeah, that's one thing he did promise our listeners, that we might just catch up with one or two emails, Martin. So if there are people that we haven't mentioned, it'd be good for them to get a shout out, or we'll try and answer any queries they've got.
Hutton once more comes in and bowls. And Burnham again defends up on his toes this time. Sun's shining, but it's a cool, breezy day, and we've had quite a lot of high cloud with a bit of a grey tinge to it, coming in from the west, so crossing us really from right to left. As he puts his hands in the
west
air.
to east.
Yeah, west to east, yeah. So we are facing slightly southeast here, south-southeast. Hutton once more comes in and bowls, and that's driven nicely by Burnham, and that's gone for 4 through the covers, and that's him off the mark, right out the middle of the bat there.
Lovely shot. 98 for 3. Just toying with one or two sums during the luncheon interval. Average age of this Notts side, 26.8 years. Durham slightly older, 27.6. And Durham also, in terms of first class experience, almost 100 more collectively. 808 first class appearances by this Durham 11, 718 by Nottinghamshire.
Last ball of the over. Hutton comes in and bowls to Burnham. He leaves that one. 3 slips in place there as it shoots through to the keeper. Right, let's catch up on the emails from this morning. And apologies, there was lots to talk about, catching up on old times and whatnot, and great to see so much correspondence. John Shaw emailed, "Morning fellas, watching the live stream here in Brisbane. Keep up the good work. Good to see Big Fletch still pounding in. Had some good battles with him back in my Notts Premier League days," says John Shaw. Stuart Manger says, "Hooray, glad you're back and playing at Trent Bridge as well. Here in South Cumbria it is swashing it down with rain, and wow, is it cold in that rain." He's in Sedbergh. Elsewhere, James Humark. Hello James, he says, "Hey Martin, Happy New Year, and more importantly new season. Can I just say the video coverage so far has been fantastic, so kudos to those involved. Having spent summer/winter 2019 playing in Melbourne, I've missed watching at Chester Street and can't wait to get back as soon as we can. Regards, James Humark, son of Jeff Humark, who played for Bolden."
It's going to be Jake Ball to get things underway from the Radcliffe Road end. 6 overs, 2 for 10 at the start of the day. He's bowling to Alex Lees, and Lees' first ball since lunch is just guided down to the short third man. They take a single, 99 for 3. Notts Director of Cricket Mick Newell just doing a lap of the ground away to our right. He's
seems
well
greyer than
up.
I remember him.
Got a big top coat on.
His hair was a bit darker than that. Your 60th, wasn't it? Mind you, that was quite a long time ago.
I should be careful what you say. He's got the earpiece in. Might not be listening to us, but he may well be. 99 for 3.
Somebody else who looks like they're ready for the Barbers as well. When do they open? Monday, is it? Monday?
I don't know. Here's ball. Past umpire Gould. Wide of the off stump through to the keeper.
We were talking about Lance Gibbs playing for Whitburn this morning, and this is a memory that I have of certainly the 80s in the Durham Senior League, and probably the similar situation in the Nottinghamshire Leagues. All the ex-pros, or the professional players coming over from the West Indies and around the world, Pakistan, New Zealand, Australia, playing here in our summer, and then the testimonial matches, the benefit matches at the end of the year, where all the pros would visit the different grounds. Cracking day out. It's really memorable days.
Jake Ball in once more. This is edge. One bounce to third slip. Asiba Mead goes down on his knees to stop it, and it is a clean stop as well. There was no protection behind him had it gone through, but it's a decent fielder in that position, Hamid. took the catch this morning to get rid of Michael Jones. It did bobble out initially, but he reacted quickly enough to get it at the second attempt.
Brian Botcherby says, I used to go to Whitburn in the 60s to watch landscapes play at Whitburn with my parents and a friend. We were about 11 years old. Now almost 70 years old, he says.
Ball again. Shirt outside his cricket flannels. This one directed at the stumps with pace and defended by Burnham.
The highlight was an annual benefit match when Gibbs invited his West Indian teammates to play. Wonderful entertainment with Wes Hall, Charlie Griffiths, Rowan Canai, Conrad Hunt, Jerry Sobers et al. Two great memories, seeing Seymour Nurse hit Wes Hall over his head and over the high trees for a huge six. We were sat watching from behind the bowler's arm, and my friend Rob and I had to help Wes Hall move a bench to allow him to run onto the pitch to start his run up from the boundary.
Yes, the Reverend Sir Wes now, of course. Great man, Wes Hall. Next ball down the leg side. It's tickled away fine. That'll be a boundary for Burnham. His second boundary. It's one of the few times, really, that Jake Ball's got his line wrong in this innings. That's the Durham total into 3 figures. 103 for 3. Burnham on to 8.
What over are we in the 33rd?
We are indeed. Rach says the stream has been fantastic. Just doesn't feel right watching the first day of the season in a normal amount of layers without gloves or hand warmers and not constantly hogging a brew. Fingers crossed for the opportunity for mild hypothermia soon. I think it's as it stands penciled in for around about the 20th of May, isn't it, when county cricket can welcome spectators. Let's hope that does come to fruition as Ball bowls and it's defended. End of the 33rd over, 103 for 3. Ball 7 overs, 2 for 15.
Brian says, fast forward to a couple of years ago, and Rob and myself met Sir Wes in Barbados and enjoyed a drink with him while on tour with Mike Harfield of Not Dark Yet book fame. 11. Marvellous memories of our childhood. Thanks for the great commentary to accompany the streamed match at Trent Bridge. I now live in Collingham near Newark, but remain a Durham supporter in my heart. We have links to Collingham, because John O's lives there, doesn't he?
He does, yeah, Paul Johnson.
Paul Johnson lives there, and I have relatives who live there as well. And Paul and Adele used to run a hotel in the Isle of Arran, and then when we retired they moved to Collingham. Here's Hutton coming round the wicket to bowl to Lees. Do you know why they chose Collingham?
No.
They wanted to be somewhere central in England near a railway line. So
that fits the bill.
Jono's got links to Collingham Cricket Club, hasn't he?
Stephen King, great to watch Notts this morning. I see they're all wearing the horrible NCC logo. Could you tell the club it means nothing, has no relevance to Notts County Cricket Club? There, I've told them, Stephen.
Hutton round the wicket. And there's an appeal from the slip cordon there, but nothing from the bowler, which suggests that very much came off the bat.
I think actually the new logo has gone down quite well with the majority. You know, Stephen obviously very much entitled to his opinion. I wasn't sure at first, but it's really grown on me. The Nottingham Cricket Club original logo. 103 for 3.
Hutton to Lees. Lees defends. He's on 35 now. Lees, he got sort of quite becalmed before looks, didn't he? And as the runs dried up, it was about 1:45 when I suggested he maybe had an eye on getting back into the dressing room intact. And at that point, Beddingham had raced ahead of him. Runs per ball.
He had a good little spell, Beddingham, didn't he? When Fletcher came back, he put him away for 3 boundaries in 2 overs.
Round the wicket comes Hutton again. Lees turns this towards mid-wicket and will get a single as he just plays off the hips.
Don't know if you heard it, but there was a definite grunt then from Brett Hutton. It was an effort ball, banged it in halfway down, but...
you said you were missing the Hutton grunt before.
Not totally gone. Malcolm's been on. Great to see live cricket once again. Just wish I was in the ground, even in the cold.
The Hutton grunt. Sounds like some country pub with a log fire, doesn't it? Where one retires to after a morning on the horse.
Second favourite for the Grand National this weekend.
Yeah. 104 for 3. Burnham has 8 from 11 balls as Hutton bowls. Burnham forward to that one, and Plays it short on the leg side, no run. Martin Billingham, hi all, welcome back. Any thoughts as to why Ned Eckersley isn't keeping at present? Take care and keep safe. Don't know the answer to that one. I think in this match last year they did play Stewie Pointer as a wicketkeeper batsman and he got a half century from memory. But I don't know what the tactical decision is behind it.
I've just seen, I'll talk about this a little more in a moment. I've just seen the Nottinghamshire Cricket Annual, the new edition.
Last ball of the over. And there's another grunt there. Burnham defends it, and it goes back to the bowler.
And the reason I bring that up now at 104 for 3, I'm just showing Martin. I know it's not great television, but there's a picture of Stuart Pointer in this game last year, or the Bob Willis Trophy, shouldering his arms and getting bowled neck and crop by Peter Trigo.
He was out for one, wasn't he? I think he got did he get 50 in the second?
I think he did, yes. Yeah, the Nottinghamshire Cricket Annual have very kindly been sent a copy.
So what's this with the badge then? What have they done?
Well, they've done away really with the with the traditional stag and gone back to the original. I know you're going to look and just say there's only 2 C's there, as everybody does. NCC, the Nottingham Cricket Club logo, as it was right back in the early days of it being founded. But it's all steeped in history. As ball round the wicket, bowls to Lees and he defends. Of course, we've mentioned several times that the end of last season, the last red ball game, was Nottinghamshire against Durham, the last time these two counties met in first class cricket, and starting again this time at the start of the year. Well, I've found one occasion where it has actually happened before Notts, and it was the end of 1985, the start of 1986. Last game of 85, Notts drew here at Trent Bridge against Hampshire. As ball bowls down the leg side, and they're claiming that it might just have brushed something. At least Tom Moores threw it skywards, and then the slips were quick to support him, but there was nothing doing at the bowler's end. A little bit of fun from Tom Moore. So yeah, back end of 85, beginning of 86, Notts and Hampshire. Last game of the 85 season, a draw here, Notts and Hampshire. Then the start of 1986, Notts v Hampshire here. Hampshire got the win. Clive Rice said Hampshire a generous 206 in 42 overs. You wouldn't get that nowadays, would you? It's defended. Gordon Greenwich.
Different times.
Gordon Greenwich 100 in 88 balls to take Hampshire to a 9-wicket win. 3-day cricket, of course, but yes, it has happened before that Notts. I don't know if it's happened for Durham, but Notts.
I think it did recently with. I think Durham finished the season at Sussex, and then the first game next year they played them at home.
He might have played a first classer against a university there or something. This was, like this occasion, actual back-to-back first class games, 85, 86. Here's ball. It's the only one the most recent one I can find. Wide of the off stump again. You know how they give every day a name, like it's
Monday and Tuesday,
National Pasta Day, or National Wear Your Bobble Hat to Work Day. Today, 8th of April, apparently is National Draw a Picture of a Bird today. How about that? I've never heard that before. Can you draw a bird?
Is there a kookaburra on the pitch?
Draw a bird. Draw a swan. 104 for 3. As ball bowls wide of the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. The men out this morning: Michael Jones, courtesy Bermead, bowled ball for naught. That was 5 for 1 in the 5th over. In fact, it was the start of the 5th over, and the 4th ball of the 5th over brought the 2nd wicket. Scott Borthwick, LBW, to Jake Ball for naught. 5 for 2, and Durham very much up against it. But David Beddingham and Alex Lees put 88 on for the 3rd wicket, and Notts managed to get an extra over in just before lunch. This is down the leg side, tickled away by Lees. At least one here. Yeah, they're going to settle for 1. 105 for 3. We were wondering if it was 1 o'clock and time to troop off, but the umpires decided there was time for 1 more over before lunch, and in that 1 over before the luncheon interval, David Beddingham, caught by Tom Moores, just feathered one off the bowling of Luke Fletcher for 57. It was 93 for 3. 105 for 3 at the end of that Jake Ball over, he's 8 overs 2 for 16. Brett Hutton to continue. Bowling to the Durham opener, Lees. Little push into the offside, and there's no addition to the total. Chilly old day, so yeah, many thanks to the been update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a second. 105 for 3. No, I don't think Radio Nottingham are going to come. Lees has 37, Burnham has 8. Here's Hutton round the wicket. Bowls, this one's banged in short and goes through to Tom Moores. Yeah, so many thanks to Nottinghamshire Cricket Lovers Society for kindly sending me a copy of the new Nottinghamshire Cricket Annual, which they've put together. I have to say, an absolute wealth of information, facts, features. Well, what else can we say? There's match reports from last year. There's profiles of some of the new players. This one again is dug in short by Brett Hutton. There's some obituaries. Of course, we've lost dear old Brian Bowles, former Notts captain, and one or two other more. One or two others. Brian Robson, of course, former secretary. But it's an absolutely fabulous production once again by the Nottingham Cricket Lovers Society. The new county, the handbook, effectively, the cricket annual, it's out, priced £5 now. The club has got them, and also if you get in touch with the Nottingham Cricket Lovers Society, if you want to get one of those, picture of Dan Christian on the cover and lots of lovely photographs in there, so many thanks to that. I just mentioned obituaries as well, and of course through the winter, somebody that on the county circuit we got to know and really admire over the years was sadly taken from us as Hutton bowls to Lees and pushed away on the offside in November. Graham Cowdrey, the former Kent cricketer, he was a match referee, but as such he sort of made it his business just to just meet and chat and talk and generally spend time with sort of everybody involved in the game, and it very often meant the media and the commentators. Had lots of good chats with Graham over the years. Really lovely fella, and he was sadly lost to us in November. I know he's somebody that Martin knew as well. Yeah, lovely bloke. In comes Hutton round the wicket and bowls. That's played off towards point. What a week that was, because there was a few people I knew who died in that same week. John Hayes from Hayes Travel, and Dean Matthews, a well-known photographer from Sunderland. They were all in the same week, and sadly I think Graham had developed sepsis, which if it goes unchecked can be very serious, which I would know about because I was in hospital with it 5 years ago, and it's not to be messed with. So Lee's on 37 as the bowler comes in, and it's defended and played back to him. I think he was living in around the Wakefield area when he became ill and died. He'd been working in the winter as a delivery driver, but great bloke, absolutely lovely man. Yep. And it always gave it a sort of extra special little element to a match if you spotted that he was the match referee, because you knew he would pop up to say hello, and there was always good stories to be told, and just a very pleasant guy to be around and have a beer with. And a couple of years ago he was coming up for a Durham game, and he rang me up to see if I could get him tickets for a Sunderland match, so I was going to get him a seat next to us, and then at the last second, just before I went to get the seat, his plans changed and he got called away to a meeting instead. But he'd always wanted to go to the Stadium of Light, and I never got him over the threshold that day. 105 for 3. Here's Jake Ball from our end of the ground, a fullish delivery. We sort of got into the habit on hot days or warm days of actually buying each other ice creams in the intervals. It's your turn for the ice creams, and to be fair, would always stump up. And you remember, I don't know how long West Ham have now been at the Olympic Stadium, or the London Stadium as it's called, but that night that West Ham left Upton Park, they played Manchester United, was it 3-3 or 4-3 or something or whatever. I was sat in a hotel. In fact, I was sat in the hotel outside the Lord's ground, one across the road there with Graham, and we had a meal, a couple of glasses of refreshment together, watching that, and ostensibly to watch the football, but really it was just a night of Graham telling me great stories from his playing days. He was a lovely, lovely man, and a sad loss. And I was a little surprised yesterday when I saw that, and it was brilliant of him to do it, that Kevin Howells had taken time to put a thing on social media about it. And the only reason I was surprised was I thought it was a lot longer ago than November. I thought surely it was before the last season, but no, it wasn't. This one's wide of the off stump, very wide from Jake Paul, 105 for 3. Andrew Parker says, I found some more national days, Dave. It's also the National Empanada Day. No idea what that is. And it's also the National Zoo Lovers Day. I do love a zoo, Andrew. I do love a zoo.
Yeah. What's the best zoo you've been to then?
Melbourne, because I've got this weird... I don't like them. I've got this weird thing about snakes, but... I like to see them in zoos behind glass, but I wouldn't touch one or whatever. Now then, LBW shout from ball, not going to be given, and it's run away for 4. Let's have a look. It's 4 byes, says umpire Gould. So a bit of bat involved from Jack Burnham there. Jake Ball can't believe it, but that's obviously answered his question why it wasn't given out LBW.
Well, nothing if he signalled byes.
No, he signalled 4.
Oh, I thought he just said 4 byes.
Sorry, he's given 4 runs to Burnham. 109 for 3. But in Melbourne Zoo, they've got the top 10, and they've got the top 10 most poisonous snakes in the world. This is number 10, and I'm glad they're all behind glass. But it's the only place. I've only been to Australia the once, but went to see the koalas and the kangaroos and the duck-billed platypuses and all the other things that I've never seen before, but a real morbid fascination with the snake house. 109 for 3. Burnham on 12. Let's this one go through to Tommy Moores.
It looks, it's difficult to say that he didn't hit that actually, looking at the replay. Just looks like he tries to dab his bat down on it, but I don't know if my screen's too dark or not.
Jake was very confident, wasn't he, that he'd got his man. We've got Ned Eckersley, great name, Ned. Not enough Neds in county cricket. Doing next. Then Stuart Pointer, Bryden Carse, Ben Rain, Chris Rushworth and Matt Salisbury. 109 for 3. Next one goes through to the keeper. So no Paul Coghlan in the Durham starting 11, nor Alex Thompson, nor I think there was one other, wasn't there? There was 14 named.
Matty Potts.
Matty Potts. Yeah, that was the 14 named from the Notts 14. No Peter Trigo, no Ben Compton, and no Dane Patterson.
The modern world of Zoom and whatnot. I was waiting to do an interview with James Franklin yesterday lunchtime, but he was hoping to get down to Nottingham and then do the interview from here in the ground before the team had a net, but he was a little bit delayed, so I then set off and then got a phone call at 5 o'clock to say, right, can you be somewhere in 15 minutes? So I pulled in at Blythe Services and I did the pre-match interview in my car at Blythe Services with him in the hotel in Nottingham. So I think I interviewed Ned Eckersley on the way to Leicester last year at Woolly Edge Services.
James Franklin shared commentary with me at Lord's, one of the greatest innings
he still talks about it
I've ever seen. The Alex Hales knock in that 2017 final.
Oh, that was a day, wasn't it?
There's Hutton, there's Martin.
In comes Hutton and bowls to Lees, who plays it off the back foot up towards mid-off, no run there. Graham Cowdrey, just come back to Graham Cowdrey. He had been living in Newmarket, and I think he was married at one point to a lady who was a jockey.
I'm going to say I think he liked his horses.
And I think, did he have a daughter who was a jockey as well?
Don't know.
Obviously, from the famous Cowdrey family. His nephew Fabian played for Kent for a period as well, and is now one of the BBC commentators. Round the wicket comes Hutton, and a little skip as he bowls that one. It's bowled to Lees, who plays it up to mid-on, no run there.
Incidentally, mentioned him at first. Of course, he was a fabulous bloke above all else, but a celebrated cricketer. But his latest role was as a match referee, and I was interested during the lunch interval just to have a look at the scorecard that was brought up to us during the morning session. The match referee for this one, Peter Such. Peter Such, of course, former Nottinghamshire spinner, more predominantly with Essex, Leicestershire as well, and England.
Hutton, bowls a short one to Lees, who tries to duck out the road of it, loses it completely, and it whacks him in the back. And that'll sting a little bit.
I hadn't seen that Peter had joined the referees panel.
Well, such is life.
Mia Katie, been back on. I learnt to love county cricket because it was on the radio during the long days I spent in zoos studying meerkats during my PhD. Many a time I scared the animals by shouting when a wicket fell.
Have you ever held a snake then or not?
Not with any great affection.
Hutton bowls, defended by Lees. It just trickles to the leg side. A couple of strips across, no run there. We were on holiday in Lanzarote, and this guy came, one of these animal shows for the kids, and it was a python or something.
Yeah.
It was quite heavy. Yeah. And alligators on an alligator farm in Florida 2 or 3 years ago, and even the little ones weighed a ton.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to battle one underwater, put it that way.
At zoos, my kids, and then of course the grandkids, I've been with them, and they've, been offered them and held them, and touch this, granddad, and hold this, and
Here comes the bowler again, and this is pushed up towards mid-on for one run by Lees. We were at Animal Kingdom in Florida 2 or 3 years ago, so you're effectively living in a zoo. You're looking out your bedroom window, and there's a giraffe staring through the glass at you, and bison and all kinds of things wandering around. But once me and my wife first wedding anniversary, we flew into California, and we were in San Diego, and there's this little bus trip you could do where you could hop on and off around San Diego and visit all the different sites, and it takes you across to the port, and you see, a lot of the American fleet's based there, all this big aircraft carriers and all this, and then it stopped at the zoo. We weren't expecting it. 110 for 3, by the way, Durham, as Burnham faces Hutton, right arm over, and defends on a length. Rolls up back to the bowler's end. So we said to some people on this bus, "Oh, is it any good?" And like, "What do you mean, is it any good? It's the world's leading zoo." So we got off and we went and had a look around, and absolutely fascinating. We were there for hours. Just one of those spare of the moment things. Probably most of you will know San Diego Zoo from the film Anchorman. Comedy about the TV news channels in San Diego.
Complete and utter blank from this end
you
of the
must
desk.
have seen that one.
No. Is it
It's Will Farrell, isn't it?
I was going to say, is it Will somebody?
I think there's been an Anchorman 2 now.
No, I haven't seen it.
John Hutchison says, "Hello from a windswept Bolton. Glad to see you are out of hibernation."
Bolton.
Yeah.
It's up there Saturday before last, watching the Trotters. Here's Jake Ball, bowling round the wicket to Alex Lees, who's on 38, been there since the start at 11 o'clock this morning. Just fences this one away outside his off stump out to Liam Patterson wide, who just got the one over in before the luncheon interval and got through it so speedily. Knots were able to take another over in which they snared a wicket.
It's the stadium's in. Is it Horwich? It's in, isn't it? It's not. It's not classed as Bolton technically, is it? It's Horwich.
It is Horwich, yeah. Horwich, Chorley area.
Chorley FM.
Jake Ball in again. And a little dab out onto the offside, and I think Jack Burnham was either eager to get down the other end, or perhaps he's been involved in one or two miscommunications with Alex Lees in the past, because he set off airing off, didn't he, as if he was determined to get one, and Lees held his bat up and said, "Whoa, where do you think you're going, son? Go back."
Andrew Cowan's emailed. And get it up.
Fletcher at mid-off, Mulaney at mid-on. Jake Ball bowling, a wealth of experience there between those three. Nottinghamshire's 3 senior citizens really in this game. This one's defended.
106 balls now for Lee's 38. He's been very patient today. Andrew says, hello guys, great stream and commentary. Good to see the 2021 season underway. I remember playing against Burnham in the Durham League at under 15 and under 18 level while I was playing for Tudhoe Cricket Club. Awful to play against and bowl to, as you'd watch the ball fly to the boundary all the time.
Ball in. Bangs this one in short. Cricketing Gal, hey up me ducks, the coverage on streaming is great, but the last couple of hours the camera behind the bowler's arm looks like it's in fog, all other cameras really clear.
Well, there is a bit of low fog at this end of the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the camera behind the bowler's arm looks like it's in fog. Okay. Rob, I most remember Peter Such at Notts for his part in a last wicket stand versus Middlesex at Lords with Richard Hadley. Hadley's career best 210 not out. Finish it in a second because Jake Ball's already in and bowls, and it's defended. Hadley's career best of 210 versus an attack of Daniel Cowans, Williams, Edmonds and Embury after coming in at 17 for 4. And Mary Jam says, yeah, same here. That camera looks like it's covered in someone's net curtains.
Maybe it is. You've got the net curtain hanging off the edge of the pavilion at the far end there.
So which one is it? The camera behind the bowler's arm. Let's do this ball and then I'll pass that on to the production team. See if somebody can go down with a moist chamois. 110 for 3.
Lee's 38, Burnham 12. And just finishing that email there from Andrew, said this was back in the day when Burnham used to play for Esh Winning. Andrew, who is in Spennymoor. We occasionally drifted out that direction for County Cup matches and midweek games. I remember playing at Ushaw Moor in around about 1992, and there was a big sign at the side of the road saying Ushaw Moor welcomes British gas. And I thought, well, where have they been for all these years? But didn't really need gas in those villages back in the day because they all got free coal. Played at Tudhoe in a cup semi-final, the infamous cup semi-final. Hutton's 14th over, none for 35, 4 maidens. Bowling now to Burnham. Burnham forward, bat and pad. Ball runs up to mid-off. Have you ever played in a match where the opening batsman is asked if he wants the usual middle and leg Gary? And tell our Tina I'll be round at midday on Sunday to do that job you wanted. And then you look at your opening bowler and you think to yourself, I don't think we're going to win this. Lost by 1 run.
Durham's last win here in the championship was in 2013.
Hutton comes in and bowls. It's left alone. The infamous night of the fire at the hotel.
Yep.
You never did say where you were that night, did you? You never had an alibi from memory.
Not guilty, Your Honour.
A portly man seen running away in a dark green Nottinghamshire top. I think did it turn out to be something had been left in the sauna or something like that? It caught light. Hutton comes in and bowls. Defended by Burnham. What's that strange noise now? Is the microphone being caught in a weird fashion?
Probably.
It's little. What's that noise? Sounds like the wind. The mic's in a little pipe sort of thing outside, isn't it?
Hmm.
In comes Hutton once more, defended again by Burnham. Good spell of controlled cricket this from Nottinghamshire, because there's not much going on from a Durham point of view in the shape of runs. They've just got to see this period of play through, and every over wears the ball a little bit more. We're into the 40th over. New ball is available after 80 overs in the current scheme of things, rather than 90. 16 points for a win, 8 for a draw. Hutton comes in and bowls. And another dot ball. One ball left of this over. The 8 for a draw, I think, is the highest it's been.
Yeah, Swifty says the camera's come a bit clearer now. It was awful a bit ago. Thought Dave was drying his drawers over the camera or something. I just had a word with him, and apparently it is blowing around in the breeze a little bit at
Well, it wouldn't have looked like a net curtain, would it? And once more comes in. Played up this time to mid on, and that is the end of the over. Hutton looks to give the impression there that they thought he'd got that one through the defences, but there was plenty of bat on it. It's a maiden. Yeah, it's would be Hawaiian patterns, wouldn't it, Dave, if it was your...
Mind your own business.
People are going to say that's too much information.
Mind your own business. 110 for 3. 40 overs have gone in the innings, so we've still got 56 to go in the day. It's a little gloomy out there, but the clouds are high. They are fairly dark at the moment, but they are high. We've got a handshake. Why did we have a handshake? Because Dane Patterson's on the field. The two have met before, but Dane Patterson's on the field mid-off, and he came over and shook hands with Jake Ball. Just say hello. I'm the new fella. I'm Dane, but they have met as Ball starts a new over. That was a little unusual. I don't know if they caught it on the very edge of the stream or not, but he's on the field just for a little bit of experience. Guess there's a possibility that at some point Notts might have Jake Ball, Stuart Broad and Dane Patterson all test match bowlers on the field at the same time. But there'll be plenty of competition with places. Your Fletchers and your Chappells and your Lyndon James, who we haven't seen yet, and Tom Barber, Toby Petman will want to be involved, Joey Everson too. 110 for 3. Can only presume Dane Patterson was kept up to speed. He would have been almost certainly up to speed with what Notts were feeling going into the season about where he was, and although he was included in the squad yesterday, didn't make the 11. You'd imagine he was well aware that he was only sort of in the squad to be just around the players and very much part of a match day. No significant experience at all of being involved around county cricket. 110 for 3. Played, he's been on one South African tour over here, but this of course very different. Interesting to see how he goes. He had a little bowl against Leicestershire last weekend, looked fairly rusty in his first bowl, but came back for a second spell after lunch and was much better. Here's Ball in to the left-handed Lees, who leaves alone. And he's now faced 113 deliveries for his 38, Alex Lees, but this is just what Durham wants. Somebody just at the top of the order, just soaking up deliveries and frustrating the bowlers. Just trying to stay out there for as long as he can and see that top total on the board. Moving on, hope to get, you'd imagine, to at least 300 in the first innings. That's a pretty decent return usually at this time of year, and that's a nice shot down the ground for 4. Patterson's chasing, but no chance of fetching that back, and Lee's into the 40s, on to 42. Some changes, of course, from last year, the Bob Willis Trophy. It was in a way I quite liked it. I think we only saw it once or twice, but 120 overs in the first innings, and that's it. That's your lot. That's all you could bat for. You couldn't go on for longer and longer. But we're back to 110 overs, the bonus points, and if you can bat for longer, you can bat for longer this time. Ball bowls, another lovely flow of the bat from Lees, but this time he picked out Patterson. End of the over, 114 for 3. Jake Ball, 11 overs, 2 for 24. Lees has 42. And Burnham has 12.
Yeah, I think that was last year. It was just to try and force games along, wasn't it? And there's only 5 matches, so I still have vivid memories of being on air the night they announced lockdown was coming, the first one in March last year, and I think the weekend before football had been halted, and my dad being on the phone said, "Yeah, the football's only halted for 3 weeks." I said, "I think you need to think again."
Yeah.
So Hutton is coming in the bowl, his 15th over. He's in from the pavilion end, and Burnham back in the crease. Plays that one down into the ground and defends it. And if that delivery is a dot ball. Yeah, it was funny because, I mean, travelling around in the few weeks that we did have last year, 2 months, staying in hotels, there was a little bit of worry, you know, going into uncharted territory. And what if I get this virus? And of course the schools went back, and we had children being sent home to isolate for 10 days here and 10 days there, and then we all eventually came down with it in November. As Hutton comes in and bowls again, that's left wide of off stump. And I mentioned earlier being in hospital 5 years ago. That was a chest infection I just couldn't get rid of, and by Christmas Day I felt really poorly, and I was in there for a week on oxygen, so I really wasn't looking forward to that happening again. But thankfully it was the worst we got with it in November was just feeling a bit lethargic for a few days, a bit of a dry cough. So compared to what some people have gone through, we were quite lucky. But
Yeah.
114 for 3. Hutton comes in and bowls. And again, it's a dot ball. Just go up and look through these previous overs. There's not been much action in the way of runs. They've had a 4, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 20. There's been 2 scoring shots in 26 balls, something like that.
Yeah, 21 runs in 9 overs since lunch, but that's okay. Durham haven't lost any wickets in that time. Leave alone here from Burnham. 114 for 3 is the score. Lyndon James has dropped in at first slip while Brett Hutton's bowling. I'd be surprised if Stephen Mullaney doesn't turn to Lyndon once this pair have finished this spell. Notts went with Luke Fletcher and then Stephen Mullaney, and then Liam Patterson-White for 1 over during the morning session. Lyndon James didn't get a ball, but it's a proper all-rounder. Next ball is defended. He's the youngest player in this match at 22. Lyndon James just a little younger than Liam Patterson-White, and the oldest is Chris Rushworth at 34, who's just a little older than Stephen Mullaney, who's also 34.
Everyone who donated, big thank you for all the help as well. Morrison says it's going to remove all plastic carrier bags from its stores over the next year. Supermarket chains switching from offering plastic bags.
That might actually be going back down the spin route. Liam Patterson-White just flexing and turning his arm over. 114 for 3 after 42 overs in the innings. Jones 0, Borthwick 0, Beddingham 57, the 3 out. And, it looks as if we're going to have the protective gear brought out for Asiba Mead. So we will have a little bit of spin soon, but I think Jake Ball is going to bowl the next over. Where are we? 2:30 or so. And good afternoon. It's It's a day where it's a little warmer in the commentary box than out there at Trent Bridge. Very chilly, blustery old day, but very much enjoying cricket being back. Notts picked up a couple of wickets right at the start of the day to have Durham on 5 for 2, and then they had to wait until the last ball of the morning session before striking again. Luke Fletcher dismissing David Bedingham for 57. Nothing doing though for Notts since the lunch break. Durham, who were asked about first, are 114 for 3. There's a couple of us in the commentary box. My colleague from BBC Radio Newcastle here sharing it with me, but nobody in the ground now. It looks as if it'll be around about the 20th of May, I think, when we can welcome spectators back into the ground watching cricket. So a real disappointment. But of course, it's something we got used to last year. Nobody allowed in the grounds when cricket started last August. New over starts with Jake Ball bowling to Alex Lees, and it was drilled firmly back to the fast bowler who's wringing his hands. It's not a day, Martin, is it, to get one on the fingertips or even a full-blooded drive like that in the palm of your hand?
No, that's going to sting for a while. Just looking at some of the Durham players are sitting on the steps leading into the pavilion, one or two on the balcony there. They're all in heavy coats. James Franklin, you can hardly see him, and he's got one of those thick padded coats that go virtually down to the feet, like an old manager's coat. It's a chilly one. The bowler comes in, and that's on the legs and steered out through deep mid wicket. In fact, that's going to go for 4. That surprised me, that, because when it left the bat, it didn't look like it had much pace on it at all, but that was clearly right out of the middle, timed nicely by Alex Lees, who moves on to 46 from 117 balls. His highest score is 275 not out against Derbyshire in Chesterfield in 2013.
Was a nice bit of time in that.
Little Chesney Hughes got a double 100 in that one and was on the losing side. A bit unlucky. He's had 30 half centuries and 16 centuries so far. Scores last year: 66 against Lancashire, 64 against Leicestershire, 84 against Derbyshire. As the bowler comes in, and that's edged, and it's gone past the slip cordon for 4 more, and he reaches his 50 in 118 balls. Second Durham player to do it today.
A slightly streaky way to get there, but as
it was along the floor. Look.
Oh yeah. Many wiser men than me have said there's no pictures in the scorebook. He's played nicely. Some really lovely shots. Been at the crease almost 3 hours. 122 for 3, and Alex Lees, as Martin says, following on from David Bedingham, who he shared that third wicket partnership of 88 with in reaching 50.
47th time he's done it then in first class cricket. As that ball comes in again, and this is defended this time and runs back to the bowler, who tries to stop it with the instep of his right foot and actually bounces off his toe and disappears across the other side of the strip. No run. As the saying goes, well done, Leesy lad. Ball in, over pitch, driven by Lees and away for 4 through the covers. And a little bit of extra time to wait for that one to arrive, and just leaned into it nicely.
I think this morning Jake Ball bowled 3 or 4 really measly overs just for only a single or so, and then his last over he was put away for 2 or 3 boundaries, and the same has happened here. It may well have been that they were about to give him a change, and then he's bowled an over which has gone for 3 boundaries.
Yeah. A reminder that Durham were out for something like 294 in the first innings here last year. Managed to get past 300 in the second innings. It was the only time they scored 300 last season. Ball in again, and this is just played back to him.
I think from what I recall, though, it was September. It was very different conditions to what you've got now. I know it gets chilly and that in September, but It was a different time of year, and of course the whole ground would have been a lot drier, wouldn't it? And the players, of course, had been playing cricket almost solidly for a couple of months.
Yeah.
126 for 3. Are we going to have some spin now? Players have disappeared and sanitised their hands and what have you. It may well be that we're going to have a bowling change, but we're not sure yet. The sight screen, I beg your pardon, the sight screen, the scoreboard thinks we are. Yes, we are indeed. I was going to say, because there's a big picture of Liam Patterson wide up there. Just the 1 over before lunch. Went for a single. And so the spinner, Sunderland born, as we've been saying, going to come on and bowl to Jack Burnham. Seba Mead has put on the protective pads under his flannels. Martin mentioning those Durham players at the far end, some of them going to, by the looks of it, have a little stroll round the ground. Of course, the Durham side will be split, some in the main and normal dressing room and some actually in the long room, just a little bit of room in there that they can socially distance from each other and use the facilities there to get changed, not so using the normal upstairs dressing rooms, and also the Vice President's suite right at the top there of the pavilion. 126 for 3. So 3 or 4 minutes since we had a ball bowled, but now Liam Patterson White bowls to Jack Burnham, who clips this on the leg side. And there's no run. So we've got a slip, Stephen Mullaney. We've got a short leg, Seba Mead. 2 close catches. Next one driven out to mid-off, and there's no run. Ben Duckett's in there, fairly shortish at extra cover, as Martin and I were coming in the ground this morning. He came past and gave us a bit of a toot and a wave in his car.
I thought he wouldn't be playing.
Next one's chopped to backward point.
I would have expected the players to have been here before then.
It'd be about 9:15, wouldn't it, when he saw us? He was certainly out there in good time by the time we'd got in the ground. 126 for 3. Burnham forces this into the offside. So Notts have got a bonus point. They are unchanged from the bowling side, 1 every 3 wickets effectively, 3, 6 and 9. And for the batting side, 200 runs, 250, in fact all the way up to 400. Again, something I've said for a long time. It's one I've always sort of queried a little bit. Why should you stop at 400? But nobody's ever sort of picked up on it or decided to go on with that, as Patterson White bowls to Leeds. If you can score quickly enough, why can't you get an extra bonus point if you reach 450 in 110 overs? Would make for positive cricket, and certainly when it comes to promotions and relegations and that sort of thing, an extra point up for grabs if you can bat quickly. 127 for 3 at the end of that over from Patterson White. 2 overs, none for 2. Leeds has 54, Burnham 13. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Newcastle, and all our friends watching on the live stream wherever you may be in the 4 corners of the United Kingdom or further afield. And those of you watching on the live stream may just have seen Lyndon James just hand over his sweater, and it looks as if he's going to get his first bowl. For Martin and perhaps 1 or 2 others that haven't seen him, he's tall, slender young man. He's a brisk right arm medium pacer. Hits the deck hard. Played a couple of matches and has impressed in those. Played against Essex back in 2018, and then had to wait until the Leicester away game last year before reappearing. Here's Lyndon James, here's Martin.
Here he comes, first ball to Burnham, defended on the off stump. He's been bit reminiscent of Mark Wood in his early days.
Yep.
Wood came off quite a short run, but he looks quite wiry, same sort of build, comes in at a similar sort of pace. But he, in contrast to Wood's short sort of sprinters run in, which caused him a few problems with his ankles, and he now comes off a much longer run. He's coming in, I would say, from at least 30 yards here.
He stays on his feet as well. I've never seen him throw himself to the ground like Mark does.
Right arm over, comes in and bowls. Well, that one nips back in, and there's obviously a little bit of inside edge onto the pad there because there was no appeal from the bowler.
This, for 2 or 3 seasons, was the Mark Wood remembrance game or whatever. It was the only sort of time he played. I think his first 2 or 3 fixtures were knots away.
Up to the stumps comes the bowler. Oh, that's a little bit quick for Burnham, who plays the line he imagines the ball's going, and it's a different line entirely. He plays and misses there.
22 from the north of the county, born in Worksop.
Went to Oakham School.
Yeah.
Leicester used to play the odd match there, didn't they?
Took 3 for 54 on debut against Essex, and there was that catch. Some of you may remember it, the Superman catch from Luke Fletcher to get rid of Dan Lawrence, where Fletcher took off and somehow caught one that was going over his head.
That's left alone outside the off stump, taken chin high by Tom Moore. So does a little bit of a check as he collects the ball.
Don't know if you've seen the new cricketer, Martin. I had to speak about it in the Leicester game last week, where they've been. It's the centenary edition, where they've been looking at the best county 11 for the 100 years of the cricketer since 1921. Obviously, a lot of Durham names are more familiar of a recent era. No Mark Wood in that. Is that right?
In comes James again, playing a miss from Burnham, who took a stride down the pitch, but the ball left him.
Keaton Jennings, Mark Stoneman as Durham's best openers.
I think possibly one of the reasons he might not feature, I know, is because he's played a lot more for England than he has done in recent years for Durham, and it's been a bit of a stop-start career because of injuries, hasn't it? So
who have you got? Keaton Jennings, Mark Stoneman, David Boone, Michael Divenuto as the top 4.
James bowls, and that's thumped back past him, picked up by Mulaney.
It's decent over, wasn't it?
Mid-off, yeah, not a bad over at all.
I mean, that wouldn't be a batting order.
These things are always
you wouldn't have
subjective,
Divenuto as 4, would you? Probably drop Keaton.
You see, I mean,
down.
Simon Brown doesn't feature on this list either, and he's behind Graham.
I don't know this gentleman. I mean, he's probably a bit of a legend in the North East, but I've never heard of Cecil Parkin.
Is he the guy? It says here he was born in Eaglescliff. There was a man many years ago who made his debut for Yorkshire and got 100, and they sent somebody to his house to sign him up, and discovered he lived on the wrong side of the River Tees by about 30 yards, and so he never played for Yorkshire again.
I don't know. Here's Patterson White bowling to Lees. He's a man who's played for Yorkshire. He defends this one. So Ben Stokes, Paul Collingwood, Phil Mustard as the keeper, Graham Onions, Chris Rush with Cecil Parkin and Steve Harmison, Durham's greatest 11 from the 100 years of the Cricketer magazine. This one's eased back to Liam Patterson White. Squad number 22, the same as one of those names I've just mentioned, Chris Rush, with these Durham's 22, I think. Next one also defended by Alex Lees.
I don't know what the rules are for this list, but I mean, Ian Botham, all he achieved in his career, he's not on there.
Well, is he Durham's greatest? This is
well, Michael Divenuto.
127 for 3. I know.
Divenuto got the record for the most runs in a season, but
the dot ball. It's all subjective.
Came from Tasmania via Derby,
It's like on the Nottinghamshire one. I did speak about it at the weekend. I know a lot of people won't agree with me. You can have 2 overseas, and they've gone with Rice and Hadley, and there we are.
When I used to do the football commentaries, I think I was asked in the Sunderland programme once to pick my all-time 11 who I'd seen, and you could only have a specific player in each position. Yeah. So for the left back, I went for Joe Bolton.
Rob Collins says no Dale Benkenstein ?
Well, I would have him in there,
See, is there a spinner in there? Do we know what Mr. Parkin, Cecil Parkin, did as Lyndon James comes in?
Balls. It's played up to Fletcher at mid-on, no run. Gonna have to look him up now, aren't I?
He's maybe, if he's the spinner, you've got a spinner in your side. If not, you're missing a spinner. Gareth Breeze.
Well, Gareth didn't play that many championship matches.
No.
He was
No.
Cecil Parkin, known as Cess to his mates, February 1886 to 1943.
Well, would he make the best 11 since 1921 then? When did he play?
Look. It is him, the one first-class match for Yorkshire. James in, and gives himself a little bit of room in the crease there. Burnham just goes back and just jabs that one down towards third man for one. Parkin played one first-class match for Yorkshire in 1906 before it was discovered he was born 20 yards outside the county boundary. So he lived in Eaglescliff, but the village, basically, the River Tees comes through there and splits Yarm into Eaglescliff. So Eaglescliff's the north side and Yarm's the south side. I think he had a Durham postcode. It might have been a Yorkshire postcode, but he was living in Durham, as the river was the boundary.
Isn't Yarm sort of the equivalent of the Man United footballers living in Cheshire? Don't all the...
It's left alone.
Don't all the
nice
rich
area.
Footballers live in Yarm?
It's quite a nice area, Yarm. I think a lot of them live at Wynyard Hall, probably. Which was Sir John Hall's development. A lot of them live at Darras Hall on the north side of Newcastle. Or they buy farms.
So did he play cricket? Does he qualify for this best Durham 11 since 1921?
Test debut 1920 against
he played
Australia.
Test cricket, did he?
Yeah.
Oh.
James in again, bowls, left alone by Lees.
Who was he playing for?
Died in Cheetham Hill in Manchester.
Who was he playing for?
Lancashire, probably. Born in Eaglescliff, died in Cheetham Hill.
But you've said he played one game for Yorkshire and then couldn't play anymore.
Yeah.
So did he go to
Lancashire? He played for Durham and then he went to Lancashire.
Well, how can he be?
He made 157 appearances for Lancashire County Cricket Club.
Well, how can it be Durham's greatest
cricket?
cricketer?
Because I didn't write the article.
Oh.
Another ball left wide of off stump.
And was he a spinner? That's what you were looking up.
I've got no idea. What does it say? He was an off break, yeah.
Right.
Cheetham Hill. Anyway, he's in that list. They're all subjective. There's another magazine at the moment. Starts off its pre-season preview about this exciting conference format where everybody stands a chance of winning, and then when you see where they think each team's going to finish, it roughly resembles what it was 2 years ago. Bit of a discussion going on here between the umpire at our end and the bowler. Something is being said here. Is it maybe straying onto the wicket? What do you think?
I've absolutely no idea. Do not know. See there on the live stream as much as we can. Ian Gould, perhaps just having a word.
He had a word with Alex Lees about something. As James comes in and bowls. That's gone down the leg side and out towards the square leg boundary. An awkward stop out there, but
Crossnot's got into a little bit of trouble at the end of last season, and the
debenture points in the T20, isn't it?
Well, I think they're on they're on a formal warning. They're on a yellow card if they transgress again. But there were 5 occasions where they'd been brought before the disciplinary panel for various things.
I know Alex Lees is one of these batsmen who sometimes gets a bit, I wouldn't say narked, but he's deep in concentration, and sometimes I remember at Sussex a couple of years ago something was said.
Well, the umpire certainly wasn't talking to him, was he? He was talking to...
Yeah, well, he did have it. I look back to see if there's anything obvious. He did have a chat with Lees and then went off to speak to James. Oh, where's that? Is that a wide? That's bowled there by the spinner Patterson White, and it's been taken at first slip.
Said something from the Notts media department about it. It seems like they were talking to Lyndon about wearing a watch when he was bowling. That's all the info we've got. Thanks very much to Dan from the Notts Media department.
Maybe it's reflecting the light then.
Yep.
He's back into his crease here to defend this one. Played back up to the bowler. It's funny the things they pick up on, isn't it?
Yeah, in fact Dave Palmer on Twitter has spotted that as well. Patterson White bowling and it's defended. Yeah, Dave Palmer, Lyndon James had to swap his watch from his bowling arm to his other arm. You see these wristbands, big, you know, not just sweatbands, really big wristbands. You know, Stuart Broad would wear them 131 for Joffre's chain, yeah. And all sorts of things, and you sometimes wonder, you know, I think if I was at the other end and, you know, if there'd been a bit of needle, somebody's winding me up and say, hang on umpire, can we? Yeah, Joffre's chain. There's a push and run here. Good work by Tom Moores. Falling over off balance, managed to get a throw away towards the non-striker's end, and they take the single. 132 for 3. I think it's one of the fancied horses in the National, isn't it? Joffre's chain. 48 overs have gone, and 48 overs remain.
I just keep thinking if I wore that, I'd be covered in bruises.
What, Joffre's chain?
Yeah, but that bouncing off your chest.
Yeah. Used to, Daft said I used to know somebody. I do know somebody, but I used to spend quite a bit of time with him. The dart player Bobby George, and if you've seen all his jewellery, all his chain, all his rings, crikey, you need to be a weightlifter just to carry it all. There's Lyndon, and there's Martin.
Lyndon James right arm over bowls and played by Lees up towards Fletcher, wide of. Long off for 1. Andrew Hutchison says, what about John Morris? Say that we'll just get names chucked in the hat now for this all-time 11. Anyway.
Did John Morris make the Derbyshire 11? Because he was, yeah, you see he's there in the Derbyshire.
We've got Dennis Smith, the former Sunderland manager, in there as well.
I don't think it's the same bloke. See, Leicestershire were here the other day and I was having a little look at it.
James left alone by Burnham outside the off stump.
You see, this surprised me a little bit. Leicestershire's best 11 of the last 100 years. They've got Stuart Broad in Leicestershire's best 11.
Yeah.
Don't know. Joined Notts made his Notts debut in 2008. He hadn't played all that much cricket for Leicestershire. James Taylor's another one, and Andy Roberts, who played most of his county cricket for Hampshire. But
it's gone well down the leg side for 4 byes, or will it be wides? Byes. I mean, the keeper.
He had no chance, did he?
No, where he's ended up, Tom Moore's there. He's gone so far across to the leg side to try and stop that one. He is actually 3 strips across by the time he stood up, and it's gone down as 4 byes. I would say that didn't just stray down the leg side, that went a long way down.
It did indeed. It's tough for Tom Moores there, it really is.
It's come out the back of the hand as he bowled it. It's gone off the corner of the wicket. Here he comes again then. And that's right on middle stump. That's the perfect delivery, and it's defended by Burnham up to Fletcher at mid-on. I know it wasn't to the slip cordon, but it was reminiscent of the Harmison one in Brisbane, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Went that far away from target. Was it Jim Maxwell who said in commentary, what an anticlimax. James again, quite tight to the stumps, bowls, and that's a bit of a false shot there from Burnham. I think that popped a little bit, and he's played at that and spat up, hit a splice of the bat, and then gone off towards mid-on once more.
I think it's tough going for both right now, isn't it? It's really hard for the bowlers just to try and make a breakthrough, try and exert much pressure, not getting too much assistance from the surface, but it's also tough going for the batsman. It's not really coming on unless you bowl a genuine half volley.
James in, and that stays quite low on Burnham. He gets forward and squirted off towards square leg. End of the over, 137 for 3. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Newcastle with you. Dave Bracegirdle and Martin Emerson. We are cricket@yahoo.co.uk if you want to email, or at Marty Cricket or at Brace Cricket. This hour seems to have flown by because I'm looking at my watch here and it's 2 minutes to 3. And it feels like I've only just been and done an update, so I'll be popping out for one. Tim says, welcome back, gents. Happy new season. Greetings from a cold but dry Saddleworth. Gordon Carr says, Dean Jones. Yep. Bernard says, if you find the TV link code, is it possible to watch the live stream on your TV? Yeah, I can watch YouTube on my TV quite easily, and this is on Nottinghamshire's YouTube channel with our commentary.
Even I can find it. Go into the apps.
Aren't they just next to the transistors? Is that right? Yeah, so you should be able to watch it on your TV.
Yeah, works the same. You can still mute the commentators if you if you want to. We've had a hand sanitising break once again, and we'll be restarting with Liam Patterson-White to bowl from the pavilion end, bowling to Alex Lees, and the left-hander defence. I think we established when he was in the side a couple of years ago, Liam Patterson-White, that he was the third hyphenated player to play for Notts after Mike Field-Buss and David Fraser-Darling back in the 80s and 90s. Next one's pushed into the offside and there's no run.
Well, that's a new category on Cricket Archive.
Hyphenated, or double-barrelled as they also call it. 137 for 3. Balls again to Lees.
I know you've still been driving around covering the football in the winter, but I did find it quite strange getting in the car yesterday and being back on the motorway system and leaving the region as well.
Patterson-White balls once more. Clipped away now on the leg side. Lyndon James doing the fielding. Zach Chappell. Not sure who that is with him, but Zach Chappell's wandering around the boundary edge.
Not left Tyne Weir since the end of October.
There's some stormy seas up your way last day or two.
Yeah.
Next ball sees Burnham chop it into the offside. Lyndon James has been pushed out almost as a sweeper off the offside fence there.
I struggled to sleep on Tuesday night with the waves crashing on the rocks out the back of our house. Normally you don't really hear them because the wind's in a different direction. It's only maybe 2 or 3 times a year, but it was quite loud the other night.
139 for 3. Patterson-White balls clipped back to him. That's very nicely fielded off his own bowling by Liam. Ends the 50th over of the day, 50th over of the innings. Durham 139 for 3. Lees has 58, Burnham 15. They've added 46 since lunch. Beddingham falling just before the luncheon interval for 57. Michael Jones and Scott Borthwick both out at the start of the day without scoring. Still going to be Lyndon James, and he bowled the 3 overs, none for 3. Good start for Lyndon, and this delivery pushed outside the off stump. Through to Tom Moores, who's got Brett Hutton, Ben Duckett, Asib Hamid alongside him. Hutton and Duckett, of course, I'm sure I've plenty to talk about with regards to Northamptonshire. 139 for 3. This one is an inside edge past the stumps and it'll probably go down to the pavilion fence for 4. It will. Burnham very lucky there. Manages to add 4 to his own and to Durham's total. Could so easily have played on. Just nipped back and he inside edged it past the stumps. Ran away down to the long stop fence. Lyndon James desperately unlucky. Really good to see Lyndon getting a chance at the start of the season here. Played nicely for an unbeaten 70-odd against Leicester at the weekend. Last Friday, I think it was, when Notts batted, 143 for 3. Next ball is dropped out on the leg side. Scored a century last week against Warwickshire's Spears.
County Championship cricket season is underway. They're playing Durham at Trent Bridge, where Dave Bracewell is watching.
Tough going really here for both batsmen and bowlers. Durham 143 for 3. They're only ticking along at just 2.8 runs an over. We're in the 51st over of the day. Notts 2 strikes early on. Jake Ball getting rid of Michael Jones and Scott Borthwick to leave the visitors on 5 for 2 after Stephen Mullaney had put them in. David Beddingham, the South African who's played a bit of club cricket locally here for Plumtree, made 57, but since then Lees and Burnham have taken the score up to 143 for 3.
Well, there'll be updates from Trent Bridge every half an hour on BBC Radio Nottingham.
Still Lyndon James bowling. 2 balls left in his 4th over. Just deflected away nicely by Burnham. Has to take a little bit of a detour. In comes a good throw, and they're appealing out and a run out. Oh, crikey. Alex Lees has gone, and a real old mix up there. Notts have got a run out. Who is it they're grabbing? They're all rushing to Joe Clark through to the non-striker's end, and Alex Lees, maybe he was dawdling a little bit, maybe not, but he's been run out. And I noted initially when Jack Burnham, who'd played the shot, came down to this end, so he was completing his first run. He had to make the detour to go round Lyndon James, the bowler just standing his ground there. But when Alex Lees came back, Joe Clark threw the ball to the non-striker's end. It was helped onto the stumps by Lyndon James, and Alex Lees has been run out for 58, and that's a huge bonus for Notts. Just when I was saying in the report, it's as if Notts are really struggling to create breakthroughs, to get something going for them, basically just to get a break, let alone a breakthrough, and they've got a real break there with Lees run out for a splendid 58, faced 146 balls and hit 10 fours. And he's going to be cursing his luck all the way back. It'll be a very interesting one to look back and see where his progress was interrupted. Did he hesitate? Was there a little bit of shall we, shan't we for the second run? Did he have to make a detour? Or was he dawdling a little bit? But it was sharp opportunism from Clark, who was closer to the stumper's end, to throw it to the non-striker's end, and just helped on to the stumps by Lyndon James and umpire Gunnar Gould. Right there, he was very close to the action, and straight away the finger went up, and Notts have got the breakthrough. Alex Lees run out, as they often do these days, in brackets Joe Clark, and it's 58 and gone for Lees. New man is Ned Eckersley. Martin, I think, was transgressing from his studio along the corridor to the commentary position. I'm not sure if
I didn't see it in the flesh, and you can't really tell looking at the replay because obviously the camera tracks the ball. So yeah, definitely James and Burnham were in each other's way initially, but then you don't see what happens after that.
So the new man is at the non-striker's end. Good end to the over for Lyndon James. As this goes past Burnham. Gross on the board. 144 for 4. 2 wickets to Jake Ball, 1 to Luke Fletcher, and now a run out. Dan White
partnership.
Sorry?
Was that a 51 partnership?
93 for 3. Yes. Dan White. Lyndon didn't mean to do that, Dave. He meant to catch it, but deflected it onto the stumps. Yeah, may well have been a little bit of that. He'll take it. He'll take it. And Notts will take it. They've had a bit of fortune there. So here's the new man, Ned Eckersley, as Martin comes back into the commentary box. It's
Patterson White balls, and it's a full flighted delivery, just sort of drifting towards leg stump, and little roll of the wrists turns it round the corner for one.
It's always one of those. You can watch 2 hours of cricket and see every ball and nothing happens, and you can just be moving from one room to the other and a wicket will go down.
Comes the bowler again, Burnham, big stride forward. So you've had Beddingham make 57, Lee's 58. You feel this game is there for somebody to really impress upon the scoreboard in a in a treble figure way, but who's it going to be? Burnham plays one late there from Patterson White out towards point, 1 run. Tom Moores with an acrobatic dive to stop the return ball, which came back in from Ben Duckett. Comes the bowler again. Easley defends. He was Durham's skipper for that brief season last year. Struggled a bit with the bat last year, but generally quite a dependable player.
It's one of those, Martin, where you'd love to know, everybody's thought process, the run out.
This one goes, it's nibbled down towards Luke Fletcher.
What made Clark throw to the non-strikers, and did he suspect? Did he get a shout? Did he suspect that Lees was struggling?
Oh, nice little late cut from Eckersley, and that's gone past the slip corner and down for 4 to third man. He would have been a little bit wind assisted from where he was throwing from. You look at the flag and the pavilion, it's more or less the same angle, isn't it, coming across the field?
But he was a lot closer to Tom Moores than he was to the other end. That's
yeah. Well, I mean, Burnham is quicker between the stumps. He's one of the fastest players for Durham. I think on the bleep tests and whatever, he generally is ahead of most. As I say, I didn't see it unfolding in real time. There was nothing going on as far as I was concerned. I was going out of one door and into another, and suddenly Dave was all excited, and I thought, what can he possibly be excited about? So
it was in many senses, it was a wicket gifted to Nottinghamshire. It was certainly one that Durham didn't want to lose and probably shouldn't have lost. There's another push and run here and another shy at the stumps, and down the other end goes, let's just have a look there at Ned Eckersley. He was putting the afterburners on. I just wondered there, I was a little fearful for the old hamstring. It almost looked as if he was completing that run, pulling up, but no, he was okay. What was that doing the fielding? It's Dane Patterson on the field? It is. That would have endeared him to his new teammates tremendously had he been able to make his mark. It was a push and run from Burnham, and all of a sudden it's just got a little chaotic out there. There's Lyndon James. Balls that goes through to the keeper. I suspect there was a great deal of truth in what Dan White said as well, that he wasn't necessarily looking just to deflect Joe Clark's throw onto the stumps. It was as if he didn't mean to try and take it cleanly and then obviously whip the bails off, but in trying to get the ball and scoop it towards the stumps, he just inadvertently directed it straight onto the stumps. But a real bonus for Notts. 151 for 4. Burnham on strike. This has nearly played onto his stumps, down into the ground, and just narrowly missing them. Things have started to happen since Lyndon James came on, that's fair to say.
Durham just getting themselves in a little bit of a pickle here, and just got to, and it is.
Yeah, just need a
tizziness.
A little bit of a calm head out there, which Eckersley will probably bring. Should get to 300. You'd want 300 on the board. Next one is left alone. Sort of the basis for all negotiations early season, isn't it? You should at least be in the game and get 300 on the first day.
Chris says a shout out to the ready to go lads on the forum. Brandon and Stephen Cartwright. Enjoying the stream. Keep up the great work. Howay Durham, says Chris Scott.
James once more. Bowling, that's a good delivery. Yeah. That really did take off over the shoulder of the bat. Tom Moores took it above his shoulder.
I wonder where we are with the light at the minute, Dave. Just seems a little bit gloomy.
Well, they could use the floodlights. I think we're okay. It's lovely to have cricket back, and you consider how early in the season, or how early in the year it is really. Hopes remain that we'll get a full season in. This one's clipped away down to long leg. 151 for 4.
Dave says, I've got the live stream with your commentary on the TV via the Notts website. Both the picture and the sound are as clear as a bell. That's good. Doug Rains taking exception of me saying Tyne and Weir. As a fellow Mackham, we live on Weir side. Please refrain from Tyne and Weir.
Ooh.
Well, I'm not going to refrain from Tyne and Weir, Doug, because that's where I live, and that's where I have lived since 1974, and I work in Newcastle. So I have left Sunderland virtually every day since November to go to the office in Newcastle and return again. Hence Tyne and Weir.
152 for 4.
In comes Patterson White, and there's a misfield there, short mid-wicket. It was going some, and that's probably hurt. Is it Slater in there? His finger ends. He picks himself up gingerly.
Yeah.
Has he hurt his knee? His knee. He went down heavily. He didn't land on the ball, did he? Giving his left knee a good rub. Round the wicket comes the bowler again, and Eckersley a little step down the track, pushes the ball up to mid-on, dot ball. Couple of paces, and ball bowled again, collected by Duckett, who sprints across from short. Extra cover to snatch the ball from just in front of the bowler. Some light once more, and they're appealing for LBW now. Eckersley there is a good 2 to 3 yards down the track trying to play that one. That's an ambitious shout.
It's an LPW shout.
Maybe a club cricket LBW shout, but not a county cricket LBW shout.
LPW. Patterson White.
Ball, yeah, clever. And Eckersley cuts that off the back foot, no run. Duckett collects it just behind the umpire at point.
Simon Aldridge, hi Dave, great to have you back. Really enjoying watching Lyndon James bowl. Looks to have a nice rhythm. Was snowing in Norwich yesterday. So glad this play there today.
Round the wicket comes the bowler, and Eckersley thumps it back into his hands via the ground. End of the over. You may have addressed this, and it may be because of Graham Cowdery, but I noticed the 2 umpires are wearing black armbands, but not the players.
That's an interesting one, isn't it? That'd be a lovely touch, wouldn't it? If that's what it's for.
Yeah.
152 for 4. I think that was a maiden. Liam Patterson White, 7 overs, none for 13. Going to be Lyndon James. Only seems like a moment since he came on for his first bowl, but he's about to start his 6th over. Really varied bowling lineup at Stephen Mullaney's disposal. We've not seen the captain yet this afternoon. Here's Lyndon James in and bowls past the off stump. In fact, I don't think we've seen Luke Fletcher since lunch, have we? Just been Hutton Ball, Patterson White and James. Not giving you updates from elsewhere for a while. Essex 140 for 3 against Worcestershire. Derbyshire 147 for 5 against Warwickshire. They were something like 11 for 3 this morning, weren't they, Derbyshire? This one's dropped on the leg side, 152 for 4. Surrey 159 for 6 at Bristol. Hampshire 208 for 3 at Leicester. Middlesex 171 for 3 at home to Somerset. Sussex 152 for 6 at Old Trafford. Kent 131 for 4 at Northampton. And Glamorgan 128 for 6 at Headingley. Whose was I going to look at? Hampshire. Tom Allsop 73 not out. James Vince 55 not out in that one. There's an LBW shout. Gunnar Gould, I think, straight away started leaning. Once the umpires have a bit of a lean, you know, that they're just trying to convey that the ball was slipping down the leg side. 52 for 4. I think it was an appeal pretty much in isolation as well from the bowler.
Some distressing news if you've got clothes on the line in Whitley Bay.
152 for 4.
Oh,
Short and pulled away handsomely. Lost the flight of it, Martin. I
It's
presume
down
there it is. It's gone for 4. I was going to say I presume it's on its way to the mid-wicket fence. I'm so pleased that that sentence ended the way it did.
I drew you in there, didn't I?
Well, you did. Some distressing news. Yeah. It didn't sound good to start with. It's a blustery day, is it?
Yeah, well, no, it's not. It's blustery, but unfortunately, as Emma has reported, hi Marty and co. First drying report of the county season. Not a drying day here at all. It's currently wet and windy in Whitley Bay. Delighted to have you all back. Here's to a cracking season, and I've got my hopes pinned on a day or two at Durham this year. Just be lovely to hear the noise of spectators in the ground again, wouldn't it?
Was it Winnie the Pooh and a blustery day or something like that? 156 for 4 as James bowls to Burnham. And it's defended. He stays on 26. Burnham 26. Former Leicestershire man Ned Eckersley has 6.
I thought you were going to say former Leicestershire man Winnie the Pooh there.
The 1 wicket to fall since lunch was a real gimme for Notts. Alex Lee's run out for 58. An assist by Joe Clark, helped onto the stumps by Lyndon James, but it's certainly avoidable from the Durham perspective as Burnham again defends. Tea will be whichever is later, 20 to 4 or when 32 overs remain. Well, it will be when 32 overs remain in the day, because we've got 9 more overs to go and then tea will be taken, so it'll be probably half an hour or so with the spinner currently operating. Lee Westwood, I think, tees off in around about 5 minutes time, 10 minutes time or so in the Masters, 3:30. Outlaw Chris says it was Postman Pat's windy day. No, I think it was Winnie the Pooh and a blustery day.
Yeah, that was. There was a few things floating around in the forest.
Yeah.
156 for 4. Patterson White 2. Eckersley just goes short. Just behind square, really, behind square leg. Chased from short leg by
the naughty one on all those programmes is Norman Price from.
Oh yeah, he's a nightmare.
From Fireman Sam. He's a bad lad.
Yeah. He's turned round the corner this time by Eckersley for 1 down towards fine leg. He is the kid whose parents would have said, and don't invite that Norman Price home from school.
He's got an asbo.
Yeah. More than one. Norman? Was that you, Norman?
Where's that? Pontypandy or something?
Yeah. No ball, and attempted Yorker
dear.
from the bowler. You don't have to see a spinner being no balled, and this has happened twice now.
Brace Girdle and Emerson and Postman Pat. Not Postman Pat, Fireman Sam. Yeah.
That's a medium pace delivery, that one. That's gone off towards the point boundary for 1. Playing across in the last quarter of the square to our left as we look at things. Patterson wide again. Oh, and Eckersley, I thought he was going to get stumped down the leg side there, but as he tried to play across the line, he left his back leg trailing, which was outside the line of the stumps, and the ball thumped into his foot and went to safety. Patterson wide again, and this is defended on off stump this time. Rolls to Fletcher at backward point, no run.
It's quite a square now, actually, isn't it, when you look at where the strips are. I know a lot of them are just practice wickets that have been cut.
Once more comes the bowler, and big stride forward there from Eckersley to snuff that one out. He was at full stretch to get on top of that. Well, on our left-hand side, the square ends, and you've got 3 big swathes of the field, the way they've cut them in these big stripes. Got these huge thick stripes which are probably about 12 yards wide each one. Then there's a little light gap and then a darker stripe again up at each side. So picture the Southampton strip from the 1970s, Alan Ball and Mick Channon and those types. So there's a good section of field across towards the Fox Road stand that isn't on the square, but on the right hand side the rope more or less runs along the end of the square on the right hand side. So it's quite a way in from this stand, which we can't really see round our right hand corner.
William Clark.
Yeah. Probably a good 40 yards in from the corner, I would say.
Beautifully explained. I'll read Stuart Dick's tweet in a second, but Lyndon James to bowl to Burnham, who's on 27. Let's this go through to the keeper. Don't get me started on kids TV, he says. How that Elvis is a qualified fireman is blatant corruption.
Oh.
Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club have just tweeted the run out. Let me have a little look here because I've not seen it.
Well, it doesn't show you what's going on back at the wicket.
No, it doesn't. I'm sure those of you interested are following Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club, but I'll retweet it in any case. At Brace Cricket, there we are, 160 for 4 as Lyndon James with a bounce. It was a bouncer that Burnham ducked underneath, and you'd imagine initially it was going perhaps over his left shoulder, but then it veered, didn't it? And Tom Moores had to change direction.
Looked like it was going to go off down the leg side for maybe 4 more byes, and then suddenly Moores was going off to his right.
Mark 85 as opposed to Mark 84 or 86. Mark 85 says great view, great commentary, looking forward to visiting Trent Bridge for the test match in August. Mark. Next one's clipped away on the leg side. Yeah, Notts England, a couple of runs here, takes the score to 162 for 4. England versus India in August. I believe there's still a few tickets available on each of the 5 days. So
I wonder how many people will actually be able to see that.
Yeah.
In theory, supposedly everybody, but we'll see. There's 2 pubs in the ground actually. He's asking where the best pubs are around here. There's obviously the Vos and Larwood over there.
Next ball is clipped away on the leg side for a single. Takes Burnham on to 30, 163 for 4. I think it's fair to say if you come in on a test match day, follow the crowd.
Some nice bars at Westbridge, isn't there? We had a nice meal last year, didn't
nice,
we?
Yeah. Yes.
Quite an open plan sort of place.
Socially distanced meal.
Yeah. He was in one pub and I was in the other. Hey, we're on all week. There's the Trent Bridge in the corner of the ground as well, isn't it?
163 for 4. Lyndon James bowls, this time it is down the leg side, taken by Tom Moores. James 45 on his back. I don't know if I said it earlier, probably did. Michael Lum's old squad number. He used to have 1 or 2 decent outings against Durham over the years. Especially
96
in
a T20, wasn't it?
Especially in the T20, I think twice he
That
got
was
into
when
the 90s.
That was when Jeff Cook was in hospital recovering from his cardiac arrest.
163 for 4. Next ball, again left alone by Eckersley. End of the 57th over. Lyndon James 7 overs, none for 17. He's posing a few questions, isn't he, for the batsman, it's fair to say. But at the moment, wicketless. Durham's 5th wicket partnership has added 19, and Durham within 37 of a batting point. Tom says, Dave, I live with Dan, who updated you on the watch incident in the Notts media team. I want to congratulate him for after his success yesterday. However, he does have a funny story about going to Durham as a spectator. Ask him to message across the story from Tom. Thanks, Tom. Two umpires having a bit of a blather whilst the players were hand sanitising. we're going to get underway with Liam Patterson-White. Bowl into Jack Burnham. Ben Compton's on the field again at backward point, short third man area.
He's taking a stand. Here comes Patterson-White again from the pavilion end, and that's flicked away down towards the square leg boundary and stopped next to the ropes.
Jake Ball, good work down there.
He had very little ground in which to play with there before landing on the ropes.
News Hog, oh my giddy ant, he starts. I'll finish it in a second because the ball's already in the hand of the bowler.
Eckersley on strike on 7. Plays the ball back up towards the bowler, who snatches at it.
Oh my giddy ant, I've only gone and set this up on the telly now. Happy days. Can't wait to be able to be there in person. Loving having the cricket back though. Love Sarah.
I don't know about you, but I mean our telly's probably about 3 or 4 years old now, but Patterson-White comes around the wicket again. Eckersley goes back into his crease and the ball skids through and he plays it late towards point. We've got a remote control where you can actually talk to the remote control, so dead easy for loading things up on YouTube.
No, not got one of those, but...
You know that handle on the side of yours? Can you not plug something in that?
I think our telly's actually cleverer than I am.
Well, that's not hard, is it? Laid that one up for yourself there. Eckersley gets a single off towards mid-wicket.
Lots for you to tuck into at tea, as you note. I've got some little cakes and biscuits and some chocolate and one or two other things. I don't know if there's any media sandwiches left for you.
That's played towards mid-wicket. I've had my sandwich.
You've had a media sandwich, have you?
Yeah. I went for fish and chips in my room last night. And,
did you, by Jove?
I went full bifter this morning, but I'll not be doing, you know, if I'm away from home in the cricket, I normally have maybe one full bifter in the week, but that'll be it. Patterson-White in again, defended this time on a length by Burnham,
so that's the
over.
The room service full English breakfast.
Yeah, and I don't know where the kitchens are, but both last night's meal and this morning's were piping hot. And then you have to leave your tray outside with all the gear on it when you're finished. And when I took my tray back out to the door this morning and I looked down the corridor, there wasn't another tray to be seen. So other than the team and me, there might not be many other people in the hotel. A colleague was staying in another hotel somewhere else recently, and he said it was like walking into an abandoned building. Once you'd gone beyond the lights of reception, it was just the rest of the building just seemed to be in darkness. So
Luke Fletcher is going to come on to bowl to replace Lyndon James. I did say he's not bowled since lunch. Of course he's bowled since lunch, Luke Fletcher, because he at least had to come out and finish an over, and he had 2 or 3 more, didn't he? So he's bowled 10 overs, 1 for 31. Got rid of Beddingham just before lunch. So here is Fletcher in, and that's a decent start. Just jagging it back from outside the off stump. Ball going through to the keeper. Didn't play in the Bob Willis Trophy game, so Luke Fletcher's first red ball game since a match here against Warwickshire at the end of 2019. That match in which Dominic Sibley got 100 in each. Well, he got 200 in one innings and 100 in the other, and then Joe Clark did the same for Notts, 100 in each innings. Quite extraordinary. This one goes through to the keeper. Had some very eventful end of season games here at Trent Bridge, because the year before, you may remember, Somerset beating Notts. They had 2 hat-tricks with Tom Abel and Craig Overton both taking a hat-trick in the same game. That was quite extraordinary stuff. 165 for 4. Again allowed to go through to the keeper. Another update for Radio Nottingham in just a second. Yes, we're closing in on the tea interval. We'll be in about 10 or 15 minutes' time with Durham on 165 for 4. Just one wicket's gone down since lunch for Notts, and it was a real gimme because there was a little bit of perhaps of a mix-up between the two batsmen. And Alex Lees, who was nicely set on 58, didn't make his ground. It was good work from Joe Clark out in the deep. Rather than throwing it into the keeper, as is tradition, threw it to the bowler's end. Lyndon James trying to gather the ball, and in doing so helped it onto the stumps, and Alex Lees coming back for a second just short of his ground. So that was the breakthrough that Notts needed. Jack Burnham's there on 31. He's got a bit of a start. Former Leicestershire man Ned Eckersley relatively fresh at the crease with him. Durham 165 for 4. There's Fletcher bowling. Next one is clipped to ball at mid-on, and there's no addition to the total. 1 ball left in this over. Stu Scott says Gary, the Yorkshire fan, engrossed in the Notts v Durham game. Big shout out to Gary on his 50th birthday. You're very welcome, Stu, and happy 50th to Gary. So he's only a day or two older than you.
Me?
Yeah, you're hitting that landmark, aren't you, any day now? This is into the pads of Eckersley, and it's the end of the over. 165 for 4.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if I get this vaccine when I'm 50 or in my 40s. What do you reckon? Are they not playing Yorkshire today? Are they off for rain or something?
Don't know. Yorkshire Glamorgan, the match they call in the clash of the Root brothers.
Glamorgan 150 for 7.
Yeah, Billy Root out for 43. I saw earlier.
Other games going on today. Derbyshire 162 for 6. They were 2 for none after 3 balls this morning against Warwickshire in Birmingham. Surrey 169 for 7 against Gloucestershire and Bristol. Hampshire 248 for 3 against Leicestershire at Grace Road. That's Patterson White balls, played by Burnham to short mid-wicket. Middlesex 184 for 3 against Somerset in London, it says. Sussex 165 for 6 against Lancashire in Manchester. And Essex 156 for 3 as Burnham comes down the wicket and drives up towards long off for 1.
Sounds as if this one's on the high seas, actually. The way the wind is buffeting the FX microphone. We often have that up at your place, don't we, with
if you have a northerly wind, it's right in the front of us, but so Patterson White comes left arm round to Eckersley, who flicks at that one. It's gone through the legs of short leg Hasib Hamid and off towards the boundary, where it's collected at long leg by Luke Fletcher. I think what we've got here is, because there's a tube built into the wall here, so you can put the wires through to the outside world and the microphones and whatnot, but we've got quite a stiff crosswind, so it's sort of catching the end of the tube and the microphone, so you're getting that sort of woo-woo noise. That's a wide ball, and that is slapped away out through the covers for 4. Not the best of deliveries, and got what it deserved.
Yes, I think I could only echo those sentiments. Sometimes it's nice just to try something a little bit different, try and tease or tempt the batsman into veering away from the norm. But on that occasion, Jack Burnham says, "Oh, thank you very much." His eyes lit up and he crashed it away through the offside. It just very much with the bottom of the bat, but good connection and gets a boundary.
Comes the bowler again, left this time by the batsman. 1 ball left of this 60th over, 171 for 4. Burnham has 36 of those from 78 balls. Partnership's currently 27, with Eckersley at the other end on 9 here on BBC Radio Nottingham and BBC Radio Newcastle. That's played by Burnham to mid-wicket, no run there. That is the end of the over. Davy Fennick has emailed. Formerly of Durham City, now living on the Seaburn Riviera. So you remember where my dad lived?
Yeah.
He's just near there. He says, can you ask Dave about when me and my mate Eric, who Dave met on holiday, called him one Sunday afternoon from my local at the time, which was the Duke of Wellington, when we were both a few pints in. He says we had a good chat. If you can remember this, I would probably perhaps think you might have remembered it a different way than having a good chat with 2 people who were well oiled.
Was that at a cricket ground? Was I playing cricket in the northeast?
They were in a pub called the Duke of Wellington in Durham City, and they rang you, you met a guy called Eric on holiday, and he was with Eric, your mate from holiday.
Oh. Here's Fletcher bowling.
We're all on tenterhooks now.
This is dropped on the legs. Well,
You're now going to say I haven't
no,
got a clue.
obviously I know Eric. What was the name of your correspondent? Dave.
Yeah.
Dave
Fennick. Sometimes does some of the description stuff for the blind people.
I've had quite a number of social gatherings with Eric over the years. One or two I've been able to remember, and one or two I haven't. 171 for 4, but what I will say is whoever we've gone out for a drink with in Durham City have been lovely folks, and we've had a lovely time. There's a pizzeria up some stairs and cracking food. Really lovely place. Always enjoy staying in Durham when we go up to the northeast. 171 for 4. Have a night out there and have a night out with Martin across on the Riviera. Next one's pushed into the offside, fielded with consummate ease by Liam Patterson-White. Chris Wilson, nice to see you two are busy working whilst I'm in the office. Of course, the race is on for the first 100 of the season, and it looks as if that race may well be won by James Vince. Did mention Hampshire earlier. Vince 85 not out. It's Fletcher bowls, and it's defended 171 for 4. And according to Hampshire's latest tweet, Vincey absolutely motoring. He's moved. No sooner does he move to his half century, a mammoth maximum out the ground. Now sees him race on to 85 not out. Hampshire 248 for 3. Remember all those games going on elsewhere that Martin was just talking about, all available via the BBC Sport website. Though, why would he want to wander away from this one? As Fletcher comes in to bowl outside the off stump. Difficult, isn't it? Once a batsman's set, really, to create a deal of pressure. Not much happening for the bowlers. That's why Lees' wicket was so disappointing from the Durham angle, and such a boost for Notts, because he's left a lot of runs out there. Could well have gone on and made a big score. Fletcher to Eckersley, and again just slightly off line, so Eckersley leaves it alone. 171 for 4. Durham are 29 away from a batting point. I doubt they'll get it before tea, which is 3 overs away.
There's a carrier bag flying across the pitch and just landing in a tree on the far side of the ground. Wind's got up. Flags billowing away on the stand above the pavilion.
Yeah, well, where's
grey skies.
Where's the Durham flag? Where's the Durham flag?
I don't know. It's nothing to do with me, and I really don't care.
Andrew Parker says Sam Robson's already reached 100. Middlesex opener, thank you.
This is played off towards mid-on. All right.
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah. It's another one who had a taste of...
his brother played for Durham for a couple of matches at the end of the season 2 years ago. Angus. Formerly with Leicestershire as well. Yep. This is defended by Burnham. 61.2 overs gone. Tell you what I haven't missed, sore ears. With these headsets. Yep. Patterson-White and driven, and a quick single for Burnham. The bright red soles of his boots flashing away at us as he races up to the other end.
Yeah, Dave Noble already also get the word out. Also confirming Sam Robson already got 100. Dave, thank you.
In comes the bowler, and that's driven by Eckersley on one knee out towards the point boundary for 1 run. Swords, he says, great to see a steady accumulation of runs. My panic button was pushed at 5 for 2. Hopefully the team is evolving again and can now again compete with the big boys. Durham are back, says Swordsy. In comes Patterson-White, played by Burnham out towards the covers for one. So not only has he pushed the panic button this morning, but he's also decided that Durham are back in the same tweet. Yes. That's glass smashed all over the floor and half full in one day. Eckersley meets the ball on the bounce and defends it. It rolls back up to the bowler's end. That's the end of the over. 174 for 4 on the BBC. There's basically the BBC signed a new 4-year deal with the counties this year through the ECB, so every match has commentary coverage, cameras as well at the games, and interwoven with our commentaries. The 100, of course, is coming this summer, later in the year. There'll be a commentary team covering those games.
Yeah, thanks to everybody congratulating me on my new 4-year contract. I'm afraid it doesn't work like that.
No. Dave's P45 will be landing on the doorstep on September the 20th.
I've got to be good in this game to be able to do next week. Yeah. Good as in behave myself and be here on time. There's Fletcher. Where are we now? 2 overs to go until the tea interval. Of course, not struck just before lunch. They'd like to be greedy and get one just before tea. Burnham is on strike. He's the one they'd want because he's the one that's nicely set on 38. Strange old scorecard, the way I've written it down, because I've written it down as Michael Jones has won. It wasn't like that really, because Alex Lees took the first ball of the morning, but my card goes Jones 0, Lees 58, Borthwick 0, Beddingham 57.
Mine has 0, 57, 58.
Yeah. 174 for 4. Next ball, again dropped on the leg side.
Just looking, there's a new match centre for the County Championship on the ECB website as well, so all the different scorecards are listed there, plus a little blue button you can click on for the live stream available at all of them as well. So progressing together as one big, huge, happy family team.
Who'd have thought we'd see the day, eh? Live streams available from every single game. Things have come on in the last few years. 174 for 4 now, then an LBW shout, and again I don't think he's going to get it because Gunnar Gould is walking away from the scene of the crime and is already signalling a leg by, but Luke Fletcher with a bit of a teapot, hands on hips, just so going down. Leg by signalled.
He played around that one, didn't he?
Yeah.
That was the sort of shout where you'd expect a finger, but when I looked at the umpire straight away he was shaking his head, so see this one again.
Yes, in terms of the game being advanced, you know what I'd like? I'd like to go home tonight and perhaps have something to eat or perhaps a drink and then switch on the highlights programme tonight, like Match of the Day. Now that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Next ball goes through to the keeper. It's been...
Did he signal a leg by there or not?
Yes,
he did.
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
Oh, I tell you what.
175 for 4.
It looks like it's veering off down the leg side, but as it pitches, it looks to hit him low on the leg. From the replay, I would say he's very lucky to survive that one.
Eckersley has 10. Fletcher in to bowl to him. Another ask, and again Gunnar Gould shakes his head. And a shy at the stumps. It's knocked a bail off, and it's a little bit of a mix-up there, and. Well, Eckersley, he's not out twice. He was not out from the LBW and he was not out from the shy at the stumps, which did hit and knock a bail off.
I think he was batting that one, but...
Good work from Slater.
I don't know what the umpire's reasoning was for not giving Burnham out.
175 for 4. Final ball. Luke Fletcher will bowl in this session. Been a probing, testing over, and he's in once more, and an inside edge onto the boot of Ned Eckersley. 175 for 4 on the end of Luke Fletcher's 13th over, 1 for 31. And here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Newcastle from Trent Bridge, we are 1 over away from the tea interval, or a maximum of 1 over. Of course, we could be just 1 or 2 deliveries. Somebody A little impatient outside the ground.
Yes, it's a vuvuzela. Looking at the action replays for those two deliveries there from Fletcher, I can't see why Burnham wasn't given. I can see that as far as Eccles is concerned, it's a full toss from Patterson White and it's away for 4. Hammered by Burnham off the lower part of the bat, straight underneath the fielder at mid-on, who dived and missed it. Is it Duckett, is it? Who's picking himself up there? Clark. Eckersley, it looked to be too high. It looked like it was flipping the top of the pad, thigh pad area.
So still to come, Stuart Pointer, who, as we know, is a very capable player.
This is nurdled into the hands of Hamid at short leg by Burnham.
Ben Rain had a good score here in a T20 game, didn't he, a year or two back?
This is played up towards long on.
Might have been in his Leicester days, actually, now I think about it. Chris Rushworth, who knows which end of the bat to hold, and Matt Salisbury, who will be bringing up the rear.
Rushy nearly got 50 here last year, didn't he?
Yeah.
Played back to the bowler by Burnham, who's on 42 from 90 balls. Eckersley on 10 from 43. 4 balls to go to T. Breezy, chilly day here in Nottingham. That's dealt with by Burnham, who gets forward and defends. The ball trickles out on the offside. It's picked up by Duckett and cleaned as a pigeon flies by, batting into the wind. Patterson White again. Burnham finds Duckett once more along the floor. And that is T, 179 for 4.
So 86 for 1 in that session. Durham, 33 and a bit overs. Nottinghamshire struggled really to exert much pressure, although late on Luke Fletcher just managing to strike the pads and ask the question a couple of times, but the 1 wicket to go down between lunch and tea was a real calamity as far as Durham were concerned. A real bit of opportunism for Notts. A run out, Alex Lees running back for 2, going to the non-striker's end, beaten by a throw from Joe Clark, which was shovelled onto the stumps by Lyndon James. Lees out for 58, the top score so far of the Durham innings. At T, Ned Eckersley has 10. Jack Burnham nicely placed on 42. Durham 179 for 4. And Martin and myself just going to grab a cuppa, and we'll be right back with you in about 20 minutes time. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge ahead of the final session of the first day here between Nottinghamshire and Durham. Durham 179 for 4 at tea. A couple of wickets today for Jake Ball, one for Luke Fletcher, and a run out. That run out being that of Alex Lees, who's the top scorer so far in the Durham innings, made 58. David Beddingham made 57, but Jack Burnham closing in on his own half centuries at tea on 42 not out with him. Ned Eckersley, who has 10, and it's going to be again a case of cat and mouse, you'd imagine, right at the start of the session here. Can Notts cash in, break this partnership, and then begin to make inroads into the lower middle order, or will Durham just continue the fine work of the last hour or so of the afternoon session, moving quite serenely now towards the batting bonus points. Looks as if it's going to be Luke Fletcher to bowl the first over of the session. Second new ball, remember, becomes due after 80 overs, so that's 16 overs from now. So it may be that Ball and Hutton, the two who took the new ball this morning, might be held off to one side by Stephen Mullaney until then. Big wave from Luke Fletcher up here towards the commentary box. Clearly enjoying his work. Picked up the one wicket today, that of David Beddingham. But is that another LBW shout or two? He's going to bowl to Ned Eckersley to get this session underway, and Eckersley lets it go through to the keeper. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and alongside me from BBC Radio Newcastle, Martin Emerson.
Just looking at the progress that's been made. Methodical would be the phrase that springs to mind.
Would you say it's about even Stevens right now?
Yeah, I think Notts would probably want a couple more wickets in the bag, but
here's Fletcher. Again bowling wide of the off stump. Talk about winning sessions, don't they? And no real clear winners either way yet. 93 for 3 the morning session. Durham in the afternoon, 86 for 1. So they had the better of it slightly, but they've not got away in the sense that, as Martin says, a wicket or two now. Notts would be very much with their tails up, but they've got to earn that position. Here's Fletcher. 3 slips, nobody down at third man. This is pushed to mid-off. Runs are flowing at Grace Road.
Some games.
Hampshire 292 for 3 centuries for James Vince and Tom Alsop there. 292 for 3 at tea.
At Northampton, just down the road from here, obviously, a similar scenario. Kent 179 for 4 at tea, which is what Durham were. Chelmsford, Essex 171 for 3. So they're similar to this, aren't they?
Yeah.
One of them's the same.
179 for 4. Not a +1 on the over 8, they say, somehow. This has tickled away for a single. So the score reads 180.
Sussex are 14 runs ahead of this game at the moment, but they've lost 6 wickets. Middlesex 208 for 4. Hampshire are flying, as you say, but it's the only standout score of the day, really. Surrey 202. Derbyshire 164 for 8, and Glamorgan 166 for 7. So they've all been fairly, 3 and over-ish? Where are we? Current run rate 2.7 here, so they've been about 2.5 and over, haven't they?
Good thing is there's cricket throughout the country. This is hit back to Luke Fletcher, who then shies towards Jack Burnham, and I think hits the pads of Jack Burnham, and then immediately apologises, and umpire Gould looks on like a displeased schoolmaster. 180 for 4. Burnham 42, Eckersley 10. Yes, there was a lot of doom and gloom earlier in the week when some parts of the country were getting really horrible weather. Wondering if it would affect the claiming a catch, and he's got him down the leg side. Fletcher's got a leg side strangle here, and Jack Burnham's got to go. Most unfortunate for Burnham, but a little lazy flick at one drifting down the leg side, and excellent work by Tom Moores. And Luke Fletcher's got his second of the day. It's 180 for 5, and once more Notts have been gifted a wicket really when it looked as if nothing was on its way for them. First wicket after tea, and Jack Burnham caught Moores, bowled Fletcher for 42, faced 94 balls, it's 7 fours, and you'd have to say, Martin, it's just that lazy little leg side flick.
I tell you what, Dave, the psychology of sport there, that's the ball after Fletcher threw the ball at his pads and hit him in the pads, and then he wafts at one like that and he's out.
Was it the ball or 2 balls after? Either way, I know what you're saying. There was an opportunity. He fancied the ball drifting down the leg side, fast open spaces down there, and
there was no need for Luke to throw the ball at him like he did, and he apologised, but he did it, and then Burnham's gone. So you can't unmarry the two.
Well, you can't connect them, really.
I just have, because it happened. They happened seconds apart and in the same over. So yeah, I'm connecting the two events.
No, nothing to do with it. It's a leg side delivery that he's had a lazy waft at.
You can't tell me that Jack Burnham wasn't still out there thinking about the ball just being hurled at his pads.
I'm sure
for no
he
reason.
wasn't. I'm absolutely sure he wasn't. New man is Stuart Pointer, Eckersley on strike, Liam Patterson-White to bowl to him.
So is the window open or not?
Yeah.
It's difficult to tell with the dark sky we're looking at and the greyness.
Yours isn't.
I know that, but this is played up to mid-off by Eckersley. I just looked across through your window, but it's still a level of greyness out there because of the sky. I think there's a slight tint on these windows, isn't there? This might bowling before tea, continues his spell after it. 12.3 overs, none 432, 1 maiden. Fletcher 2 for 31 from 14 overs, 8 maidens for him. It's driven up towards mid-off. It bounces a couple of times, no run. I suppose that maidens column against Fletcher's name also tells a story of the pressure he's been putting on with the ball, but most of that was this morning, wasn't it? Haven't really seen him this afternoon. Patterson-White again. Quicker delivery. Durham 180 for 5. If they lose a couple more here, you'll start to see comments about they haven't capitalised enough. Still there, 20 away from a batting point. This one is played low on the leg side by Eckersley. A big stride from him. Dot ball.
And that second new ball, and Jake Ball looms large.
Well, that's still 14 overs away though, isn't it? 30 overs left in the day, and the next wicket brings the second bowling point for Notts, who put Durham in this morning. Jones and Borthwick both went for ducks in the 5th over to the bowling of Jake Ball. Bedingham was caught behind of Fletcher just before lunch. The delivery that brought lunch for 57. Lees was run out for 58 in the afternoon session, the only wicket of 4. And then Burnham going for 42 after the break at tea.
It's Fletcher again then. 2 wickets to his name now, bowling to Stuart Pointer, who defends his first delivery. Houghton at first slip, Ben Duckett at second, and Asiba Mead, the Notts vice-captain, at third slip. Ben Slater at point. Liam Patterson-White at extra cover. Stephen Mullaney at mid-off. Mid-on is Jake Ball, mid-wicket Lyndon James. And we're missing one. Joe Clark down at long leg. Fletcher bowls, another LBW shout, and again they ask Gunnar Gould. Fletcher has a bit of a stare back towards the batsman, just trying to...
I think that might have been too high in leg side. I'm just going to watch it again and here, but... I didn't feel I was going to see a finger on that occasion.
No, I didn't.
Not
either.
like the Burnham one before tea. I was waiting for the finger of doom before tea.
180 for 5. Got his tail up here, Fletch. That's what Stephen Mullaney would have wanted. Fletcher to bowl nicely and get a wicket at 2. This is well fielded by Slater at backward point. And then the second new ball, Jake Ball, hopefully to carry on from his early morning's work. Durham, of course, will be looking to do the opposite, blunt Fletcher now for an hour and then tuck in the second half of the final session. If they can get up to 300, it will be a workable score going forward. Notts will have to bat well to match it. There's a push and run on the leg side. Lyndon James will field. 7 probing overs from Lyndon in the afternoon session. Good catch from Tom Moores that. He went a long way to get there.
Burnham didn't add any runs after tea, did he? And survived that big shout in the over just before tea. So,
but that's 3 that really got starts. Beddingham out in an over that might not have been just before lunch. Lee's run out, clearly avoidable, and Burnham a lazy flick at a leg side delivery. Next one has just taken off there, short of a length. Well wide of the off stump though, doesn't inconvenience Eckersley, who I guess is a fan of the England football team with number 66 on his back. I don't know if there's any other reason why you'd have 66, or maybe Graham Swan. Fan of Graham Swan.
How many pre-season matches did not squeeze in because Durham had their final game against Durham University cancelled by the university because the weather was too nice and they thought too many people would break up to watch it and turn up to watch it and break COVID regulations.
There's Fletcher bowling to Eckersley, who defends. So they had a 3-dayer here against Oxford University, or UCCE as it's called. It was played as a game over 2 innings as a proper match, although I think we probably saw 13 players on each side through the course of the game get involved one way or another. And then they went to Edgbaston with 2 teams, and at Edgbaston they played a 2-day match, Notts against Warwickshire, but just down the road, I've not been, Mitchell and Butler ground, effectively the spares, so essentially, or maybe a Notts seconds against Warwickshire seconds played. Lyndon James played in that and got 100 in that. And then back here last weekend, Notts Leicestershire 2 days, Notts batted for 1 day and Leicestershire batted for the other.
Paddison White from the pavilion end, left arm round to Pointer, who goes forward and defends that, no run.
The Oxford University game, which I mentioned was played as a 2 innings match, Ben Duckett got a pair. Nice to get them out of the way in pre-season.
Pointer got 50 here last year, left one when he was on one in one of his innings and lost his stumps, but got 50 in the next. He's listed on the team sheet as the wicketkeeper rather than Eckersley. Paddison White bowls, defended again by Pointer, who's no longer with Ireland.
Interesting scorecard from last year's games, in that Notts openers in the first innings were Hamid and Slater. In the second innings they were Duckett and Trigo.
Bowler bowls once more. A long stride forward there from Pointer.
They were sort of left 200 in 20 or something silly, weren't they? And Trigo came out and gave it a bit of a blast for 4 overs.
Yeah, they had about 65 on the board after 7 overs or something, and then he was out, and that was it, really.
Yep.
This is just nudged beyond the grasp of Duckett in the covers. 1 run for Pointer.
It was Michael Jones who held them up all day, wasn't it? And was it Jones and Pointer?
There was all Carson Rain put on a decent partnership as well, didn't they?
Gareth Hart, who of course has now left, he got runs in the first innings last year.
Yeah. Paddison White round the wicket again. Eckersley goes a long way down the track. It comes off his pad and muted appeal from the keeper, but he was about 4 or 5 yards out of his crease there, making sure, if nothing else, the ball wasn't going to get past him. End of the over. That was one of the disappointments for me in the winter. You know, you see Scott Borthwick coming back. You've watched the emergence of Gareth Hart in the last 2 years or so, and then he went back to South Africa and has got involved with a web design and an online business company, and has decided financially I think he can do better there, and prospects for him are better there, and so he's decided to quit professional cricket and turn his attention to business. So I think he's going to be quite a miss, because not only was he a decent batsman, he could come in and grind out an innings, but he was a good partnership breaker with the ball as well, decent all-rounder, and you got the impression he was only going to get better.
It's Fletcher setting off from one of those green paint bowling marks that you have to peer closely at the grass to see. First ball right on the money, and there's no run. During the intervals, the lunch and tea interval, you see players that aren't involved and the coaching staffs come out and they'll have a little bit of a bowl either end of the square. We saw Paul Coghlan having a little bit of a bowl on the strip. Who's changed. He was in his Durham colours, whites, number 23 on the back, but there was a stark difference from the Paul Coghlan we both remember. This time it's defended. He was, shall we say, follically challenged?
Yeah, absolutely, totally gone. A lot of it shaven off. Last year he had this big bandana around his head, didn't he, and long flowing locks.
It almost looked as if perhaps it was a charity thing, but shaven-headed Paul Coghlan. So perhaps when Notts are batting later on in the match, and if he comes out and does a stint fielding without his hat on, we might see him. We might be able to get our cameraman to focus on him. Fletcher bowls again, clipped on the leg side. Big thanks to the camera guys, Spence and his mate out there. Forgot the other guy's name. Beg your pardon. I'll be told in a minute. 182 for 5. Jono. Sorry, Jono.
Did you remember that or not?
Yeah.
Or were you told?
But no, I remembered it. 182 for 5. Pointer has 2. Fletcher bowling. It goes through to Tom Moores.
Junior Wetherell's emailed us a picture of some banana cakes she's been making.
Oh.
Made with some overripe bananas belonging to Doug, her dad. Former national newspaper sports writer and TV presenter with the BBC for a period, Doug Wetherell. When he first started out on the beat, he used to watch my granddad playing cricket for Whitburn back in the 50s.
Stephen Mullaney giving the ball a good old wipe before handing it on to Luke Fletcher. Ball pushed up again to Mullaney.
It's one of the backroom staff on the bike down there next to the dugout, just doing a bit of a few hours on the Zwift. Is that Dame Patterson, is it? Who's that? Luminous top on the bike?
Yes. Here's Fletcher.
Probably trying to keep warm.
Bowling to Pointer. And he defends it. I must say thank you, but I don't know who to. There was a gift here for me this morning, and I don't know if I mentioned it. A lot of people are going to say, "Oh, well, you're welcome to it."
I think it would be some marketing department, probably.
Some marketing department has sent Dave Bracegirdle, care of the media centre, Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club, a Trent Rockets baseball cap. So we'll leave it at that. But whoever sent it, many thanks indeed. That is going to get underway later this summer. Just looking the not starting 11 here. There are 5 players scheduled to be involved with the 100. Here's Liam Patterson-White bowling, and Eckersley used his feet, and then having got to the pitch of it, just drove it along the ground to mid-on, and there's no run. Duckett and Clark been signed by other franchises, but Mullaney, Moores and Jake Ball all part of the Trent Rockets franchise. Nicely clipped this time, square of the wicket on the leg side by Eckersley. Slater's after it, he won't get there. Just be careful there, Ben. Don't go doing anything silly near that wall at the base of the Fox Road stand, the U Energy stand there. It's always a little scary if you see players diving towards that stand. But Slater knew the ball was going to win and began to pull up anyway. 186 for 5. Nice shot from Eckersley, who's on 14. Stuart Pointer has 2. Patterson White in his 15th over, and again the bowler uses his feet, drills it back to the bowler. It's listed to bat at 8 on the Notts card. Liam Patterson White, Brett Hutton 9, Luke Fletcher 10 and Jake Ball 11. We're a long way from that scenario. Durham 5 wickets down. Again, Eckersley using his feet nicely. Not afraid to come at the spinner. Tom Moore standing up, of course, so to miss the ball would be absolutely fatal, that's for certain. But Eckersley's decided to use his feet to Liam Patterson White at every opportunity. And they're coming a pace down, or even more, but on this occasion the ball was short of a length, so he goes deep into his crease to defend. End of the 70th over. Durham 186 for 5. Today they've lost wickets at 5, 5, 93, 144 and 180. Just about restarted everywhere else round the country. Durham 185 for 3 against Worcestershire. Derbyshire 168 for 9 against Warwickshire. They're the 4 other teams involved in the same group as Notts and Durham, as Fletcher starts a new over, edged, and it's eluded Tom Moore's, and they're going to get a couple of runs. They are indeed. I'm pretty sure it was a regulation edge, but it's somehow gone a long way to the right of Moore's, who flung himself across and he couldn't get on it. And I don't know if Brett Hutton was obscured by Moore's diving, but Fletcher looking a little deflated as he trudges back. Genuine edge by Stuart Pointer. Not much gone missing today for Notts, but one way or another probably should have been taken, and they're just having a little word there on the gap, just trying to get the gap fine. Here's Fletcher in again, and Pointer nudges this up to mid-on, and there's no run. There's an update for Radio Nottingham, where Durham are now 188 for 5. Notts have picked up a wicket since tea, and they should have had another one just now. It was Luke Fletcher with the wicket of Jack Burnham, a ball that was drifting down the leg side. Probably not the best directed ball from Luke Fletcher, but Burnham had a nibble at it, just tickled it through to the wicketkeeper Tom Moores, and now Fletcher to the new man Stuart Pointer, right on the mark, a genuine nick, and somehow the ball has found its way between the keeper and first slip and run away for runs. So Notts missing an opportunity there. Durham 188 for 5. Pointer has 4. Give you the rest of the scores up and down the country after this delivery, provided nothing untoward happens from this Fletcher delivery. Halfway through the 71st over, it's defended. So in Group 2, they're off for rain at Bristol. Surrey 207 for 8 against Gloucestershire. Hampshire 302 for 3 against Leicestershire at Grace Road. Centuries for James Vincent, Tom Alsop. They're at the crease, going along nicely. Middlesex 212 for 4 at Lords against Somerset. Century there for Sam Robson. At Old Trafford, Sussex 204 for 6 against Lancashire. Fletcher to Pointer, works this square of the wicket for a single. 189 for 5, Pointer on to 5. Just 2 more Kent 203 for 4 at Northampton, and Glamorgan 166 for 7 against Yorkshire at Headingley. Fletcher in again once more. Ball clipped away onto the leg side, so for another single. 190 for 5, and that's the end of the Fletcher over. Fletcher through 17 overs now, 2 for 36. Eckersley on 15, Pointer on 5. Martin back with me. I don't know if you had a chance to have a re-look at the nick.
Yeah, it didn't. It bounced through the slip cord, didn't it?
You don't think it carried?
I saw it bouncing.
It's Patterson White bowling. I wasn't sure. It somehow got between keeper Tom Moores and first slip Brett Hutton, which isn't ideal, but genuine nick.
I think they went across each other's line, didn't they? And then it bounced through legs.
Next ball is hit forcefully by Eckersley, and it's struck Pointer.
That was away for 4 otherwise.
What are you looking at there?
Oh, that's big, isn't it? It just came over really low. You wouldn't have seen it, but
just dropping into East Midlands. Big holiday plane, short and cut away. There'll be work on the boundary here for Lyndon James to do, which he accomplishes. A couple of runs nonetheless. 192 for 5. Durham inching closer and closer to that first batting bonus point.
I think a lot of the stuff coming into East Midlands at the minute will be cargo planes.
Yeah, freight stuff. Yeah.
I don't recognise the tail sign on that. It might be Air France.
192 for 5. Eckersley again using his feet to hop, skip and a jump down the track, and then drives it onto the onside but can't get a run.
It's from Cargo Logic Air and has flown in from Cincinnati.
My word.
Yeah, quite a snazzy looking plane.
192 for 5. Next one's eased into the offside. There's no run. They've the crew unfortunately have missed the first day's play here at Trent Bridge, but I'm sure they'll be sticking around for news of what's to come later in the week. Next ball, leg side sweep, well taken by Tom Moores, flick to bail off, and end of the over. 192 for 5.
Could you point to Cincinnati on a map? I don't think I could.
Yes.
You could?
Because I know where all the NFL teams are.
Oh, God.
Yeah, well, it's a reason.
Where is it? In the middle somewhere?
No.
Ohio? Illinois?
Well, yeah, it's on the banks of the Ohio it's in Cleveland, isn't it? So it's next to Cleveland in Ohio. So it's right-hand side, just in a bit.
So that's just south of Toronto then?
Well, Toronto's in Canada.
I know, but they all meet on the border.
It's definitely south of Toronto.
Yeah. I think we went to watch Toronto Maple Leafs in an ice hockey match one night, and I think they were playing Cleveland, and they were just round the other side. Unless it's not Cleveland Bay over San Francisco, not that Cleveland, no. Or was that Bartley?
No, that's not it. So Fletcher, 2 wickets today.
Fletcher's previous ball was a dot ball through the keeper. Here he comes again. And bowls. And that's defended out to the offside. .192 for 5. I can hear people shouting in houses across the country at our lack of knowledge of geographical locations in America now.
No, well, give me a map of America, I go bang straight on to Cincinnati because of where the Bengals play.
This is pushed up towards
It's not far from
no run.
Cleveland. It's not far from
Right, you've
Pittsburgh.
You've got Chicago at the bottom of the lake.
Well, it's below Chicago and over to the right. This isn't great. It's in Pennsylvania, and there's Pittsburgh. There's Cleveland, and the next one is Cincinnati.
So it was right. So
there's Cincinnati.
Yeah. So Cleveland is just.
Sorry, not great radio. I'm just showing him on a map.
Yeah, Cleveland is just to the south of Toronto, and we watched them play in a pre-season match. So Fletcher bounds in Radcliffe Road, and that pops sharply, and it's gone through to the keeper high. Unless it was Detroit, I'm sure it was Cleveland. And even for a pre-season friendly, it got quite spicy. They just like to let off steam, don't they?
And that's in what?
It was at the is it the Air Canada Centre at Toronto?
In what sport?
Ice hockey.
Oh, I don't know.
There was about 25,000 people there, and we bought tickets off what they call scalpers outside the ground.
Fletcher. Is it you or me?
I think it's me. Played up towards mid on again, no run there. We'd gone to Toronto on holiday at the end of like a 3-week tour around Canada, and we'd gone down to this sports bar near the indoor dome thing because my wife wanted to go and see somebody who she knew who was a former netminder of Newcastle Vipers, ice hockey team. So we went to the bar. When we got there, transpired Toronto Maple Leafs were playing round the corner. So we went round after the game, after the match had started, and got tickets on the door off a scalper. But here's the difference to this country and there. It's Fletcher Balls, wraps in the pad of Poitras. He looks to play it off to the leg side, no run. It's the end of the over, is it? Yes, end of the over. 192 for 5, Eckersley 17.5. In this country, anybody with spare tickets trying to sell them would be classed as a tout and arrested.
Well, would they?
Well,
would
yeah,
they?
generally.
Have you ever been to Wembley on a match day?
I've seen plenty of people arrested at outside grounds, even people trying to sell.
And I've seen plenty ignored.
Tickets.
Those steps at the bottom of Wembley, there can be 100 policemen and 100 touts, and they're all watching each other. Just quickly, while the players are sanitising, two things on what you've just said. Mark Modd says Cleveland's on the lake, Cincinnati is way south of that. Andy says, tell Marty Cleveland doesn't have an ice hockey team.
Must have been Detroit then, who we saw.
192 for 5.
Anyway, this guy was trying to sell us these tickets, and we said, look, we're from England, we don't watch ice hockey. Feigned interest, and the steward came at us and said, is this man harassing you? I said, well, not really, he's trying to sell us tickets for a match we're not really interested in. And he dropped his price and dropped his price and dropped his price, and then the steward said, well, how much is he asking? And he grabbed hold of the tickets off the tout, and I thought the tout was going to say, hey, give me those back. And he looked at them and he said, oh, they're good seats. How much is he asking you to pay for them? And it was about, I don't know, $70 each. And the bloke said, I would snap his hand off if I were you. They're gold tickets. Anyway, we went in, paid about, I don't know, $50, $60 each for these tickets. And the people who were sitting next to us had been on a waiting list to sit in this section of the stadium for 3 years.
I'd still be wary. You know, you pay your money and then you go to scan through the barcode. Says no, you're not coming in. The computer says no. Bowling change. Stephen Mullaney with 73 overs on the clock.
Well, they didn't have facial recognition, Dave, so I wasn't worried.
Coming in off his long run, Tom Moore stood back. Bowles and concedes a run first ball. Eckersley moves on to 18. Mark says top coverage. Yeah, thank you very much. Much improved. Pictures from 2020. Thank you. On the iPad, or I had the iPad on all day. Next to a working laptop in the Kingdom of Newark. You're a good man, Mark. NCCCCC looking good, Fettle, and it looks a little chilly. It is indeed. The Kingdom of Newark. That's how it should be described. 193 for 5. Did you pass through the Kingdom of Newark last night?
Yeah.
Eckersley 18, pointer on strike on 5. Works this one away onto the leg side for another single.
I came round past the British Sugar Plant, round that back road, past the fishing lakes.
Yeah.
And I could hear you in the house, so I don't know why you didn't answer the door.
I wasn't though. I told you I was down at the old vaccinating place. Way down there for a couple of hours. 194 for 5. Not for me.
Have they got one of these mass vaccination centres near you? Where's that then?
The showground.
Yeah,
the showground where they have a lot of the bargain hunts. I don't know if you if you watch that at lunchtime with your soup. Look at the old bargain hunt. The Kingdom of Newark. We've not missed any cricket at all. Been waiting for a helmet to be fetched for Tom Moore so he can stand up to the stumps again. Keep those helmets out there, or some such. As Mullaney bowls wide of the off stump, Eckersley forces it into the offside. He nearly slipped, so they only get one when they might have got two otherwise.
Julia's been back on. She says, I can confirm Cincinnati is in Ohio, as is Wapakoneta, the birthplace of Neil Armstrong. Now, I've got recollections of Julia once living in Baltimore, I think.
195 for 5, left alone by Mullaney. That's in Maryland.
Yeah, I'm sure Doug used to go and visit her on holiday there. And there used to be a really good late night cops and robbers show on Channel 4 20 odd years ago when I first joined the BBC, called Homicide: Life on the Street, which was based around Baltimore.
195 for 5. Next ball through to the keeper. I can't get into any of those police things, or I never have done, but I saw your tweet the other day, and
drew a few in, didn't it?
I was going to say, and I could have written that some time ago, but I seem to have changed into a completely different person, because I've sort of watched this Line of Duty series, and I'm gripped now. Can't wait for Sundays to come round, as this one's chopped into the offside, and there's a single across Vicky McClure, the darling of Nottingham. Yeah.
This is England.
196 for 5, end of the 74th over. Mullaney underbowled slightly, 6 overs, none for 24 for the Notts captain, and it will be, who's it going to be from this end? It's going to be Lyndon James to get the opportunity to probably have 3 more overs just to take it up to the second new ball.
I remember seeing Vicky McClure in the This Is England drama series quite a few years ago now. Start off in the punk era, the late 70s, and then the next series was the Falklands.
So what was
moves on every 2 or 3 years.
So what was your tweet the other day that drew a few
I saw lots of people tweeting about Line of Duty. I've never seen it, and it's obviously one of these things that I just missed when it first began.
Yeah, well, I'm like that.
You often feel it, people are talking about it in the office. Oh, have you seen it? If you've missed it, you don't feel invested in it, do you? And once the 2 or 3 series in, well, when are you going to find the time to go back and catch up and all of that?
In lockdown?
No, not with 3 kids.
Exactly.
I'm not allowed near the telly half the time. Here's Lyndon James back in from the Radcliffe Road end, right arm over, and that just moves away from pointer through to the keeper. So it's like The Sopranos. I only caught up with that probably midway through season 3. I knew of its existence, was put off by the name like a lot of people would have been. I remember being on a honeymoon in New York, and one of the actors had been arrested for some incident where I think he was still at school at the time, and all of the news channels in a case of life imitating art, one of the cast of The Sopranos has been arrested today. As James comes in, and the pointer leaves that one alone.
I was looking around, I wondered who'd come in the room then.
So I missed The Sopranos, and then one night I was in the house, kids must have been in bed. We might not have even had any kids, I can't remember. I was on my own, flicking through the channels, and landed upon what I thought was Goodfellas or something like that. And I was thinking, I can't remember these scenes from Goodfellas. And I was watching it and thinking, well, what is it going to be? And then it went to an advert break, and it said The Sopranos. I thought, oh, this is actually quite good. So I watched it from about the midway through Series 3 and then caught up with it on videos later on. Full pitch delivery there from James, right on middle stump, played back to the bowler, dot ball. But lots of these things. So this one, what is it now? This one you're on about?
Line of Duty.
Line of Duty, never seen it. Wire in the Blood, all those sorts of things, no. The Wire, no. Breaking Bad, no.
No, I haven't any of those, but the other half caught up with Line of Duty in lockdown and decided we were going to watch it, and I watched the first one.
It's played off towards mid-wicket. No run.
With the running commentary, she's this and they're that, and he's there, and they used to work together, and this is as long as it's explained for me. I don't like these programs where you have flashbacks and dreams and whatever. And like you say, if you've not been part of it from the start, you haven't a clue what's going off. But
you need audio description on then. But instead of it saying she looks at him longingly, she's looking at him thinking, well, I was with him last year, and now he's with her instead. Durham are 4 away from a batting point, but this is another dot ball.
And I always watch it without thinking subconsciously or even consciously as to what might be happening, who is going to be the killer, or the other half. She's already worked out that, well, this will turn out that she's pregnant by him, and he's done that, and she's done that, and the gardeners, and she's usually right.
James in past the umpire and balls. Another dot ball as it's played away from off stump. What was that one where George Gently finished about 2 or 3 years ago?
No idea.
Now, I'd never watched that. That was a Sunday night drama thing. See, I think half of the problem is when the pubs are open, I'm normally in the pub on a Sunday night. But my daughter was in it, and we had no idea about the history of George Gently or who he was. And we sat and watched it. She was in the final 2 episodes. And I said to her, did you meet the actor who plays George Gently? No. Who were you? I was playing the daughter of a woman. Well, what was that woman's role in the... Don't know. So we're sitting there watching it, and it turns out her mother's a murderess. She didn't have a clue.
So how did that come about then?
And George Gently went to arrest her mother with my daughter in the scene, and she said she didn't meet him.
Here's Mulaney bowling from the Radcliffe Road end, and this is run into the offside, and there's no run. Ben Compton on the field at the moment, doing the fielding. So how did your daughter get involved in that?
My 2 oldest daughters went to a local drama group, and every now and then they were asked to provide extras for certain shows. Vera's filmed in the northeast, so there's quite a bit of work on there for kids and stuff as well.
Is it a paid role? Is there any perks?
Yeah. Oof, that's out. That's a thick edge, and that is the end of Eckersley as he's driven at Mulaney, and he's gone, caught by... Who was that?
Brett Hutton.
Brett Hutton. And he's gone for 19. Durham 196 for 6. And at risk here of not making progress while losing wickets now. And that's the second bowling point for Notts.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's a wicket that's come just before the second new ball is due. So obviously Ned Eckersley didn't mean to get out, but he's not done Bryden Carse and those that have to follow any great favours really, because Eckersley was another one that was nicely set on 19. My word, the gates are open.
Says you're taking the mickey out of my hair.
It was Mr. Emerson, the Nottinghamshire Director of Cricket. Mr. Newell is.
Meg, I was just seeing you look a bit greyer than the last time I saw you.
Martin, can we just turn you off for a second and just get a word from?
3 o'clock,
if we can just get a quick word. We've got a socially distanced guest up on the gantry outside, and we've got some sanitised headphones. We'll just pop on. You need to put the head. There we are. Twirl it round.
Is that okay?
No, give me a minute. That way. That's on your left ear. There we are. Can you hear me? We've got Nottinghamshire Director of Cricket Mick Newell just popped up on the gantry here, just to hopefully just to say hello, but to give Martin a little bit of stick, as he was saying. The old hair looks to have gone a shade paler since he last saw you as Mulaney bowls, and it's defended. How are you, boss?
I'm alright, mate. I'm a bit chilly, but just doing a lap of the ground, make sure everybody's alright. Come to see you guys. And I missed the wicket because I was on the stairs there.
It was a bit of a wild slash at it from a wide ball from Mulaney, and it went straight through to Brett Hutton at first slip, and a nice catch in the bread basket. Hung on to it. 196 for 6. Where's the balance of power?
Well, I think we've done pretty well. I'm happy with the way we've bowled.
There's Mulaney bowling. This is chopped into the offside. Bryden Carse is the new batsman out there. Stephen Mulaney obviously just trying to get up to the 80th over. 196 for 6.
My sense is it's a pretty good pitch. I don't know what you guys have been saying, but it's got good carry. The keeper taking the ball sort of chest high, waist high. So I think that's a good sign. I thought Lees and Beddingham played really well. I couldn't see Lees getting out, so we struck lucky there with the run out.
196 for 6. This is eased into the offside. Well, we think 3 times today Notts have had a little bit of fortune. They bustled round and managed to get one extra over in at lunch, and Luke Fletcher got the wicket there. As you say, the run out, and then the lazy leg side tickle that sent Jack Burnham on his way to that Fletcher leg side delivery. Good just when Notts needed wickets. Excellent catch, yeah,
good catch by Tom Moores, I thought, that one.
196 for 6. Mullaney in and bowls, and this is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. You're obviously in the very much part of the think tank and know what's going on. Little surprise, Jake Ball in the 14, because obviously he's been away with England. He's not played. He didn't play in any of the warm-up games. I saw him come literally back to the ground where you were playing Leicester the other day and just turned his arm over, looked very loose and ready for a bowl, but he's obviously made great strides over the last 3 or 4 days.
I think that Leicester game he bowled really well in the nets, and that good pace, which we were a bit surprised at, because we weren't sure how much bowling he'd done while he'd been in India with England. So I think you're right. I mean, had Zach Chappell been fully fit, we might have gone with Zach today and left Jake for another week, but we're hopeful that that next week we'll have more seamers to choose from. So I think we wanted a bit of extra pace, which Jake obviously gives us, as well as the control of Hutton and Fletcher.
Here's Lyndon James. We're into the 77th over. Durham 196 for 6. Mick Neill, the Notts director of cricket, we've just halted him on his walk around the ground just for a minute. We'll just keep him for another over or so. Dane Patterson, obviously a new acquisition, but it's one that's sort of been in the pipelines for 12 months.
Yeah, I mean, Dane was going to join us last year as a Colpack player, as I think most people know, but never travelled to the UK. And obviously now the Colpack status has disappeared, so he's now become, I think, a bit like Beddingham for Durham. He's become an overseas player. So we're very pleased to have him. He's obviously not played cricket for even longer than some of our lads, so we're just going to take a little bit more time, try and get him right, maybe on the field next week, Warwickshire, or the week after at Worcester. 196
for 6. Lyndon James bowls outside the off stump, and again, nice to see Lyndon bowling Liam Patterson-White. We're almost on the brink of a new generation of players coming through. Joey Everson's been in all the pre-season squads.
Yeah, and we had a talk with the club's committee in February, March about signing a second overseas player for 4-day cricket, and we felt that this was an opportunity to get more games into Lyndon, into Liam, into Joey, hopefully, so that next year, if we go back to 2 divisional cricket, we're in a stronger place with these younger players.
196 for 6, nicked and taken, and a wicket for Lyndon James. And just before this second new ball becomes due, Notts are doing some really good work here. That's pointer gone, so Durham will have 2 batsmen on naught. Another fine catch by Moores, but that's good reward for Lyndon James. In his 9th over, he's only gone for 17 runs and picks up his first wicket. And balance of power, mate, we were sort of saying if Durham could get up to 300, we've been saying this all day, if they could get up to 300, that's a really workmanlike score this early in the season, but they've got some work to do now to get anywhere near that.
Yeah, they do, and I think as well with the new ball due in 2 and a bit overs, you'd like to think you could do some damage there, although Durham, I remember last year when they turned up and I think Rain was batting 11, so they certainly bat very deep, but Coghlan not playing is a good thing for us, I think, from a batting perspective. So I think Notts are thinking, we're certainly thinking 220, 230. Durham are thinking if they can get to 270, they'll be happy with that.
It's lovely of you to pop up. Just did you have a word for Mr. Emerson then, with him, saying well, are you due a haircut?
My son is watching at home, and he texted me to say they're taking that mickey out of you, Dad, because there doesn't seem to be anything other than grey hair in the Notts coaching stuff.
Mate, we talk about all sorts of things. We've seen Tom Moores, of course, when he takes his cap off, brilliant bleach blonde. You've just mentioned Paul Coghlan, who I don't know if he's done a sponsored thing or what there, Paul.
He was in the nets yesterday and he didn't look like that, so I think a Nottingham hotel last night has taken a bit of a battering with the Clippers, because he didn't look like that yesterday. Very good of you to pop up. You're always welcome. We'll let you carry on your walk, and we'll speak to you soon. Thanks, Dave. Mick Neill, the Notts director of cricket, popping up to join us. Lovely to catch him. It's blustery out there on the gantry, but very nice of Mick just to pass by, and took the opportunity just to grab him. We'll pop Martin's headphones back in, and they've all been wiped nice and clean. There's going to be a run here to Ben Rain, former
He's a former Leicester man, but of course he's a former Durham man before that. Martin Noddin, 197 for 7, Rain up and running. And, well, in that little exchange there, Durham have
I think
just stepped a little closer to the precipice.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed with this. They've given themselves a decent platform and they haven't built on it. And 2 wickets falling as James comes in here to bowl and Bryden Carse leaves it. Carse got 46 here on one leg a few years ago. He's had a 75 and some decent knocks. Him and Rain put on some runs towards the back of the innings last year as well. Nearly 50 partnership, I think, for the final game. They added 45 it was, and by the time Durham were out 415 on the final day, and the target was 202. And they had a thrash Notts and then shook on a draw after Trigo was out. Minute to 5, James bowling now to Carse. Carse defends, and that is the end of the over. I'm going to have to go off and do an update in a moment. But I think what we can confirm there, after Mick did come up and to get within a few feet of us, that his hair needs cutting. It is greyer than it was at your party, which was only when was your 60th?
Oh, dear.
9 years ago,
something like that.
Yeah. It's only about 2 years ago, wasn't it? Back in normal times when you could go on trains and go to pubs and stay in hotels.
Lovely to see him.
David Collicutt says, "I'm loving the TV chat. It's a shame that wicket got in the way." And he said, "Listening from sunny Redondo Beach in California, it's more Baywatch here than Line of Duty."
Redondo Beach sounds lovely, doesn't it? 197 for 7.
Another tweet quickly. Donkey volley would be either the Carolina Hurricanes or Calgary Flames in ice hockey.
Oh, there's Mullaney. Are you dashing off?
Yeah,
are you?
It's 5 o'clock, isn't it?
Mullaney bowls and Ben Rain helps it on its way out onto the offside. There'll be more from Martin in a moment or two once he's updated listeners in the northeast. So Carson Rayner together, Chris Rushworth and Matt Salisbury are the 2 batsmen that we haven't seen yet. There are 18 overs to go in the day after this one. Mullaney and James in the last few minutes, both getting their first wickets of the day. Couple for Fletcher, couple for Ball. So the spin of Liam Patterson-White and Brett Hutton not yet amongst the wickets. Is Mullaney bowling once more, and there's a little push and run from Bryden Carse. So he's underway. Ben Duckett doing the fielding in the covers, and it's 199 for 7. Ben Rain a left-hander, of course, so they'll have to swap over. And Ben Duckett coming back into a second slip position for the left-hander. Brett Hutton up first. 3 catches today for Tom Moores. LBW appeal here for Mullaney. It's going to be 4 leg byes. It's managed to run away very, very, very fine as Ben Rain wandered across his stumps. It's hit the back of his leg, and Stephen Mullaney obviously thought he'd pitched it in line. It would have gone on to hit the stumps, but the deflection has taken it away for the runs that have brought up Durham's first batting point. 203 for 7. I think the Notts skipper feels a little aggrieved there. Ben Debenham not deciding in his favour. 203 for 7. There's Mullaney in again. It's a good delivery. This time beats him outside the off stump. So we're into the scheduled final hour of the day, but I'd imagine we'll go on a little longer than 6 o'clock with 18 overs to go after this one. Next one driven away. It's a decent stop at backward point. Fielded by Liam Patterson-White. They go through for a single. 204 for 7. Cars has 1. Rain has 3. Next delivery sees Cars clip it away for a single. So an over of decent profit. 205 for 7. Just waiting for the cue to speak to BBC Radio Nottingham once again. Half an hour's do click round very quickly when you're engrossed in the game.
In sport, Nottinghamshire's county championship cricket season's underway. They're playing Durham at Trent Bridge. Dave Bracegird's watching.
Where Durham are now 205 for 7. Nottinghamshire have managed to chip away throughout the day, picking up important wickets. Top scorer for Durham, Alex Lees, made 58 before being run out by a combination of Joe Clark and Lyndon James midway through the afternoon. And since tea, a wicket for Luke Fletcher, Stephen Mullaney and Lyndon James has rocked the visitors. Durham 205 for 7.
Well, there'll be updates from Trent Bridge every half an hour on BBC Radio Nottingham.
So it's Lyndon James bowling to Bryden Carse. 3 slips. This the 79th over. He's beaten Carse outside the off stump. Long way away. Just wondered if there might have been sound of a little tickle there, but not given. Just nudge the effects microphone up a little bit. I think the gusty conditions of earlier have died a bit. We'll turn it back down if it. It is. It's still fairly blustery. 205 for 7. Next ball is eased into the offside by Carse. And there's no run. Ben Slater doing the fielding, and there's no run. This is driven back past the bowler. And there's no run. James once more. Nicely defended by Carse.
James coming in then. Radcliffe Road end, right arm over. Bowls. Oh, it's gone through. Carse, or did he leave that? I think he might have left that late there. Sort of lost sight of the ball as it was passing him. I think it was more a theatrical leave late on.
Hampshire still going along very nicely indeed. 200-run partnership between James Vincent, Tom Allsop. 335 for 3. Vince has 139 not out, Allsop 108 not out. 205 for 7 here. With 17 overs to go in the day, but more importantly for Notts, one more before that second new ball becomes due. There's McNeil now, he's away on the left as we look in front of the U Energy stand.
I do have a disappointing observation about what Mick had to say. As Mullaney comes in from the pavilion end, Rain goes back into his crease and plays it short on the offside to Hamid.
Just be aware, as you've already discovered, it gets back to him.
I know, but he said he was told by his son what we'd been discussing, so he wasn't actually listening himself. That's the disappointing bit.
He's a busy man. He'll be involved in some high-level conference, no doubt. Or he's maybe listening to the match on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. I think they've had Essex Worcestershire on all day today. They say the defending champions, but the Bob Willis Trophy winners from last year.
Mulaney again to Rain. He leaves that alone. Oh, when did Durham get the batting point? That must have been during my news bulletin, wasn't it?
Yes, it was the one where Mulaney bowled to Ben Rain, 4 leg byes. Mulaney's previous over, and very loud and confident LBW shout for Stephen Mulaney went without reward.
78th over.
Here's Mulaney bowling. This is just clipped as far as Lyndon James. So you'd imagine Jake Ball will bowl the next over. There's no obvious warming up going on from.
He looks absolutely frozen. Collar up round his neck.
Say he could do
got
with
his
warming
sleeves
up.
down over his hands. And he's just
down.
got some hand warmers in there.
He's down at long leg down below us. There's Mulaney bowling to Ben Rain. So Rain did start at Durham, went to Leicester and then back to Durham.
Yeah, he was. He didn't really break into the team. He played in one first-class match, which I think was against the touring team, and then went off to Leicestershire. Initially, as he will describe himself, he was a chubby opening batsman who was struggling and went to Leicestershire and was remodelled into this all-rounder leading bowler.
Mulaney in again to Rain. Helps this out as far as Hamid. 205 for 7. You'll be having him up here next, saying what you've been saying about my hair.
Ben Rain.
No, Asib Hamid.
Oh. I was going to say, I haven't seen Ben Rain's head.
You were saying his had grown since you last saw him. 205 for 7. So final ball of the 80th over. Mulaney in to bowl, and there's no runs from it. So Durham ticking along at 2.5 and over. 205 for 7 after 80. Let's have a look then. The ball is with Lyndon James, who's polishing it. I don't think you've got to polish that one anymore, Lyndon. But we'll have a little look. Yeah, Jake Ball, cold as he is, has taken his sweater and cap off. And naturally fit lad going to be bursting upon the bowling scene in just a moment. 12 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 36 for Jake Ball. Both his wickets coming in the same over this morning. Dismissing Michael Jones and returning Durham skipper Scott Borthwick, both out without scoring. But since then, some healthy contributions from Beddingham 57, Lees 58, Burnham 42, Eckersley 19, and most recently Stuart Pointer out for 7. Second new ball has, I would imagine, been taken. Let's have a look. Yes, it's shiny. You can see the gold embossed lettering on it as it's handed from Gunnar Gould to Luke Fletcher, who then throws it to Jake Ball, and we'll be underway in a minute. And up on the scoreboard we've got ball age as well, so we can just see exactly when the second new ball was taken. Underneath the overs, top right.
Oh yeah. Ball then, new ball in hand. Bowls to Cast, leaves it wide of off stump, taken by the keeper between first and second slip. I think Durham will feel they've left runs out there today, and they haven't built on the platform they were striving hard for. Who knows? Decent partnership between these two, and you could be looking at a 300-ish score.
Some work to do though, isn't there?
Yeah, they've got themselves on the back foot in the last half hour or so. Ball in again, and that's left alone by Bryden Cast once again.
Sam Robson 150 not out, out of 237 for 5 for Middlesex against Somerset.
Jake Ball's furiously rubbing his right arm with his left hand, and he's obviously hurt his elbow as he delivered that one there.
Don't think he clipped to the top of the stumps, did he? That can sometimes come keen.
Here he comes again, and again that's left outside of off stump.
He can.
Shaking
high
his arm
kicking.
again now.
I wonder if he's caught his knee as he was running, or brought his arm over. Fletcher's having a good laugh about it anyway, so it's brought him a little bit of amusement. Bowled okay, Luke Fletcher, couple of wickets, couple for Jake Ball, 2 of the elder statesmen. Another one for Stephen Mullaney.
Ball in. Fended off towards the gully area. No run.
Heard the sound, a different sound there, didn't you? It was for the first time the new ball thudded into the bat. Completely different to what we've heard for the from the last couple of hours. 205 for 7.
I see there's lots of kit in that room right up the top of the pavilion there. Is that being used as an extension to the dressing room?
Yeah, not so. Some of the Notts players are getting changed in there, yeah. Ball in again. And
you see lots of pads and things lying around,
yeah,
so just to give themselves a bit more room.
Yeah.
So.
Apparently they can't use the showers, so essentially they come.
Yeah, you have to arrive in your kit and leave in your kit, don't you?
Yeah.
So I think last year when Durham were here, they had the downstairs dressing room
and the long room. Yeah,
and
it's
the
the
long
same.
room. Yeah,
it's the same again.
Yeah.
That's why the windows are blacked out, and why the players have had to come outside really to see what was going off.
Ball. That's gone to gully once more from Carter's bat. End of the over. 5:15, day 1 here of the 2021 County Championship season. Durham put in by Notts this morning. We're 5 for 2 in the 5th over, losing both Scott Borthwick and Michael Jones in that over for Ducks. Borthwick went 4th ball, LBW to Jake Ball, while that Ball also got Jones caught in the slips at the second attempt by Hasib Hamid, and then a 93-run partnership for the 3rd wicket before Beddingham was out for 57. Lees went in the afternoon session for 58, and Burnham just after tea for 42. Didn't add a run to the total he had on the board before tea, and then Eckersley's gone for 19 and Pointer for 7 since then. So Durham were 180 for 4, and then they lost Burnham, and then they were 196 for 7. Work to do to dig themselves out of this situation at the moment, and Hutton has the new ball from the pavilion end.
Does indeed. Still looking for his first wicket on his full Nottinghamshire comeback. Got a whole bunch of wickets in the warm-up games, 4 in each of the 2 matches here. Ben Rain pushes it out onto the offside. His last Nottinghamshire wicket was the final game of the 2017 season down at Hove, the game where Notts confirmed promotion back to Division 1, and Chris Reed bowed out of cricket. His sole wicket in that match was Phil Salt. 3 years with Northants, where his bowling figures actually improved considerably. His batting went in the other direction. This one's gone through to the keeper. His highest first-class score actually is against Durham, 74 that he got here. That's 7 or 8 years ago now. Just 4 first-class 50s when he first got into the team. There was a long time really before he established himself. A little bit like Jake Ball. They both made their debut in the same game 10 years ago, the pink ball game in Abu Dhabi against the MCC. Hutton and Ball were Notts' 2 debutants. There is Hutton and his defender, so that's a little strange. That was the first game of the 2011 season, and 10 years on the first game of the 2021 season. They're opening the bowling together, but of course Brett Hutton has been away for a while, but both Nottinghamshire born. Well, they're not. That's not strictly true in that Brett was born in Doncaster over the border, but they're both 2 lads that's come through the academy and find themselves back here. In Brett's case, 10 years on. Here's Hutton bowling push and run up to mid-on. Got to be quick. Stephen Mullaney doing the fielding.
Is there any geographical reason why the border is where it is between Nottinghamshire and South Yorkshire? I mean, it doesn't follow a river, does it? You know.
I'll pass on that. Give me another one on Cincinnati. No, I don't know. I really don't know.
Because actually, the north corner of Nottinghamshire comes quite a long way north, doesn't it? In fact, I think you go into Nottinghamshire and then back into...
I suppose
do you go back into Yorkshire again for a period?
I suppose it was
on the A1?
All vast swathes of Sherwood Forest back in the day. Next one's clipped away. This will be runs. Lovely bit of timing away. Square of the wicket on the leg side by Bryden Cast for his first boundary. Takes him to 6, 210 for 7.
So perhaps whoever was the local Concord champion at the time decreed where the border was.
I don't know how the county borders were implemented, or when really. But to all intents and purposes, Brett, Nottinghamshire lad, 210 for 7. Next one wide of the off peg, and it goes through to Tom Moores. And we've got 14 overs to go in the day. Right now, every likelihood that Durham will be able to start again on day 2, but you never know, dear. You never know. It might just be a case of 1 brings 2 brings 3, and Hamid and Slater might have a tricky little over or 2, but that will all unfold in the next 3/4 of an hour or so.
Lancashire are going to return to Sedbergh School this year to play Sussex in a one-dayer. They'll also play a match there against Cumbria. Last year I think it was meant to be Middlesex. Of course didn't happen, and then summer before that Durham played a county championship match there, and without a shadow of a doubt one of the best weeks I've had commentating on cricket. Just everything about it. The weather held off generally, the location was beautiful, everything worked. Decent game of cricket. Ball from the Radcliffe Road end. Oh, balls to Rain, who nearly dabs his bat on the ball while he's trying to leave it. Gorgeous location. Everybody worked hard to make it a success. The town was buzzing. And it'd be fantastic if Durham could go back there one time.
Well, speaking of county borders, I now see that Durham also encompasses Scarborough.
It does, yeah. They were meant to play there last year against Gloucestershire. Then this year it was initially announced they would play Gloucestershire in South Northumberland in Newcastle, and then it was changed back to Scarborough again.
That's a home game for Durham at Scarborough.
Yeah. Balls. This is defended by Rain. It runs up to Fletcher at mid.
And who's that against?
Gloucestershire. There's a week of There's a week of one-day games because I think
like a Scarborough Cricket Festival, like it used to be.
Yeah, because the 100's on then, isn't it? So some of the major venues aren't available. Who's playing for Yorkshire in the 100? What's their team name again?
Are they the Northern Superchargers?
Something like that. There is going to be a game at South Northumberland, I think against Lancashire, who played there a couple of years ago. Ball in. It's gone through to the keeper who drops it, and I think he was a little bit unsighted there as that came flashing through.
Or any of this Durham 11 signed up for any of the franchises?
Oh, I can't remember. There's Matty Potts, maybe Bryden Cars. I think last year, if it had taken place, I think Rushy was meant to be playing for somebody. You've got Ben Stokes and Woody, haven't you, who are involved. It's not coming anywhere near me, so I've not really paid much attention to it, to be honest with you. Balls, and defended on a length by Rain on the off stump. It's 96 miles from my house to Headingley. It's 96 miles from my house to Scarborough. And I think it was 96 miles from my house to Sedbergh. And it was also 96 miles from Old Trafford to Sedbergh. Anyway, you cannot beat a day out at Scarborough, can you?
You can't.
If the weather holds.
No.
I mean, he does have a big full house in Scarborough in the middle of the summer when the weather's fine. Real festival feel to it. Slower ball on the leg stump there from Ball, but spotted by Rain. Durham 210 for 7 here.
You'll get them in there on the Kedden stand and on the Novelty Rock Emporium benches. And
when the battle starts at Pease Home Park.
Oh yes.
And then there's normally the naval reenactment as well.
No, that should be very nice indeed.
Smell of fish and chips in the air. Seagulls. Salty sea air. Ball in. Oh, and Rain didn't know where that had gone. He played it down into the ground. It bounced behind him, and he turned to see if it was about to hit his stumps. I think might have just bounced back up, hit him again, and deflected away. End of the over, 210 for 7. So, yes, and of course these days when we got the Scarborough, reminded of our lovely friend Dave Callahan, who died 3 years ago. The commentary boxes are named Cali 1 and Cali 2.
Yeah. Umpires are getting together. I don't think it's...
Just to try and warm up.
Well,
They've gone for a cuddle.
Yeah, I think
wonder if they want the lights on, maybe.
I think the players have been sanitising their hands again. Yeah, that's what it is. So,
do you think they get any warmth off the lights if they turned them on full power?
Possibly not. So a couple of decent comeback overs from Jake Ball, but you'd have to say it's difficult out there to generate excessive pace, just pushing it through nicely. Carson Rain have not really been troubled thus far. Hampshire have lost a wicket. They're 351 for 4. Allsop is out. I think they'll be back. Glad to see the back of Allsop and Rain. Allsop and Vince, I beg your pardon. Here's Brett Hutton. Bowling to Bryden Carse. Clips it away on the leg side. So they're still off for rain at Bristol. Sorry, 220 for 9.
Looks cold down there as well. Seeing Churchy wrapped up with his woolly hat on inside a marquee.
And off for bad light at Chelmsford, Essex, against Worcestershire, 206 for 3. This is the 84th over of the innings. So there are still 12 to go after this one. On this, the first day of 4. Hutton bowling to Rain, the LV County Championship, won in the past by both Nottinghamshire and Durham. A while ago now for both. 211 for 5. The floodlights are coming on, Martin. You just see them. Just slowly bursting into life. So we might see if there's any bit of warmth, a bit of warmth from them. Doubt it. Brett Hutton again into bowl. Ben Rain clips this one away behind squares. A good call of no from the non-striker's end, Bryden Carse, because Joe Clark, who's already been involved in one run out, was quick to drop on it. Nicely done from Clark, who this summer really does need to just kick on and go to the next step. Fancy there's an England squad place there. If he can just find a little bit of consistency and have a good year. It's shown that Dan Lawrence is Clark again. Dan Lawrence forced his way into the reckoning with some good runs. But Clark and Duckett have better career records. So really do need to contribute some big innings to catch the eye. 212 for 7, Carse 7, Rain 5. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Newcastle at the cricket. Comes Hutton, straight approach, accelerates, and a little bit of a grunt there as he bowls to the right-handed Carse, who helps it out into the offside. One or two photographers in the ground we can see watching from the stand away to our left.
Madeline's here covering for Durham.
Hutton in again, bowling, and Carse again happy to defend. Playing As I'm sure you've been made aware, playing towards the Fox Road side of the ground, sort of in a line with the committee boxes, the committee balcony, which sadly hasn't had anybody watching on from for the last year. 212 for 7. I feel a little bit frustrated for committee members up and down in the country, and that they've not been able to see any cricket. When I say that, I've done quite a lot of football this winter, and you see some of the directors' boxes at the football absolutely overflowing with committee members and their partners, and in some cases kids from both sides. Plenty of people watching in there. There's ball, there's Martin.
In he comes, and that squirts off down towards third man for a single off Rain's bat. He moves on to 6 from 25, and that's the same amount of balls that Cars has faced. He's on 7. Durham 213 for 7. Still just under 12 overs to go tonight, but these two are going to really make sure they can see Durham home without another wicket down this evening. I've got to go on next door to talk to Tees.
More from Martin before too long. Here's Jake Ball. Past umpire Gould. And outside the off stick through to Tom Moores. Carson Rain added 17 from 47 deliveries up to this point. Now Jake Ball again, can he manage to unpick the lock here? Not with this one, shortish delivery which Bryden Cast bobs underneath. The lights now on, burning brightly.
Meanwhile, coronavirus case rates do continue to fall across Nottinghamshire, apart from in Mansfield. Data for the week of the 4th of April shows a 4% week-on-week rise there.
The widest delivery sent down here from Jake Ball again. Bryden Cast not been made to play it too many so far.
US President Joe Biden to target homemade ghost guns as part of a new set of measures to tackle gun violence. So-called ghost guns have no serial numbers, making them difficult to trace.
Ball to Cars. This is clipped to mid-wicket. The single there, fielded by Lyndon James. Nicely pushed into the gap by Cars. Just waiting to be joined by BBC Radio Nottingham again.
New cricket season underway. Nottinghamshire are playing Durham in the Championship at Trent Bridge. Dave Bracegirdle is watching.
Jake Ball bowling at the moment with the second new ball. Seems a long time ago since he struck early on 2 wickets right at the start of the day to leave Durham 5 for 2. Since then, this contest has swung to and fro. Notts finding it hard to get wickets. Durham finding it equally hard to get the ball away for runs. They're 214 for 7. Joe Clark, brilliant bit of work, ran out Alex Lees for 58 in the middle of the afternoon. He's the top scorer. A couple of wickets to Luke Fletcher and 1 apiece to Stephen Mullaney and Luke James. 11 overs to go in the day. Durham 214 for 7.
Follow ball by ball on every Notts game over on the BBC Sport website, as well as those half-hourly reports here on the BBC Radio.
At the end of that over from Jake Ball, who's bowled 15 overs now, 7 maidens, 2 for 38. A couple of geese flying over. As Brett Hutton bowls one that comes back to the right-handed Carson. It goes through to Moores. Could perhaps pick out the groans of frustration from the Nottinghamshire fielders. Maybe the bowler as well. It's a good leave. Ball just climbing over the top of those predominantly blue stumps. Green bales they've got this season. New sponsors for the county championship, of course, and their colours are blue and green as Cos clips this on the leg side. Remember 4 or 5 years ago where we had almost snow white stumps out there, maybe even a little longer than that. It was certainly the year that Vernon Philander started the season with knots, because he snapped one of them clean in half, one of the bales, when he played. Seemed a little brittle. They didn't have the white stumps for long. Next one's clipped out as far as Patterson White. Without a wicket today, the spinner. 215 for 7. Brett Hutton's been running in all day. This is probably the 4th time that Stephen Mullaney's gone to him. Brighton Cos has come all the way down, all 22 yards to chat to Ben Rain. He's now gone all the way back, and we're ready. Hutton bowls straightish delivery. Might have been a slower delivery. Brett Hutton doesn't use too much disguise. It's pretty much 100% flat out. Just seemed as if he held that one back a little bit, but Rain read it nicely, pushed it back to the bowler. 10 overs to go after this one. Here's Hutton. Past umpire Debenham, and this is clipped onto the leg side. Second time in the over, Patterson White doing the fielding. Shadows from the floodlights around the players. If they begin to intensify, it's a sure sign for the umpires that even with the lights on, it's getting a little too dark, but I don't think we're anywhere near that stage as yet. Here's Hutton. In again to bowl to Ben Rain, who forces this away on the offside for a boundary. Very nicely played indeed. Just used all the weight on the ball from Hutton just to caress it away, and it's fielded over there the other side of the boundary rope by Paul Franks, who's made a sterner stuff than me because he's out there in his shorts watching on from that side of the ground. Franks throws the ball back. 219 for 7. Rain just gone ahead of his partner on 10. Bryden Cars has 9, and this pair have now added 23 for the 8th wicket. Came together when Stuart Pointer was caught behind off Lyndon James. That was just before the second near ball was taken. Here's Jake Paul again, running in, bowling to the right-hander, and Carr seizes it into the offside, and there's no run. $219 for 7.
Just inside the last 10 overs of the day. This ball comes in from the Radcliffe Road end. Right arm over, bowls, and defended by Cars. Look like these two have dropped anchor here, Dave, do you reckon? Let's try and see it through to the end of the day if they can.
Very much so.
No harm done if Durham come back to 7 down tomorrow. Not from their point of view.
Just wonder if we'll get them all in, get all the overs in. The lights are on, and I'm just saying the next step is that the shadows start to intensify, and then the umpires start to get a little twitchy, and sometimes they go off.
Ball bowls, and that's driven. Good stop at backward point there.
Slater.
By Ben Slater. No, he's at full stretch. He managed to get a hand on it. It was away for 4 otherwise. Would have been heading off to the Larwood and Vaux stand. Madeline, the photographer's got about 20 layers of clothes on there and a woolly hat, and she's got her back to the stand.
I don't blame her.
Trying to shelter from the cold.
I've got a couple of layers that have stupidly not put on at the tea interval like I meant to. 2:20 for 7. Score on the board.
In comes the bowler. Oh, and drabs his bat down on the ball there, or tries to. Ben Rain seems to have played and missed. Carlos is coming to have a word with him. Don't know if he's indicating that he didn't really see that one.
Well, that's it, isn't it? As, you know, they'll all be well aware of the importance of getting through to the close, and if they sense that the umpires think it might just be starting to get a little gloomy, they'll be blinking and saying to each other,
"Get him off."
A bit dark, isn't it? Did you see it? I can't see, ump.
Ball in with a bouncer. Oh, that's not going to help the cause, is it? He backed out the road of that one, Rain.
Looks as if Luke Fletcher's getting ready.
Umpire, umpire, where are you? It was Graham Cowdery was explaining to me 2 or 3 years ago, these super duper floodlights now, it's not generally a case these days of the artificial light overtaking the natural light. It's more about losing the ball in the dark bricks of the houses behind and the gaps between the stands. At Durham you've got trees at one end and dark blue seats. In comes ball up to the stumps and bowls. That's gone past the stumps, outside the off stump and through to the keeper end of the over. 220 for 7 here on the BBC. Every match in the county cricket season coming your way over the next 4 years. As I was driving past here last night on my way to the hotel, I couldn't help marvel at the size of the floodlights here compared to the ones across the road at Notts County.
Yeah.
They're tiny in comparison, aren't they?
Going to be Brett Hutton to continue. They've still not got back on at Chelmsford, where Essex 206 for 3 against Worcestershire. Derbyshire 189 all out at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. It says they're between innings there, so it looks as if the Bears will have a few overs to bat. 220 for 9 Surrey when they went off. At Bristol against Gloucestershire. Hampshire 379 for 4. Grace Road against Leicestershire. Middlesex 263 for 7 at Lords against Somerset, as Brett Hutton comes into Bryden Cast, chops it to backward point and is denied a run by a tumbling stop away to his left by Joe Clark. At Old Trafford, Lancashire are hosting Sussex, a match that originally should have been at Hove, but they had some sort of bug infestation, so they...
Where did you hear about that? I never saw that.
It was only in the week that it's been changed, the match from Hove to Old Trafford.
Flying ants.
Sussex 265 for 7. No, I think it's the old crane fly, the daddy longleg or something. The larva he's got in the wicket, or some such. I don't know. You'll have to read about it. 220 for 7. This goes through to the keeper, but the way the fixtures are scheduled, apparently Sussex, Lancashire, Lancashire, Sussex, they should play each other both in the period before fans are let back in, so they both considered it didn't really make any difference. Lancashire were happy to host them, and Sussex were happy to move and have the extra 3 weeks or whatever to sort the ground out. Kent 277 for 5 at Northampton, and Glamorgan 244 for 7 at Headingley. Hutton bowls, another single here, just helped onto the leg side. Definite grunt from Brett Hutton. It might be a grunt of displeasure that the wicket didn't offer him any assistance there, as it was banged in short, but really it just sat up and invited Bryden Cast to help it away for a single.
If that had happened here, you wouldn't have been in a position to switch the fixture, because this is the reason why Durham have spent the last few weeks doing the final preparations at the racecourse in Durham City, because they relayed the square at the end of last year and it still has a few more weeks to fully bed in. So the first 2 weeks of the season, Durham are away from home and will not play until late April at home against Derbyshire.
2:21 for 7. There's Hutton in again, and it's defended. Don't think it can be all that serious. Something that they, they've just swapped the fixtures round. I think they should play them in, like I say, in 3 or 4 weeks' time anyway. But
crane fly larvae. I've never heard of that.
Well, you'll have to have a read. It's only in the last few days they've swapped the fixture from Hove to Old Trafford. 2:21 for 7. Rain has 10. Brett Hutton bowls on his legs and clipped away down to Joe Clark, who comes in racing in from long leg. Another single. So that'll be double Nelson. 2-2-2 for 7, Durham. Both batsmen on 11. They've added 26.
A bug infestation.
Have you found it? Is that what it is? Was it crane fly larvae? I've probably made it up and it was something else, but I didn't read it all. My interest in the in the event's just limited to the sketchiest of details. Hutton bowls another bouncer. 88 overs gone in the innings. 2-2-2 for 7. 8 overs remain.
It says the match was moved after bugs were found in the pitch. They're now trying to work out who planted them there. Is that right? Oh no, sorry, I read that wrong. Leather jackets? It's understood the bugs in question are leather jackets, the larvae of European crane flies, more commonly known as daddy longlegs. Yeah, you were right. They lay their eggs in soil, which then hatch out and feed on the roots of the plants. In this case, the grass on the outfield. The square, however, has not been damaged. The insecticide commonly used to treat the issue has been banned in the UK since 2016. Sussex are hopeful it will only be a short-term problem. Sounds to me like they've taken a flyer on that one. That was flying bug related, by the way. Where are we now? 5:45 and half an hour of play to go. 8 overs remaining. Plus the odd hand sanitisation break. Bracer's feeling the cold now.
I'll put another layer on. And you've taken your gloves off.
Yeah.
Is this my end or your end?
I can't remember.
Go on, you have a go. It's Fletch.
Fletcher in, bowls. And that's defended by Rain. I think this was mine, wasn't it? I bought this coat last year. We went to Anglesey, February half term last year, and it was absolutely howling gales. Storm Kira came in, followed by Storm Derek or something.
Did you see Lanfair, Puth, Gwynedd, and
we did. We went there on the final day. I liked it. I hadn't been to Anglesey before. I'd been to the Llyn Peninsula and Abersoch and around that way. But the weather was so wild, and we had this really nice house with all mod cons. As Fletcher comes in and bowls. That's defended on a length around off stump by Rain. So we stayed in most of the week, went out into the beach every now and then. Massive sand dunes down at where we were, near the RAF Valley.
Oh yeah,
we were in that village.
Yeah, I've been there many times. Yeah.
What's the village called?
I don't know. The town in that part of the world is Amlock.
Rosnagara it was called. Rosnagara. Something to do with snakes on the moor, I think the traditional name was.
Oh.
You wouldn't have liked it, snakes.
No.
Fletcher in. Oh, that's gone right through. I thought for a second I was watching a bale fly there, but it was the golden signature of the insignia on the ball.
I've just been looking at the bales through the binoculars, actually.
Yeah.
Did you know they're bright green? I know you can see them now I've pointed it out, but the sponsor's logo and what have you. But I was just saying while you were out of the room, how was it a few years ago they had those snow white stumps that they seemed a bit brittle because I saw them broken a time or two.
Fletcher round the wicket to Rain, the left-hander Rain forward, plays it back up to the bowler's end, no run. Yeah, anyway, so we spent most of the week in howling gales, just sitting in the house in the warmth, listening to the radio, watching the TV, all mod cons. Quite a nice little bungalow.
Typical family holiday.
Well, that's what it was. We went out occasionally when the rain eased a little bit and just stuck our ski gear on and went in the sand dunes and things. There's some nice pubs and restaurants there. And then lockdown came a few weeks later, but it felt like we'd already had a week of practice. by the time we were all locked down at home. It's quite a familiar feel to it. As Rain plays this one off his legs, out towards wide mid-on to Mulaney for a single. 223 for 7. Is it going to click over? No, it isn't. It's already done. 223 for 7. Partnership from these two of 27 from 74 balls. Cars has 11 and Rain 12. And we have 1 ball left of this over, and then there are 7 to go here on the BBC.
Eric Peterson in Florida, listening to you talking about leather jackets, has sent an appropriate tweet.
Fonz.
One of the Fonz, hey, in his appropriate enough leather jacket. That's Eric in Florida.
Was he who loves you, baby? Was that the Fonz or not? Or was that Kojak?
That was Kojak.
Kojak, was it?
Fonz was more hey.
Pushed off to mid-off, end of the over. The Fonz ended up being interviewed in a Vox Pop in London last year, didn't he, by one of the news channels?
I think he did, yeah. Yeah. Henry Winkler. Arthur Fonzarelli. 223 for 7. Did we get to the end of the Anglesey story? Tales of
just
the Emersons.
It was so wet and wild that we spent the week in, and then a few weeks later we were spending the week in anyway. Actually, when lockdown began, the weather was beautiful. You can't half think last year when we had all those, the driest spring on record in Tyne and Weir, and you just can't help thinking that weather changed dramatically because basically industry shut down around the world, didn't it?
Yeah.
Far less pollution in the atmosphere, less air traffic.
Could hear the birds, couldn't you?
Hear the birds, yeah. And then suddenly, things started to open up again in July, and the bad weather came.
Bowling change, 7 overs to go. Lyndon James, his previous overs today, 10 overs in fact, 1 for 18 were from the Radcliffe Road end. Now from the Pavilion end, he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Ben Rain, who gets a single from the first ball. He's run the first one as if he's going to gallop back for a second, but understandably has to put the brakes on. They've done all right, this pair. They've not been looking for any big shots. They've taken whatever's on offer. They've defended and left alone nicely. And as Martin said, they're just basically trying to make sure Durham enter day 2 with 3 wickets in hand.
Just be sensible.
Yep. It's been a little bit of a cautionary lesson from those earlier on in the day, really, for them to bear in mind in that regard. Wickets going down that really needn't have been, as this one's left alone as it goes through to Moores.
Can I ask what that mark is on the window in front of me? Either somebody spilt glue or Alex Hales has launched another ball there.
No idea.
It's like catching my eye all day.
Somebody's been firing shots at you. I think it's on the outside.
It's a dint in the glass.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Wow.
224 for 7. Lyndon James bowls. Ooh. I think it was on the half volley. The ball was hit back to the bowler. Again, you can see those 6 shadows round all the players from the floodlights. Not evenly spaced around the ground like you'd expect them to be. Like you get in a football ground, you just get one in each corner, don't you? And that's the traditional method. They're not evenly spaced around Trent Bridge here, but they've become an iconic part of the area of this part of the city. Well, it's not really in the city, is it? West Bridgeford. 224 for 7 as James again fields nicely off his own bowling.
Isn't this a different borough? Is it Rushcliffe Council or something?
It is, yeah. 224 for 7. Next ball pushed up to towards mid-on, and there's no run. There was a photograph taken, I don't know if it's a drone or an aeroplane or what it was, quite recently, obviously under normal circumstances, and by that I mean when fans can go into grounds. Notts County and Nottingham Forest never play at the same time, understandably. They're so close to each other. But with restrictions on fans attending, they have actually on various occasions been playing this season at the same time. This one's clipped to mid-on, And there was one, presume it was a winter Saturday, but don't bother correcting me if I'm wrong, but there was one occasion where they were both playing, and obviously the floodlights were on at both grounds, and the ground staff here must have obviously been doing something, because the floodlights were on here as well. So the photograph from West Bridgeford had all the floodlights, all 3 grounds on and burning brightly, and it looked nice. And I say, obviously that was the first time that all 3 had been on at the same time.
Make sure that aeroplanes don't see all that line of lights.
2:24 for 7 at the end of that over. Another hand sanitising break for the players. That'll be the last of the day, because there's only 6 overs to go. And Nottinghamshire striving to get into the lower order here. They've still got 3 wickets to take. Durham, well, I don't think they'd mind if they didn't score another run today, as long as they don't score any more, lose any more wickets. 2:24 for 7 with 90 overs gone, so 6 remain. So in the morning it is going to be a bit of a scramble to see if they can get extra batting points.
They are in a straight line, the grounds as well, aren't they? Because Forest's ground's directly behind this.
Yeah.
Fletcher from the Radcliffe Road end, right arm round the wicket, defended by Rain.
Good to have cricket back, and many thanks to everybody who's taken the trouble to get in touch today. Been fabulous to get all your messages as
it's defended. Just looking on this aerial shot here, you've got the cricket ground and Notts County's ground in a perfect alignment, with Forest's ground just slightly off to the right there. I wonder if it's possible to hit a driver from the riverbank at the back of the Trent end at Forest and reach Notts County's ground. I think it's too far.
Don't know.
In comes Fletcher again. Oh, that spits up at Rain. He fends it off one-handed. It runs down towards third man along the floor. He'll get 2. There's a few buildings there, isn't there? There's like an industrial estate. I think you could clear that with a driver, you know.
Clark again doing the fielding.
Bet Lee Westwood could.
Hope he hits a few straight down the fairway. All my life savings have gone on him again.
What, for the Masters? Do you know what links him to the northeast these days?
Yes.
That's the end of that one. Fletcher bowls to Rain. Rain forward, meets the ball on the bounce, plays it up to Mulaney at mid-on. Dot ball.
What's the title? The touring professional of Close House.
Lovely course that. When I first played there years ago, it was part of the university sports complex, and there was some peculiar little holes down near the riverbank and whatnot. And on one part of it, you went round past the horticultural section with strange things growing in these spherical greenhouses, buzzing away. Fletcher in again, played by Rain, short on the leg side. They're going to run, and then Graham Wiley bought it and has turned it into this championship course. I was up there for the UK, was it the UK Masters about 2 or 3 years ago?
Yeah.
At the end of the cricket season, fabulous event. It was really good.
He was the host, wasn't he? Westwood, obviously.
I've spent a lot of money on the course and redesigned it.
British Masters, and
extra holes up the hill now. I hardly recognised it. Durham 227 for 7 here. It's 3 minutes to 6, and we've still got 5.1 overs to go.
Yeah, I think they've done well to get as many through as they have.
Fletcher over the wicket now to Cars, who turns this down towards fine leg, and this partnership's worth 32 now as Durham move on to 228 for 7.
I've seen Rain bat before as a bit of a dasher, but no signs of it here. They're both batting very sensibly indeed.
He's got a T20 100 to his name.
Yeah, so
his highest score in first-class cricket is 82 against Northants. In 2019, he's got 10 half-centuries and started the day with 2,589 runs.
Yes, he's played, as I say, 1 or 2 what I would term dashing innings for Leicestershire in the past against against Notts.
Gone past 2,600 runs today. Of course, he's on strike at the moment, the right-hander.
One came back, didn't it? Lyndon James bowling. I think we've got natural sunlight shadows, thankfully. So that greatly increases our chances of getting through until the end. We'll obviously be doing it all again tomorrow, God willing, just before 11 o'clock. And once again, the live stream available. 2:28 for 7. Again, a push into the offside. I understand the arrangement for all the counties now is, provided the game isn't a live televised one, and there's no problem. All the counties will be live streaming their matches.
See a line of floodlights just across the rooftop down there. Is that Nottingham?
I don't know.
Tennis centre down that way, or not? Or is that the other way?
No. 2:28 for 7. Cars on strike on 12. Again down the leg side. We did see one leg side dismissal earlier on. Jack Burnham. Martin said he was temporarily distracted by having the ball thrown at him.
I said he could well have been distracted because the ball before, he had the ball hurled into his pads by Luke Fletcher. I think to disassociate the two when a man's walking off the pitch a few seconds later.
2:28 for 7. Carter's 12. The right-hander keeps this one out. And there's one more delivery notched off. Got 4 overs and 2 balls remaining in the day. Already Ben Slater and Asiba Mead will, I'm pretty sure, be reconciling themselves to the fact they won't have to bat tonight. Be a little extra. In fact, they can't tonight with 3 wickets now remaining. Even if it was a hat-trick, wouldn't be time. Next ball has gone straight through Bryden Carson into the gloves of Tom Moores.
I think sometimes when I leave this ground, I go out in that direction where I can see those floodlights, and there's a sports complex down there.
Well, go and have a look.
And I think Nottingham Forest's training ground down
that
road
yes,
as well.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
over
but
in that direction.
Well, you turn right.
Yeah.
You turn right down Wilford Lane. 2:28 for 7. Final ball of Lyndon James' 12th over. Figures of 1 for 19. He's impressed today and impresses again, but can't get the breakthrough as Bryden Cars, with a forward-looking stride, blocks this one. On again comes a 12th man. This time Ben Compton for Notts to pick up a sweater that's been cast on the ground. It's Luke Fletcher's. Chilly old day to be down there. Where's the umpire going? Where's Ben Debenham gone? He's gone for a run. Square leg umpire, he'd disappeared for a run. But, he's come back. He's standing on one of those Southampton Football Club stripes that Martin was referring to, the broad cut that the ground staff have put on the outfield.
Rain on strike on 16 as Fletcher starts this over, and it's played between cover and mid-off and slowly works its way towards our corner of the ground. They'll get 2.
It's just what Jake Ball wanted. That you could tell from his body language, and he turned and set off running. Oh, blimey. But he prevented them getting 3, didn't he? Although I think they did get the 3. 2:31 for 7.
Course is on 12. The partnership's 35. 3.5 overs to go. Fletcher to Cars forward to that one. Plays it off towards the covers. No run there.
Warwickshire have lost a wicket. They're 9 for 1. Replying to Derbyshire's 189 all out. They're back on at Chelmsford. I'm not sure for how long. Obviously late in the day. But Essex 207 for 3 against Worcestershire. They're the other 2 games in this group. Who have you got next week then?
Essex away.
Essex away.
I've not been to Chelmsford to cover a game before.
Never?
No.
Oh my word. Oh.
I know.
Oh.
Fletcher in again. Right arm over. Comes and bowls. And And Cost pulls the bat away. I've heard many things. I think the last time Durham were there was for a one-day game in 2013, and it was during a period where they had 3 really long trips on the road, and for me, each one of them for one.
Radio Nottingham in our ears, so Martin breaking off, knowing full well that they'll be asking me to give the cricket score in a second. We might just get this Luke Fletcher delivery in. Bowling to Bryden Coss, where we're just into a little bit of overtime now. I think we've got 3 overs remaining. Durham 231 for 7. It's not been easy for I think either batsmen or bowlers today, really. Knots have struggled to take wickets after Jake Ball's early burst this morning reduced Durham to 5 for 2. There was a good run out in the afternoon executed by Joe Clark, but the other bowlers really had to work hard. A couple of wickets late in the day for Luke Fletcher, Mullaney and Lyndon James also amongst the wickets. Durham with 3 overs left, a 231 for 7. Next delivery clipped away on the leg side, fielded by Lyndon James. 232 for 7. Other scores then not in the group that Notts and Durham are in. It's the close at Bristol. Surrey 220 for 9. Hampshire 415 for 4, still playing at Grace Road against Leicestershire. Middlesex 281 for 8 against Somerset. Fletcher again bowls, and once more the ball thuds into the gloves. And in the third group of teams, Sussex 277 for 8 at Old Trafford. Kent 300 for 6 at Northampton, and Glamorgan 264 for 8 against Yorkshire. So yeah, bang up to date. Liam Patterson-White going to be called upon late in the day here by Stephen Mullaney. Chance for the spinner to perhaps make his mark. Bowled tidily enough today, 16 overs, none for 39. Surface not overly receptive. Little delay whilst umpire Gould trots from square leg to point. Couldn't see what was going off because Asiba Mead is in there at square leg. So Patterson-White bowls short of a length and just helped into the offside by Bryden Coss. For 1, Lyndon James doing the fielding. Coss on to 14, 233 for 7. 17 balls remain in the day. Chilly all day as Patterson-White as it comes to a close, and Ben Rain just dabs it away for a run. Just managed to deflect it away from the lurking presence of Asiba Mead under the helmet at short leg. So 2 balls sent down to singles eked out. 2-3-4 for 7. Coss, I beg your pardon, on 14, Rain on 20. There's Patterson-White in again. This one's pushed back to him. Couple of no balls from the spinner, blotting his copybook slightly. Blow on the fingers. And then in he comes and gives it a bit of a rip, but Coss with a good stride forward. Happy to play defensively. No stage really of either of these two gone looking for big shots. Next ball again hit forcefully but straight to the fielder, this time Ben Duckett. Patterson White to conclude the over, and it'll be the third single taken. 2-3-5 for 7. One or two claps from over the far side, no doubt from the Durham contingent watching on. As another over ticks by and gradual accumulation continues. Cast on 15, he'll keep strike after that single. Ben Rain has 20, 2-3-5 for 7, with just 12 deliveries remaining in the day. Luke Fletcher to have the penultimate over.
Here he comes from the Radcliffe Road end, right arm over. It's gone off towards point. Decent partnership from these two. I think it's fair to say they came up with a job to do and have done it well so far. 39 from a patient 106 deliveries. Brian Allen's had all kinds of technical problems today. He's abandoned his phone for the laptop and it's now working. He's watching and listening at the same time at last. 2 exclamation marks. My phone must be too old, or perhaps I am, he says. Fletcher in again, and that's left wide of off stump by Bryden Coss, who's developed this a bit like a Steve Smith leave, really, isn't it? Sort of a theatrical whip of the wrists, like a fly fisherman.
And if he's there for any length of time, you'll see Asiba Mead doing it as well. Real old flourish.
I was trying to explain in the pub to one of the lads a couple of years ago that Smith wasn't playing and missing it every ball. He was actually leaving it. To the untrained eye, some people thought he was playing and missing as Fletcher comes in again. Pitches that one right up into the block hole, and Cast does well. He leans into it and steers it nicely out through mid-wicket. Down towards cow corner. Now he sets off when there's definitely not a run there. Definitely not, because Ben Rain wasn't looking. He was watching the fielder and was quite relaxed in the fact that they'd run 2 and that was all they were doing. And now Course has to turn tail and run back quickly, and as he perhaps pulled a bit of his groin there. He's just been trying to stretch his groin out. Cold out there for the players though, this chilly wind. This is the weather. You can end up with the odd muscle injury, isn't it? Early doors. Fletcher comes in again and bowls, and that's drilled away for 4 by Cars. He picked up a shortish ball outside of off stump. He was leaning a long way outside the line to play it. It didn't really get up off that short length, and he steered it wide of the slip cord in the way. Behind point for 4. Dave McCall wonders if Cameron Steele, do you know if he's still in contention? He had a more than decent debut season, then had that pre-season concussion injury 2 or 3 years ago, and has never really established himself since. Well, it was a couple of seasons ago on a pre-season tour of South Africa. Dwan Olafir got him in the head, and it just really knocked his confidence, and he struggled that year. And then last season, of course, just came and went in a flash. So Fletcher in again, bowls. I don't know where that's gone. It's gone to keeper's gloves, I think, hasn't it? Yeah, it's gone down the leg side. Thought for a minute there might have been a little tickle just wide of the keeper, and it was going off down towards fine leg for 4, but Tom Moore's got to cross a long way to cover that one.
This is the sort of partnership that really wouldn't be picked up by anybody looking at a scorecard. It wouldn't make a match report.
They've reached their 45 from last year.
Is that what they put on? But it's been hugely significant, really, when those couple of wickets went down straight before the second new ball. Durham looked in a little bit of a pickle.
Better ball, just leaves the outside edge of the bat there from Fletcher to Cars. That is the end of the over. 1 to go, 241 for 7. Partnership of 45.
Well, they've done well. They've blunted the second near ball. They've hung around for an hour, and as you rightly point out, they've added 45. Done terrifically well. Top scorer in the day, Alex Lees. Whilst he was there, he looked absolute picture of security and certainty to go on and get a big score. David Beddingham, I thought, played very nicely indeed for his 57, getting out just before lunch. For Notts, well, good to see Jake Ball back with ball in hand. Luke Fletcher also, after missing last year with that side injury. Here's Liam Patterson White, and bowls and This time it's defended. Good to see a couple of youngsters there, Liam Patterson-White and Lyndon James. Some homegrown boys, 4 knots. Brett Hutton and Luke Fletcher and Jake Ball. This one turned a little bit, so much so that Liam Patterson-White has sat down on the ground. He thought he'd got his man there and just couldn't quite believe it, that it turned so much but yet didn't clip off a bail.
These two last year was the final wicket stand.
Next ball is blocked by rain, and we are 3 deliveries away from stumps here at Trent Bridge, where Durham put in this morning. Recovered from 5 for 2, 2 early wickets for Jake Ball, 93 for 3 at lunch, 179 for 4 at tea. This one's gone through to Tom Moores. 3 wickets have gone down in the final session, but with 1 ball, 2 balls, 2 balls remaining in the day. Very much looks as if it's going to be just about even Stevens, I think, at the close.
Suppose that's how you'd sum it up in a match report, isn't it, really? It's a long, cold day of attritional cricket, would you say?
Yeah. Durham have done well to bat through the day and still have 3 wickets in hand, and I think Notts have done well just to keep pegging away and not let the visitors get away at any stage. 241 for 7. There it is. That's the last ball of the day. A very entertaining fare indeed. Very good to be back and watching cricket again, albeit with that caveat. It would be much better if we had spectators in the ground, but for those of you that have watched and enjoyed the coverage on the live stream, many thanks. I don't know what more there is by way of a summing up, except it's been pretty much an even day, and it's been good to spend it again with my old chum Martin Emerson. What have you made of it, Martin?
I think we've just summed it up, really, haven't we? Attritional springs to mind. It's been hard graft for the batsmen. The bowlers have toiled all day in cold conditions. It's perfect early season cricketing fare, and by have we missed this during the winter. We certainly have. So we'll be back with you tomorrow for more cricketing action on air just before 11 on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Nottingham.
Thanks very much to Martin, again to everybody that's got in touch and used either Twitter or email. For those of you watching live stream, almost certainly there won't be an awful lot happening for a wee while, but if you do keep watching on, there will be some interviews. Aaron will try and get some one or two of the personalities of the day across there to have a chat with him. In fact, I think right now he's got Jake Ball over there. So for those of you that are watching on the live stream, if you stay tuned, I think in just a moment or two we might just be able to have a little bit of Jake Ball. But from Martin and myself, thanks for your company today. We'll leave you with the news that Durham have closed on 241 for 7. We'll speak to you tomorrow, but if you're on the live stream, stick around and there'll be 1 or 2 interviews for you to enjoy.
So there we have it, 96 overs have been bowled, and at the end of the day Durham finish on 241 for 7. As you can see, Jake Ball joins me now. Jake, from the warmth of India to what can only be described as a little bit chilly Trent Bridge.
Yeah, a little bit more than a little bit chilly, but yeah, it's nice to get back out there with the boys, and yeah, it was windy and it was cold, but it was great to be back out there.
Just very briefly on your winter and being back in the England squad, how was that? Did you enjoy it? Obviously, it must be a really positive step for you.
Yeah, it's really good to get back involved. Obviously, didn't get the game that I was looking for, but just to be in and around that setup, around the white ball lads who train so well, and you learn a lot from just being around them. So it was a really productive winter for myself.
Now back to Notts, obviously being involved with the lads again, as you've just said. Not a bad start from yourself as well. 2 wickets, bang bang, 1 over in the 5th. You know, very pleasing start for yourself.
Yeah, it was. It's nice to hit the ground running. Probably haven't got as many overs I'd like to coming into this, but I feel in good rhythm and feel like while I've been away, I've been doing some good work. So to get the red ball back in my hand and get it swinging round, it was quite nice to see.
Now, obviously, after those 2 wickets, a bit of a strong, stance from Durham there, digging in, showing plenty of patience. So, how important was it, that 1 wicket just before lunch from Fletch, just to kind of change the mood, get a bit of momentum as well? I imagine going into that lunch break.
Yeah, it was massive for us. I think I spoke to Mull 4 or 5 hours before that. So if we can hit one here before lunch, it's probably our session. And I think it probably was just our session. It's a good cricket wicket, one that you don't normally get this time of year. Normally it's quite bowler friendly, but actually I think if you can get in and sort of get a partnership going, it is actually quite hard to stop. So I think we bowled really well today. I think we stuck in there, we kept them down to a good rate, and I think we're really happy with our day's work.
And then just looking at after lunch, that Joe Clark run out, obviously getting Lees out, who looked pretty settled, didn't really, wasn't very expansive. So how much can that run out just change again the momentum, and does it show that you have to take any opportunity that you get when a player like that is kind of settled at the crease?
Yeah, 100%. He played really well, and like I said, when you get in on that pitch, you can get quite settled. So to get that run out was massive for us. I was actually off the field at the time, and you notice when you come back on the lift of energy it does give you. So you try and just take anything you can while you're out there, especially when a partnership's going the way it is. And I think we really capitalised on that and picked up 2 or 3 more quite quickly after that. So yeah, I think that's just 4-day cricket, ebbs and flows, and sometimes you can get a couple of quick ones, sometimes you have to sit in. It's just sort of get back into that rhythm again. A lot of us haven't played 4-day cricket for quite a while, so it's quite nice to get back into that rhythm.
I imagine you was off getting some more hand warmers at that point.
Yeah, I've gone through about 3 sets of hand warmers today.
Certainly a day for it. But just looking ahead to tomorrow morning, obviously those 7 wickets today, is it just about patience in the morning and not letting the runs build up and look to get those 3 wickets when they come?
Yeah, we know that they bat deep. Carter's a good batter. Rain has opened the batting at times, so it's you have to stay patient. Don't see them as lower order batters. You still have to be patient. Still put the ball in the right area, because if you do, there is a ball in that pitch. So we've got to be patient. We've got to keep one eye on the run rate, keep that down, and hopefully we'll get our rewards early on in the morning tomorrow.
Okie dokie. Well, thank you very much for joining us. So that does bring a close to day 1 of this 4-day county championship game. We hope you've enjoyed the courage, and we'll be back tomorrow morning. So until then, enjoy the rest of your evening.